Emmett knew she should never have agreed to help her mortal enemy the moment she saw the Keep Out sign. Or, more accurately, the 12 Keep Out signs, in varying shades of unhinged. There was an official-looking one, advertising extreme legal action for all trespassers. Then a gigantic round one attached to the barbed wire-laced gate of his middle-of-nowhere Maine home, with various health and safety-style stick figures being brutalised by booby traps all over it. And if that wasn't enough to put you off, there were also the 7 massive dogs the other signs advertised. She felt pretty sure one of them was just a picture of a werewolf. Its fork-sized fangs glared down at her from a glossy billboard-looking thing atop the fence next to the gate. And this fence was big. It stood twice as tall as her, even though she was 5'5" in her very professional heels, and it seemed to wrap around the entirety of the property that lay beyond. All of which was, in one way, understandable. Caleb Miller was a very famous man, and not just because his books were familiar with the #1 spot on every bestseller list in existence, or because there was now a near-cottage industry of glossy TV adaptations of most of his work, 2 of which had starred Nicole Kidman, or because many airport bookstores survived on his name alone. No, there was also his mythos. The legends that had built up around him. That he hated talking to people so much everyone in the small town he lived in had barred him from their establishments. That he never smiled. That he did smile, but his smile was blood-curdling. That if you smiled at him, he would have you fired. And, of course, the big one. That the only thing he cared about was the mysterious beloved he had lost long ago. Oh yeah, people loved that one. She could definitely see some trying to scale his fence over it. So it made sense. It really did. And yet, at the same time, all this just seemed like typical Miller bullshit to her. She could still see him now in her mind's eye, sitting across the table from her in Professor Dunderson's workshop, perpetually sat back in his chair, enormous arms folded across his thick chest, expression set to withering. An opinion like, "Happy endings are for fools," always on his lips. In fact, those were the very words that had landed him in this much hot water, spoken on The View, directly to Whoopi Goldberg's face, before he'd stormed off, to the horror and shock of literally everybody on the planet. Though if she was being honest, she had no idea how he'd even managed to write romance novels that so many people actually believed in and loved in the first place. Or how he had made his fan club think he had secret passionate depths and some love story for the ages in his past. All those dedications at the start of his books, "My soul is lost without yours. My heart wants to march to where you are sleeping. There is no light without the one that you provide," were just bunk as far as she was concerned. Lemony Snicket-style nonsense. Something to get people salivating and speculating. He was savvy enough for it, after all. He'd tricked her into thinking he had a soul at one point. Right the way back before their enemyship had begun, when she first heard him speaking in some lecture and thought, "I want to know that guy." The one who understands the remains of the day. The one who understands every single thing that lies beneath the surface of that fool's words. The one who said it all to back up a girl who'd just been interrupted by some dipshit. Then she had watched as he slowly ground all her glowing first impressions down to dust. By graduation, she'd wondered if she could get away with murdering him. And it seemed like nothing about him had changed. Honestly, she wasn't sure why she'd imagined otherwise. Or what had made Henry Samuel Beckett, Beck to his friends, of which she had somehow found herself being one, believe that hiring her for this job was a good idea. Because, yes, she had a fabulous public relations company with a stellar reputation. Sure, she also had a kind of former relationship with the man Beck had wanted the public relations sorting for. But it had all just seemed to happen so quickly and in such a poorly thought-out way. Beck had bowled her over with his golden retriever enthusiasm over dinner the minute she had just happened to mention she had once known Caleb Miller. And her other good buds, Mabel and Alfie, had chimed in with what a great opportunity this would be to raise her company's international reputation. And then the next thing she knew, they had been making plans over Alfie's birthday steaks. A book tour for Miller's latest book, If You Were Mine. But one that would really give him every opportunity to show his softer side, his better side, the side of him that was passionate with this mystery woman the internet always blathered on about. He must have one, Beck had insisted, with his big, earnest eyes all wide and his warm voice all full of sincerity. God, it was like he had hypnotized her with kindness. She hadn't even managed to say that Miller definitely didn't. She just couldn't, when faced with someone who thought life was all rainbows and sunbeams, instead of what it actually was. Turning up to a supposedly arranged meeting with your mortal enemy just to discover the only way in was via an intercom that didn't work. She finally took a breath and dared to press the button on it, and it tilted sideways. It made a weird hollow noise. Then she looked behind and found not one connected wire. She was forced to knock. But of course knocking just triggered the sound of a snarling dog. It made her jump back and scan the surrounding area, as if it was going to lunge at her somehow. Heart racing, every breath coming too quick and too ragged, one hand on her chest. Until she realised. She heard it loop, pretty distinctly, and rolled her eyes. It wasn't real. Of course it wasn't. The chances of Miller having another being in there that he needed to care for were precisely zero. The usually unfriendly campus cat at Norbrook had taken a liking to him, and she'd never seen anyone ignore something so fiercely in all her life. People had looked on in awe at this wizard who had received the blessing of that perfect creature, while he'd responded with nothing but fuming. Once she was sure she'd heard him hiss, "Leave me alone, I will never love you." And then there was the time the dean's daughter had accidentally taken his hand, because he was older than most students and sort of shaped like her dad. He'd whipped that thing away so fast you'd have thought the kid was made of molten lava. She wouldn't have been surprised to see him nudge her with his foot. Nudging things away had always been his favourite pastime, after all. If one of the romance novels she loved to read in college had gotten too near to him, nudge. Her cardigan brushed his sleeve on the arm of a lecture hall chair, nudge. Someone looked at him too long, or spoke to him too much, or breathed in his direction, or broke the cone of silence he established around himself at parties she didn't understand him attending. Nudge, 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 nudge. Hell, she was fully expecting a nudge now, even if she did somehow manage to get to him. You scale that fence and he's going to shove you off it, she told herself. But that core of determination inside her was, unfortunately, already forcing her to slip off her heels, climb up onto the bonnet of her car in her stockinged feet, and get a hold of the top of the fence. There was a sign with a sturdy edge that she could get her foot onto, and she did. She dragged herself toward it and up, muscles screaming, something going prang in her shoulder as she went about it. But she got one leg over. She managed to hold there, half-balanced on the inch-thick wood between coils of barbed wire, while she got her breath back. Then, after that, all she had to do was slide herself all the way over and down, no problems. Just a quick 10-foot drop onto a probable snake pit. No big deal. Think of Caleb Miller winning this war against doing something he actually agreed to, she thought, and went to slide to the right. And that was when she heard the throat clear. Barely more than a sigh, soft as a slight breeze, but enough to immediately raise her hackles. Of course it did. She would have known the sound of him anywhere. He had always looked like the kind of man who spoke with a deep roar of a voice. Only he didn't really at all. Instead, every sound he made almost seemed to purr out of him and pour over whoever he was speaking to. It made her think of melted butter spread over something just ever so slightly rough. Though she told herself that maybe the mismatch between the sound and the look of him wasn't the same as before. Maybe he was different now. Maybe he had shrunk, or shaved, or started wearing soft jumpers. She'd turn her head and find somebody as unintimidating as a spoon. But then she dared to actually look at him and, oh God, 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 he was exactly the same. Absurdly the same. He even appeared to be wearing an identical uniform to the one he'd always adored when she'd known him back in college. Worn jeans, of the kind you might find on a cowboy who had time-travelled here from 1975, a belt with a whole-plated buckle on it, boots the size of bowling balls, a sad grey Henley underneath a denim shirt that looked as if it had been washed every day since the dawn of time. It was honestly a miracle it was still blue. Or that his enormous body wasn't just bursting out of it. Not that she wanted to see said body, all things considered. His shoulders still looked too broad to fit through the average doorframe. His chest was so burly it seemed like a miracle he could comfortably cross his arms over it. And of course, said arms were testing that threadbare material. His biceps bloomed against it, as rounded as some overripe fruit. She remembered people saying that he had grown up on a farm, or hauled things around for a living, or chopped wood as some kind of hobby. And she could actually see a block with an axe in it by his front porch. But she didn't think that was it. She never had. He looked like the type of man who came by his bulk through hard graft of some type, yet she was sure it was something else. 5,000 press-ups in the early morning light to stave off having a single emotion, or maybe a 20-mile run in the middle of the night after nightmares that gave him a slight feeling. She knew for a fact that he loved to swim when no one was around, because of that time in the old Swanson building back on campus. The cracked door, the flicker of blue light through the water, and nothing else. 4 a.m, everything silent and still except for the sound of him surging from one side to the other. The look on his face when he'd caught her standing there with her hand just barely holding the door open. She could still see it now, behind her eyes. Like she'd slapped him. Like she'd stolen something from him. Though sometimes she thought she'd imagined that last part. It had disappeared so quickly, after all. And it had been replaced by exactly what she saw in his face now. That smug smirk, near hidden amidst the grizzled beard now just touched with grey. Black as pitch eyes with a flicker of amused light in them beneath that constantly heavy, lowering brow. He had a slab of a face, slow and resistant to showing emotion of any kind. But he always managed to achieve triumph at the sight of her failures. Oh, what a shock. Daisy Emmett is clumsily risking her neck for some completely unnecessary and ludicrous cause. What happened? You hear a shitty opinion coming from my yard that you just couldn't wait to shoot down? He said, after a long moment of drinking her in. It made her wish her arse weren't quite so in the air. Though she couldn't focus on that now. He had just said a lot of words, and she had to now destroy all of them before he imagined he had the upper hand. If shitty opinions were the only thing inspiring me, just knowing the shitty opinion machine was on the other side of this thing would have me nuking the place from orbit. In fact, I might anyway, considering you're still acting like I'm a messy disaster who cares too much about everything. You once sank up to your waist in quicksand trying to rescue a rabbit. She attempted to throw up a hand, wobbled and then drew it back, and settled for just saying how wrong he was getting things. It wasn't a rabbit, it was a small deer. And it wasn't quicksand, it was a completely innocuous-looking mud puddle that absolutely nobody could have imagined would be dangerous. Well, I managed to see it. And warn you about it, I might add, he said, just a little sullen about it now. She could see that pouty lower lip a little better beneath his sloppy moustache, and that meant she had scored a point. Now to go for the win. Because you're a survival manual made flesh. I feel like you were born in some apocalyptic future and somehow managed to find your way back through time to us, much to my unending fury at whoever made that possible, she said, and got a brief flash of outrage before he settled into sardonicism. So you'd sooner have zombie hordes murder me in some 2050 hellscape? I didn't say anything about zombie hordes, or you being murdered. Yeah, but we both know you're thinking it. And not just because you love to see me trampled to death by a million undead beings, he said, so withering and sure about it that she wanted to shrug his claim off. She wanted to scoff at the idea that he still knew her so well, that there was a familiarity between them, despite how much seething hatred there was in the middle of it. But she couldn't. She understood exactly what he meant. He had been the only person in her year who'd loved zombie movies as much as her, much to her irritation. If zombie movies were ever mentioned in any lecture, their hands were raised as one. They had both attended a marathon of them once in the screening room at the back of the audiovisual centre, and he was the only other person who'd made it through all 7 movies. She remembered waking up to him standing over her disapprovingly. He had always hated her love of an excessive amount of movie snacks. Though she was hardly about to cop to recalling any of that. It already felt like she was being drowned in memories she had long since forced out of her head. She wasn't about to let him know this was the case. Why are you still calling them beings and acting like they'd do something that pedestrian to your helpless body? They would pull your guts out through your arsehole, Miller. See, this is your whole problem. No apocalyptic imagination at all. It's why your Dawn of the Dead homage died on its arse, she said, and was pleased at herself for it too. Her heart only sank when she saw him tilt his head to one side, flinty eyes suddenly gleaming. So you've been avidly following my career then, he said, like the spectacular arse he was. Don't say it like I'm obsessed with you. It's what I've been hired for. Somehow I doubt taunting me about my failures was in the job description. Nor was climbing a fence to get you ready for this book tour, but here we are, she said, as she did her best to reposition on said fence. It was starting to dig into her shins and her palms. Plus, this vicious back and forth wasn't exactly helping her stay stable. She needed to turn, to sit on it instead. And she sort of managed. Her skirt was now too high up her thighs, but she was perched on the fence. Though it was only after she had that she realised he hadn't spoken for a long while, which wouldn't have meant that much under most circumstances. He wasn't a super big talker. He'd once been told off by one of the university librarians for shushing people too much. But this was an argument. With her. Oh, he always had words for that. So what was with this silence? Then she saw the way he was looking at anything but her, and wincing just the tiniest bit, and knew, before the word shoved out of him. Almost like a cough, except with syllables and sentences. Yeah, but I'm not going on any book tour. What do you mean you're not going? Beck said you had completely and wholeheartedly agreed, she snapped out, fully expecting some weasel-worded excuse or lie. But instead he snapped back, sharp as anything. Yeah, quick question. Did he almost throw up after he did? No. He just went to see if his cat needed letting out. He doesn't have a cat. Him and his wife have a dog, Ziggy. See, and you knew that, but you still fell for it, she thought to herself. She even pictured the dog in question when he said it, a miniature schnauzer that lived for dragging people's socks off their feet. She couldn't let Miller know any of this, however. She had to play dumb. But then why wouldn't he just say what kind of pet he actually has? I take it you've met him, right? And seen him trying to cover his tracks? Yeah, he does it poorly. That still doesn't explain why he would do this. Maybe he thought you could persuade me, given our past relationship, he said. The last two words so casually spoken it jolted her a little. Since when do you think we had one? She wanted to spit at him. But then he rolled his eyes. So she rolled hers back. Since when did our past relationship involve me ever persuading you of anything? I couldn't even get you to concede that fast zombies are superior to slow zombies. You stormed out of a whole classroom because I argued that something slower than a sloth could never really be a threat to humanity, she said, and was relieved to see how hard it got to him. She practically saw the memory slap him across the face. Yeah, and I'm still furious about it. A sloth! He ground out, near enough between gritted teeth. Just like when she'd done it all those years ago. In fact, everything was just like it had been all those years ago. It almost made her dizzy to feel how easy slipping back into it all was. Everything was supposed to be distant, stiffly polite, unfamiliar. Gracie Brummel, wasn't it? He was supposed to say. I sort of remember you. I kind of know what you're talking about. Here, hold my latte for me while I get settled in business class. Or worse, like some of the footballers and celebrities she'd handled before Alfie. The spoiled ones. The gross ones. The ones who'd thrown up on her and called her at 3 a.m. He won't be like that, Beck had said. And he'd been right. But somehow the reality was worse. It was making her sweat. It was making her blush and be as awkward as she had been at 23. The cracks in the brisk professionalism she'd papered over her personality were showing. She had to really dig her nails into her palms. Straighten. Smooth out her expression. You have your own business now, Daisy, she told herself, and you run it like a well-oiled machine. You run everything like a well-oiled machine. Your whole life is breezing in, all brusque and efficient, and solving everybody's problems. Then she answered him, as firm as she had ever been with anyone. I'm not going to argue about it while stuck up here, she said. In fact, I'm not going to argue about anything like that with you at all. Only the second she had, he came right back at her. Well, there's a real simple solution to that dilemma. It's called going back to where you came from before I call the cops, he said. And on the word cops, it just happened. Words burst out of her before she could stop a single one of them. You hate the cops. You'd sooner be murdered by burglars than call them. Back then, but maybe I don't feel that way now. Maybe I like them. Maybe you should. Maybe it's great that they have such massive budgets and almost no oversight. In fact, I'm thinking of writing to my congressperson to demand they be allowed to act with even greater impunity, primarily, she started. But of course he cut her off before she could finish. Of course he did. She had known he would. He even threw up his hands. Near exploded about it. "Oh my God, stop, just shut up. You do not believe that, I know you don't. And even if you did, you don't even have a congressperson. You have whatever they have in England, a parliamentary lord, a guy in a wig, or a guy with a big wand, or I don't fucking know. Either way, knock it off." "Right, because you can't even stand to hear it when you know it's bait." "Fine, I can't. I won't be calling them," he conceded. But oh boy, the concession infuriated him. He jabbed a whole finger at her before he continued, "But I will be going back inside and locking all the doors, and nothing you do is going to make me come back out. So if you drop down into the yard, you'll just be stuck here all night with nothing to climb on to get back out again. Good luck." Then he spun on his heel and stomped back to the house. The slammed door echoed like a gunshot in the silence that followed. Satisfying, she thought. Or at least, she did until something started to dawn on her. Slowly, as she levered herself back over and down to the bonnet of the car, she shoved her feet back into her heels, got behind the wheel and started the engine. And then there it was. A flash of that anger of his, too fierce to just be about how she'd baited him. No, it was something more. Something about that sense of familiarity, of being known somehow. It had distressed him, as much as it had distressed her. She knew it had, because as she drove away, she saw the gate crack open, like the door she'd held at the pool that time. Followed by the barest hint of his face, as shadowed as hers must have been, yet so clear she couldn't mistake it. It was the same expression he'd had then. Only now she knew what it was. Not anger, not irritation, not resentment. Fear. Then. She wasn't sure what to expect when the guy with the cool comments, who she now knew was called Caleb, thanks to Professor Dunderson doing an actual register, raised his hand to discuss the zombie story she'd written. She only knew that the sight of his hand, heavier and more weathered than anything else there, lifted almost casually, made her heart drum against her insides. Now, she thought, was the moment. The one where they would connect, in a way she had always hoped to with a boy. No, not a boy. A man. Because he undoubtedly was one. "He's almost 30, I heard," Jessica had told her, when she'd accidentally mentioned him in a conversation about nothing that mattered. But he looked older than that to her. He had salt in his hair and his sort of beard. His hands were lined, his eyes tired. As if he'd already lived 1,000 lifetimes. As if something terrible had happened to him when he was a kid. And soon he would share it with her, and she would maybe find a way to comfort him and solve his problems in that way she was starting to learn she was good at. In that way she now used to help her make friends. Only maybe she wouldn't even need it with him. He seemed so strangely like someone who would understand her anyway. He cannot face his own need for another person. He cannot stand the vulnerability and humiliation of them knowing it. He longs for them to just see without him having to say, he had said, about a book she had stayed up all night with. Not because the reading list said she had to, but because she had loved it so passionately. The remains of the day, it was. He understood the remains of the day in the same way she had understood it. And it wasn't the only time that had happened. There were other things he had said that sounded the same way. Like her own thoughts were coming out of someone else's mouth. Like his heart beat the same way hers did. Too big and too strong for his chest. For the world. For everything. Then Dunderson nodded at him, and Caleb turned those beautiful, deep dark eyes on her.
I think it was sappy, honestly. It's the middle of a zombie apocalypse and they're falling in amazing star-crossed love? Come on. Nobody even does that in our perfect, real-world circumstances. The chances of anyone swooning all over someone else while raging undead cannibals roam around outside their fortified house are beyond zero. Zero is in the rearview mirror. It's a dot. It's done. It's disappeared over the horizon, he said. In the same manner, someone might explain what they had for dinner to a doctor. Bland, and maybe just a touch annoyed at being forced to say. Even though nobody had forced him at all. He had volunteered to take her heart in his fist and crush it. And true, he hadn't entirely known that he could. To him, this was just criticism of some girl's story. Yet somehow that didn't make it feel any better. It just made her squirm in her seat. Her cheeks heated, thinking about all her silly, childish fantasies of the friendship they would forge. More than friendship, in fact. Oh, she thought. I really imagined more than friendship. Then she just wanted to slide under the table, or excuse herself and never come back. Anything but what she was doing now, sitting there, face burning in no doubt brilliant pink, mouth stopped, while everyone around her waited for her to answer him. To be upset, she suspected, judging by their cringy faces and their big gossip-hungry eyes. Then there were his, not even on her anymore. He was looking at his own work, neatly typed and perfectly ordered in front of him. A stream of perfect, evenly sized paragraphs, as if his writing came out of him like a printout from a machine. A receipt for services rendered. That is what it sounds like, after all, she thought. Then suddenly the upset feeling was dropping. The heat was leaving her cheeks. Her heart stopped cringing away in her chest and seemed to harden just a little. She sat up straighter and even let out a little laugh. Well, we can't all write like robots who haven't yet learnt human emotion, she said, before she'd even thought it through. It just popped out. But it worked. Everybody almost immediately giggled. A little nervously at first, but then louder. And oh, those dark eyes whipped up quick from that mechanical work. They hit her with a flash of what looked like actual feeling for a moment. Something seething, it looked like to her. But then it seemed to vanish and it was replaced by a firm nod. He sat back in his seat, big arms crossing over his chest. Figures you would think that, he said, as if he'd secretly known that things would go this way all along. And really, her only regret was that she hadn't known too. This was the way things were, forever and ever. Amen. Chapter 2. She had a good idea what he had been angry about, and fearful of, both then and now. There was no one in the world who liked being known less than Caleb Miller. Even Professor Dunderson had called him a clenched fist. A closed book. I haven't the foggiest how you can read him, Daisy, he had once said to her. But even her reading had been a thin sort of thing. Fumbling in the dark instead of her usual laser-like precision. She could tell what most people needed from 20 paces. Know what they were going to ask for before they even thought of it. Guess their next move before they made it. Just not with him. Never with him. This was the closest she got. Vaguely recognizing fear when exposed to it a second time, 10 years after the fact. Then shakily joining the dots to arrive at the most obvious solution. That she knew him too well and he didn't like it. and even that wasn't something she was completely sure about. She lay awake, going over and over it, searching for holes, things she'd missed. Then almost ended up messaging Beck some really weird nonsense at 4 a.m. Like, "In the 8 years you and Harchester have worked with him, have you ever known him to be afraid? And if so, what was he afraid of?" But she managed to contain herself enough to be practical. Very annoyed, but practical. "Beck, you said he had agreed," she messaged. Then instead of refreshing 1,000 times to see how sweet, soft Beck had taken this, she got up, went out onto the sort of porch that wrapped around the motel, and let the frosty Bangor air cool her down. She even grabbed herself a Twinkie from the humming vending machine next to her room, then ate it, cross-legged on the starchy sheet-covered bed, while going over the itinerary again. 7 stops, in a variety of venues, from convention centres and theatres designed for him to have apologetic chats in front of sizable audiences, to independent bookstores big enough to meet the demands of a man who had never toured before. Starting with Salem, New Hampshire, then on to Hartford, Connecticut, Paramus, New Jersey, Doylestown, Pennsylvania, Detroit, Michigan, Chicago, Illinois, and finally ending in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Planes to catch between most destinations, cars arranged at all points, hotels booked so nothing was back-to-back. All of it meticulously timed and planned and plotted. She'd even made sure there was a full week between her arriving in Bangor and the first stop they needed to get to. Something that had seemed very sensible of her at the time, though she had to admit it was now starting to seem a little less so, and a little more like a razor-thin margin. Not to mention far more annoying than she had let herself believe when Beck, or rather Harchester, the publisher he edited for, hired her to do what she did best, handle the talent. She'd imagined herself doing just as she had for celebrities like Alfie, which was mostly sourcing sudden items they needed and arranging last-minute details, breezing in and out of their lives, and always at a distance. But that had broken down. And not just because Caleb had spent 20 minutes getting an eyeful of her humped butt on top of a fence, or because they'd fallen right back into arguing like no time had passed at all. She was already obsessing over the sheer, maddening mystery of him. Even as she ate her Twinkie and went over all her contacts for every venue and primed "I need backup" types of messages for the publicity team he had previously refused to really work with at Harchester, on the inside it was all questions about everything he had done, despite the fact that it had only been a half hour of contact. What would it be like after an hour of him? Maybe even days of him if they missed a flight, or had rooms too close together in the hotels she booked. A dozen arguments about nothing, all ready to go round and round in her head. A million gestures and foibles and quirks to obsess about over the course of a whole month. It was undeniable that she hadn't really thought this through. Which was very odd, because she always thought things through. She was known for it. Her business, Emmett Solutions, relied on it. She was a fixer, an assister, a celebrity polisher. Hell, she wasn't even just that anymore. She was a woman with 10 employees working under her, being things like assistants to whole actual former members of One Direction and PR disaster solvers for movie studio heads. In truth, she was now so important that she had actually assigned someone to keep things running smoothly in her absence. A cool person, too. Kelsey Yates, owner of 57 colourful jumpsuits, sharp as a tack, and so cool it made her quail a little to think of this woman reporting to her. But she did. Kelsey had reported to her an hour ago, in fact. "Just wanted to make sure I have the go-ahead to tell this comedian that we work with disasters, not creeps," she had emailed. Then on the end, boss. She, Daisy Emmett, was the boss. And she was damn good at being the boss, too. Yet somehow she was suddenly frazzled and unable to sit down. She paced, waiting for a reply from Beck. Saw Caleb's face every time she closed her eyes. That sulky lower lip, so often pinched into a disapproving line. The grizzled fur along his killer jawline, now more salt than pepper. That roll always ready in his dark eyes, that line perpetually between his thick brows. Everything so strangely the same. Even the clothes, the denim shirt, the jeans, the boots. And worst of all, the things he said. Because, Christ, the answer Beck gave her. "Well, jeepers, Daisy, he did agree to this," he had written. "I mean, maybe not as wholeheartedly as I suggested, but I swear it was there." Then below it he had pasted the actual thing Miller had said. "Well, I suppose if my contract says it, I really should, shouldn't I?" She read, and came fairly close to hurling her laptop. She had to take deep breaths, go get another Twinkie, cram it all into her mouth in one go. And only after she had could she sit back down on the bed, cross-legged in front of her laptop, and address the situation. Because the thing was, that was a yes from anyone else. But oh, it was something very different from him. Very different, and very not understandable to someone as sincere and decent as Henry Samuel Beckett. "Beck, that is him saying it would be sensible to agree, but he's not going to," she typed back, once she'd fully composed herself. "It's him mocking the contract, or saying he doesn't care about it. He's being a sarcastic arse." And she could practically see Beck's answering expression behind her eyes once she'd sent it. The living embodiment of the word golly, the very essence of goodness me. Those big eyes of his suddenly even more enormous, his mouth beneath his moustache an O of scandalized bafflement. Though it still made her laugh with near surprised delight when he actually replied with the shocked face emoji. Then 3 little dots and a stop. Then 3 little dots and a stop. And finally some words. "Oh no, I'm so sorry, Daisy. You must come home immediately. I'll sort everything. We'll talk to him, don't worry. I will get you out of this terribly harrowing situation I have buffoonishly put you in." Because that was the thing about Beck. He was a good man. Very good. Too good, really, considering her reaction to his scrambled apologies. She saw him take the blame for something he hadn't done and immediately wanted to hug him through the iMessage app. And then just tell him everything was going to be okay, honestly. She even found herself typing it, like he'd knocked her solving other people's issues funny bone, and her hand simply kicked up and onto the keyboard of her phone. "Hey, no, I've been in worse situations. Way worse. One time I had to discreetly get a famous British actor out of a hotel room with his knob still stuck in a bathroom tap," she wrote. Then, after a moment of tense negotiation with herself, she finished the thought. "So this is basically child's play. I'll get him to come around." Even though she didn't know if she really believed it. Caleb Miller never wanted to come around about anything. Hell, he was a whole romance writer now, inexplicably, yet somehow had never even come around to the idea of anyone living happily ever after. He'd just obviously been able to pretend to feel the things he had put in his admittedly good books in order to phonily recreate them in a convincing way, until finally he'd gotten sick of even that much. Because it wasn't just the stuff he'd said on The View. It was the stilted book before that. Everything is not completely fine. The one she'd flicked to and read over the beginning of as she tried to figure out what to say to Beck, just to remind herself of who he was, or who he had become now that even pretending to understand love had fallen away. "He stood on the bluff, looking out at the raging ocean," she read. the cold, raging ocean, like the one inside himself that he knew now he could never conquer. If he had stayed with Rose, it would have drowned her, that much was certain. He was not fit to love someone like her, or be loved by her. His happy ending was in being at peace with that, or whatever kind of peace he could manage. He pictured an island in the middle of this expanse of rough water. A house there, lonely as a lost bird, weather-beaten but still standing. Not much inside, of course. Spare and simple. But it was enough for a man like him. It would keep him safe. It would keep Rose safe. And she would go on to find the man she deserved, warm and passionate and good. Maybe, he reasoned, after a time he would get himself a dog. Then he started toward the nearest boat rental company. And that wasn't even the worst of it. There was also the god-awful epilogue that suggested maybe things weren't fine at all. Maybe the ornery arsehole doesn't get the girl at the end. Maybe he doesn't even deserve to. Maybe he should live in a survivalist compound with 17 werewolves guarding the gates. "If you're sure," Beck typed. "I'm sure," Daisy replied. Chapter 3. She knew she wasn't going to be able to come at him the same way twice. He was just too practical a person and would undoubtedly have plans to prevent another attempt at intruding on his life. Structures to better keep her out. Obstacles to prevent further fence climbing. Silent alarms rigged to her exact body temperature in order to fire shotguns into her face if she came within a 10-mile radius. And that meant thinking of another way. Something that would catch him unawares. Like waiting in an alleyway across from his favourite and monumentally dull-looking diner with a pair of binoculars in her hands. Then darting in that direction the moment she saw him push through the double doors, paper rolled up under his arm, same uniform on as the day before, stay away from me expression already on his tomb-like face. She used to think of it as a scowl, but it wasn't really. It was more of a subtle tension. A sense that just underneath the surface, every single muscle he had was tightly clenched. Though they all definitely clenched harder when she slid into the seat opposite him, in the sturdy brown vinyl booth he'd picked in some dark corner. His back to the wall, of course, newspaper up like armour, one corner of it only dropping when she accidentally rattled the cutlery. And then there it was. That tension at a 10 instead of a 5. In fact, it looked so intense that he couldn't seem to speak for a moment. He had to fight to force out some words, and sure enough, when they came, they were strained. "You can't possibly be serious. This cannot be what you're actually doing right now," he said. What surprised her, however, was how much she had to fight to not sound strained when she replied. "Breezy," she ordered herself. "Light." And sort of managed. "Well, that depends. What do you think the doing is in this instance?" she asked. A poor retort, really. But she added her chin in her hands as she did it, and was pretty sure she had a teasing gleam in her eyes. Plus, she kept the shake in her voice to a minimum, even though her hammering heart was trying to force it into a warble. Just like it always had back then. Stuck in that ancient, yellowing workshop room, everything stifling even with the windows wide open, him sat across the table from her with the divide down the middle, as if they were rival tennis table players, or visiting each other in prison, or enemy combatants dragged to a peace treaty they both refused to sign. "Actually, I want another 1,000 years of torturing her," she had always imagined him saying. And he stayed true to that form. "Massive intrusion on my peaceful, delicious breakfast," he said, as if what she'd done was 1,000,000 times worse than what it actually was. Or she had any choice in the matter at all, though naturally she knew why he had done it. He understood, from too many moments when she had let it slip to him in college, that it would hit her hard. He understood it would embarrass her "I am not wanted here" anxiety bone, that place inside her that told her she didn't belong, that made her think she had to make herself more useful to people if she ever wanted to. So he went ahead. And now the only way out was to focus on his foibles, instead of how frightening that was to her in almost every single way. I think we both know that you're hugely overstating the delicious part. Listen, just because I don't like anything too fancy. Too fancy? You think waffles are frivolous pancakes? Because they are. All that unnecessary fluff and patterning. He gestured at said imaginary fluff and patterning, as if both things were obvious to even the most waffle-friendly person, when really they were nothing of the kind. Oh my God, you make it sound like they're the size of a truck tire and covered in doilies. They're 1 millimeter thicker and like a very boring chessboard. I'm not going to be lectured on eating by a person who probably last ate in the middle of the night after forgetting to feed themselves. And the thing they fed themselves was most likely an out-of-date ding-dong from an extremely questionable vending machine. It was barely out of date, she burst out without thinking. But his smug expression immediately told her what she should have been thinking about. That she had just proved him right instead of staying on his arse. Now he'd scored a point. She was on the back foot. Chin hands traded for clenched fists, her body leaning too far forward, while he hadn't even dropped his paper. He'd crumpled it a little, but it was still up. She had to find a way to make it drop. To turn it back around on him, even though it meant digging deeper into her knowledge of him. Reluctantly, and yet somehow it came so fast. Like he was always in the background of her mind, just waiting for his moment. And anyway, I don't know why we're talking about my habits when you're about to get a plate of dry toast and eggs. Not even eggs, just the whites, because to you even a yolk is a step too far into experiencing a treat, she said. Then got the satisfaction of seeing him rankle just a little, and the paper lowered another inch. It's not their treat-like nature I object to. Oh, right, it's the toast integrity thing. They reduce it back to the consistency of bread. Worse than the consistency of bread. 5 seconds of yolk seeping in and what you have is goop, which not only renders the entire heating process pointless, but makes the mouth feel... Jesus, not the mouth feel, Miller. It's too much to deal with on almost no sleep, she cut in, intending something that sounded like an eye roll. But then his expression tightened and she knew she'd made a mistake. She had forgotten he knew that about her too. So not only are you still forgetting to eat and then eating bullshit that will probably poison you, you also continue to exist on 3 hours a night, he said, in a way that almost sounded annoyed. Though she supposed it was pretty annoying to be so irresponsible in front of someone who was the opposite. And it made it easy to annoy him further. Actually, it was more like 5 minutes, she said, then watched his eyes flash wide. Just a little, not enough for anyone else to notice. But of course she did. He only had a few tiny default expressions, and she'd seen all of them 1,000,000 times. When awake, when asleep and dreaming, when in that state between. Any deviation struck a gong inside her. It was satisfying, even though he recovered well. Of course it was. People don't get less irritating with age, he said, so bone-dry about it she was surprised he didn't reach for a drink afterward. Though it wasn't the tone that infuriated her. It was him pretending he didn't know the reason. Or, people had to spend the night putting out your fires. It is not my fault that you climbed my fence under false pretenses. Oh, come on! You tricked me and you tricked Beck and you know it. I know you know it. He heard what he wanted to. He waved a dismissive hand at her. But she knew why. She caught how the magic trick was done around the distraction. "That is such bullshit, Miller, and you think so too, or you wouldn't be doing that guilty conscience eye thing," she said, and jabbed a finger at the offending eye for good measure. Always the right one, just a brief squint on one corner, and usually reserved for people he thought more of than her. People like Beck. People sweet and sensible. "It doesn't mean anything. You just want me to be nicer than I am," he said. Feeling ashamed of treating someone that decent poorly doesn't make you nice. It means you crossed the bar for being human. Barely, considering the hell you made university for everybody else. "Were you about to say me?" "Of course not." "It sounded that way." "Yeah, well, you always did think too much of yourself. I never thought enough of you to be disappointed or hurt by your ludicrous opinions. Unlike your readers, who just started the official Caleb Miller is a fraud boycott of all your books. I mean, really, did you think you were going to get away with that god-awful miserable epilogue? And then the moaning about happy endings and love on The View? Jesus, she said, and was pleased with herself when she managed it. Even though it took everything she had to make her eye roll convincing, her laugh something other than hollow. "Yes," she wanted to scream. "Yes, I meant myself. Yes, you did. Yes, you hurt me." But if she went ahead with that, she knew what would happen. She'd win the fight and lose the war. Make herself forever weak in front of him. Instead of keeping the focus and pressure on what mattered. "I told Beck it'll blow over. They'll get over it," he said. But she could hear a hint of doubt in his voice. She just had to push a little harder. Maybe by getting out her phone and tapping to the right thing. Then showing him what was on the screen. "This video of someone burning an effigy of you has 1 million likes. Joke's on them, I look nothing like that. My moustache is much thicker." "Oh my God, who cares about moustache thickness? They set you on fire." "Right, but look how poorly they did it," he said as he shook his head. "That accelerant only got a B grade in Barbecue Monthly. The whole thing is going to peter out before my face has even finished melting." He gestured at it as if that were self-evident, instead of completely deranged. And he seemed to realize it when he saw her flabbergasted expression, because before she could tell him so, he cut in, "Look, all I did was write something honest for once, and then said the self-evident truth that romance isn't real," he told her, as if that made any more sense. Though somehow she couldn't quite bring herself to argue the way she once would have done. Not on that. Not after everything. "It doesn't matter if it's the truth, Miller. It matters that you built your career on something you just told everyone you don't actually believe. That every day you were filling books with horse shit and then laughing when people swallowed it down." "Now wait a goddamn minute, I do not laugh." "Yes, I know you think amusement is for toddlers. That's not the point." "Then what is?" "Explain it to me like I'm 5. Explain all of this like I'm 5. Your last book sold 60% fewer copies than the one before it. The pre-orders for the one that releases in 2 days that we're about to go on tour for are in the toilet. People are comparing you to Nicholas Sparks, and not in a good way. In the he's not a real romance writer way. The New York Times called it the career suicide of the century. If you don't turn this around, you're going to end up with nothing, and far sooner than you think. And you somehow think the idea of having nothing bothers me?" He said the words just as the waitress bustled by and set his plate down. Just as she'd said, too. 2 slices of dry brown toast and 3 mounds of hard-cooked egg whites. Too unappetizing for her to avoid curling her nose up or saying, "I would sooner die," when the waitress asked her if she wanted some too. Or at least she went to say it, only he got there first. "She'll take the full breakfast platter, Marlena. Ketchup on the side with a pot of English breakfast tea as strong as you can get. Stronger than that, even. It should look like you can stand your spoon up in it," he said, without even looking up from his meager plate. He just ploughed through his own meal as the words spilled out, fork in his right hand as usual, using the side of it to cut his food, then shoveling it in. Though she couldn't linger on that. She was too busy being taken aback at his words, and then sure she wanted to say no, and then finally and blessedly it started to dawn on her. She saw it clearly as the waitress gave him a "Sure thing, hon," and swept away. This was how to get him. This was how to do it. With his sense of responsibility. Because sure, he was happy to starve, but apparently he couldn't stand to see his mortal enemy do the same. And that gave her a way in. "I know having nothing barely bothers you," she said, carefully. Carefully. So careful, in fact, that he didn't even look up. He was chomping away when she made her first attempt. "But you know, it'll probably bother the people who rely on you. Your cleaner, your cook, your personal shopper." "There is no way in hell you think I have any of those." "Why? Because we once knew each other 10 years ago." "No, because you have eyes in your goddamn head. And brain enough to identify what they're seeing. More than brain enough. You once figured out that I don't drink because I had a soda at a party that wasn't providing any. I know damn well that you're observant enough to understand how I live my life just by what I'm wearing." He flicked his gaze up to her. "Go on. Tell me I'm wrong." Now you're listening, she thought. Gotcha. "The shirt is old, no fabric softener, it's not the right look. Therefore no stylist, no cleaner, no personal shopper." There we go. Spoken like a true pro. Hell, you are one now. "I'm not Miss Marple. I problem solve and assist celebrities for a living, Miller." "Yeah, and how do you think you do that so well? Do they tell you what they're currently fucking up? Are they real forthcoming about their secret drug problems that mean they can't show up for a meeting with somebody important?" "I've only had one client with a secret substance abuse problem." He made a scoffing sound. "You goddamn liar, Emmett." "Fine, it was more like 5. Bet they were all a real blast." "Better than this. Begging you to care about other people." That twisted the knife, she could tell. He disguised it by setting his fork down in the centre of the plate and pushing the plate away. But it was there, because there was food still on that surface. And if there was one thing he hated, it was waste. Most likely he would finish it after she'd gone. Hell, if she left anything on her own plate, he'd choke that down too. Not that she was going to, because, dear God, when it came, it looked like heaven. Marlena set it down, and she couldn't even focus on the fact that he had ordered out of contempt for her life skills and was most likely going to be horrified by her horrible table manners. He answered as she fell on it like someone half-starved. "We've just established there are no other people for me to care about," he said, eyes on her all wary and disgusted as she suspected. But she didn't care. She bit into what looked like a whole pork chop and almost cried. She had to have 3 more chomps before she could drag things back to the point. "Not even the employees and departments at Harchester that need you. You are Harchester's #1 author. Most of the company relies on the revenue your books bring in. You don't do some kind of smoothing over makeup distraction, and that revenue is going to keep going down and down and down. Publishing companies always behave as though they're surviving on scraps. And the organizations your millions support, they do that too, I guess." "I have only a very small number of those types of commitments." She snorted around a mouthful of heavenly hash browns. God, was there anything as good in this world as American hash browns? No, you don't. You pour every penny you earn into a bunch of them. Hey, I spend a lot of it on luxuries. Last year I bought winter tires. You think winter tires are a luxury? In Maine? Well, I don't really go anywhere, so I don't technically need them. Technically, nobody needs toilet paper, but I promise you it is not living the high life to wipe your ass with that instead of fucking fistfuls of tree bark or whatever the fuck you like to use, she said between bites. Because the thing was, the food wasn't just filling her belly. It was also a wonderful way to help her seem casual. She was able to cram bacon into her mouth instead of looking directly into his forever furious eyes. Wrap toast around a sloppy egg rather than think too hard about the next chess move, the next possible vulnerability. She didn't even mind groaning when she took a swig of the tea. After all, it told him that she was enjoying herself. And in a way he'd always seemed to hate. Lusciously, lovingly, like every bite and slurp were utter bliss. It threw him. He took a second to answer. And when he did, he sounded blustery and unsettled. 1 ply. I use 1 ply, all right? He blurted out, much to her delight. Oh my God, 1 ply is a thing. Look, my toilet habits are beside the point. Yeah, the point being that you dump so much on various charities that they would go under without you, which is going to happen if you keep doing nothing about your terrible behaviour and violently revolting fan base. So you tell me, can you live with that? Now she looked at him. Over the top of her mug, she brought it to her lips. Mostly because she knew she had won this round. And he knew it too. This is dirty pool, Emmett. I do what I have to. For what, though? My professional reputation? If I fail at something this high profile, it's going to hurt my company. And I love my company. I want my company to do well. I want my future to be safe and secure, she said as she took a sip. Certain, as she did, that he was going to say something scathing. A losing shot. A parting shot, she thought. She was even braced for it when something seemed to flicker across his gaze. A strange dimness, it seemed like. The way light would usually show excitement in someone's eyes, but the opposite. And before she could think it meant anything, he sighed. He looked at her like she was the most annoying thing in the world, then answered, as brusque and resentful as she had ever heard him be. Fine. I'll do the tour, he said. Now eat your fucking breakfast. Chapter 4. She tried to feel triumphant about the fact that she'd gotten him over the first hurdle. But of course it was difficult to when the second and third and fourth hurdles were looming. And wow, they were big boys. He was not going to like them, and she knew it. She didn't even like them, and she had come up with every one. But it had to be done. If you wanted the public to forget what they were feasting on, you needed a better meal for them to eat. Something juicy, something they were hungry for, something believable. Something massive, considering he'd committed the mortal sin of insulting romance on national television. Hell, he'd called romance readers fools for believing in it. She was honestly surprised they hadn't surrounded his survivalist compound with pitchforks and torches. But she had just the thing to match the size of his mistake. Not only a smoothing over with some well-placed sentiments, but a true distraction. A gift all his fans had always clamoured for. She just needed to present it in a way that sounded reasonable, instead of absolutely bat-fuck nuts. So all we need to do now, she said as they finalised travel plans and logistics over another meal at the only place he apparently ate at, is decide who we are going to hire to be your immortal beloved. Then, to add to the cherry on the top of this faux casual cake, she set about sawing a hunk out of something called a country-style ham steak and stuffed it into her mouth. It tasted like bacon wrapped in a pancake. Delicious. But of course not delicious enough to distract her from his reaction. She saw his fork pause midway to his mouth out of the corner of her eye. It hovered there, close enough to trembling with tension that she couldn't call it anything else. and the silence that followed. It was dark, man. It was deadly. The kind of thing you could imagine someone killing you in. Third act of a horror movie. Caleb Miller with a piece of cutlery. Though when he finally broke the excruciatingly tense quiet and spoke, he didn't sound murderous. He sounded like a faint echo of himself.
This has to be a joke. Emmett, tell me that you're joking.
Sure I will. After you've looked at these headshots of your fake girlfriend. She leant to one side and reached into her satchel as she spoke. Much to his extreme alarm. You have headshots of people? To be someone that doesn't exist? He managed to squeeze out, from what she could only imagine were teeth so gritted you'd need a crowbar to prise them apart again. She couldn't placate him, however. She was too busy thinking about that last part. So she definitely doesn't, then, she said. And he didn't even pause. Of course not, I'm not that pathetic. There's nothing pathetic about being in love with someone. Yeah, and who am I in love with? You know there is no one, you can see for yourself there isn't. So what does that leave? Some woman who barely likes me and me watching her like a creep from afar? Tell me you wouldn't think I was a loser for something like that. Maybe not even just a loser. Also an asshole stalker. She'd been shuffling the photos, half to avoid showing them to him, half to avoid eye contact. But now she couldn't resist snapping a look in his direction. Because honestly, what did he mean? It had never occurred to her that he could think of it that way. It had never occurred to her to think of it that way. The last thing Miller could ever be was a stalker. That would require things like being interested in another person and a willingness to press himself on them, when interest in other people and pressing himself on them seemed like the most unpleasant things in the world to him. She had once seen him move seats in a lecture hall because his ice-breaking activity skills had seemed to bore the person next to him, and he clearly hadn't wanted to continue. At the time, she had thought he just hated doing it. But his discomfort, not just with other people sharing with him, but him sharing with them, had gotten plainer over time. Sometimes it even resonated in her, that unpleasant sense of pushing yourself on someone who wasn't interested. No, he could never. If he had loved someone from afar somehow, there was no way that person even knew, or thought they still meant something to him. But it would mean something about him if it had been true, and she had to try to make that clear without somehow praising him. No, I wouldn't. It would show you're capable of human feelings, she said. But of course he just gave her a withering look. Yeah, but I'm not capable of them, am I? So talk some sense. This is sense. You bring her out at the theatre we've booked for the talk with Juno Winford, you hold hands, you kiss a cheek, you talk about being inspired by your great love, she smiles demurely, makes a pithy comment, problem solved. Stop trying to make incredibly weird, impossible things sound normal. They don't have to be normal, they just have to work. And they will, she said, firmer about it than she thought she could be. Though, of course, this was her wheelhouse now. He was just in it, and clearly didn't like that he was. You're just that good at this, huh? He tried to sneer, but failed, on one big level. You said I was, yesterday. Oh, so now you're using my words against me. I'd use a death ray against you if it existed and I thought I could get away with it. Now, here are the pictures. Pick whichever one looks most like you could convince an audience is attractive to you, she said, as businesslike as he was petulant about things. He practically pouted sullenly as she laid down the 3 headshots of the actresses she'd enlisted. But when she purposefully glanced away, she caught him peering at them out of the corner of her eye. She saw the fervently concealed intrigue in him, just like that time when he had dismissed a book she had praised to a girl in their workshop group. Then later she'd seen him lurking around where the book was in the library, like he wanted to see for himself, despite telling himself otherwise. And it felt even more like that when he sat back and waved a hand at them. "None of them. They're all too—" he started to say, then cut himself off. She suspected what he was going for, however. "Too what?" "If you say too old, so help me." "Of course not too old." "Why, of course. They look like they could be my kids, for fuck's sake," he said. And when he did, she tried to keep thinking he had wanted to be mean. But the problem was he just sounded too baffled. Like this fact was self-evident, and why was she confused? She had to believe him, even though he was being ridiculous. Sure, if you gave birth to them at age 5. They are all in their 30s, dingbat, she said, then got an exasperated expression for her troubles. "You just suggested that I can give birth and I am the dingbat? It was just a way of putting it. I didn't mean it literally." "Yeah, well, it was wrong anyway, because they may be technically a reasonable age for me, but none of them look it. My face is 5 miles of rough road and I know it. I could be mistaken for 58, easy. And they're all like you. Somehow eternally mid-20s. What the fuck? She thought. And so fiercely she couldn't stop her reaction. She sat back in her chair, speechless for a moment, searching for the words but unable to fathom what they might be. She even found herself studying his face for evidence of what he was saying, despite the fact that there was none there. He was a little grizzled, sure, but he wasn't a rough road. Dye the grey out and ditch the forever disapproving expression, and he'd pass for her age easy. In fact, she'd always thought he kind of knew that he cultivated this ornery grandpa look on purpose. She had never thought it bothered him, but she could see it clearly did somehow. He shifted in his seat once he had said it, folded his arms, unfolded them, went to take a bite from his plate of boiled broccoli and equally boiled chicken, then seemed to find the idea of taking a bite tiresome. He pushed his plate away and looked at her, frustrated now, like he was waiting for her to just get confirmation of this over with. She couldn't give it, however. No matter how much she hated him, she couldn't. It was too preposterous. She just had to couch her denial in something other than kind terms. I do not look mid-20s. I look my age, 35, and you look yours, 42. So what is it you were really objecting to? The amount of smiling going on? All of them too cheery for you? It's nothing to do with cheeriness. Well, it must be something bugging you. Yes, it is. They're all extremely thin, he said. And this time her brain didn't just say, what the fuck? It seemed to short-circuit altogether. She couldn't say anything for the longest time, and in a way he obviously took as condemnation. He sighed heavily, leant forward, spread his hands, dropped his voice just a little. Look, it's not that I have anything against a woman being skinny. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm sure they're all incredibly healthy and to many men very attractive. But it just isn't what I am into, all right? It didn't make anything make more sense, however. More amusing, but not more full of sense. So what you're into is big booties. Don't say booties to me. That's a yes if ever I heard one. Can we just get on with this? I pick her, okay? He jabbed a finger at one of the pictures. Louisa Yates, she thought it looked like. The one who mainly did bit parts in soaps and advertised things you'd never heard of. Though the name and the resume weren't what struck her. So you like brunettes, then? With big dark eyes, she said, before she could really think things through. Or imagine what that sounded like. You made it seem as if he picked a woman that resembles you, her mind calmly informed her. But when she tried to shrug it off, she realised. He was staring at her. And she was staring back at him. And it was going on for a very, very long time. Too long, really. So long, in fact, that she saw the second he stopped simply holding her gaze and started searching it. Subtly, she thought, but it was definitely there. A shift in the sheen over them, a slight flicker of those two dark eyes. A deep brown in some lights, ink black in others, now blacker even than that, and ransacking her for something embarrassing. A confession from her soul. I want you to want me. Even though the idea had never once crossed her mind. The idea was so inexplicable to her, so buried beneath years of his seething hatred, it just wasn't possible. He had to know it wasn't. Tell him it's not, she told herself, but of course couldn't. It would only make things worse. And they were already really bad. Suddenly everything seemed 10 degrees warmer, as if their waitress had cranked the heat just over their table specifically. She could feel it starting to suffocate her inside her sweater, to make her want to pull at the collar like a cartoon character. And any second it was going to cause a flush over her cheeks. A guilty one, she thought. Despite how silly that was. After all, it was happening to him too. He touched his collar, and her eyes flicked to the abrupt move, and she caught what he was trying to cover. The tiniest hint of pink at the base of his throat, like he was starting to actually blush somehow. Caleb Miller, doing what people who had feelings did. Must be the heating, she thought. Must be the sun coming through the windows all the way over there. Must be the too hot coffee he just drank. Must be. Then he suddenly spoke, and apparently it was. I just went with the one who was smiling the least, he said. And the moment he did, all that imaginary heat and tension and weird imaginings went away. She couldn't even see the pink above his collar anymore. Her sweater felt normal again. Everything was fine. It was fine, and normal and businesslike. Great. Now we can move on to hotels and flights, she said, with such commitment to being breezy she couldn't even hear the shake that wanted to be in her voice. And apparently he couldn't either, because he went right back to his MO. Right, and by flights you mean something that just sounds like me being trapped in a steel tube with hundreds of people I don't know, and then launched tens of thousands of feet into the air. You're not seriously afraid of flying. Nobody said afraid. Did you hear me say afraid? I don't really have to when your voice goes husky over the word people. Yeah, that's called being a misanthrope. A fact that you well know when it comes to me. And even if you didn't, look around you. Do you see anybody pleased to see me? Coming near me? Is the waitress lingering to chitty-chat? No, because I've lived in this town for 5 years and they all know the score by now. Stay away. I heard it's more than that. That they have their pitchforks out for you. Well, why wouldn't they? I am, after all, a horrifying monster. He stood as he said it, as if to make it seem more throwaway, more like a joke. But she caught it in his voice. A hint of something else. Bitterness, she wanted to call it, as jolting to her as that strange eye contact had been. As him choosing Louisa Yates with her black hair and her black eyes. And the fringe, she thought, as he threw money down on the table. Not as blunt as hers, more feathery, but still. Still. It weighed on her mind as he said, I'm doing it in a car and nothing else. And not just because it was a particularly heavy and utterly alien to her thought. No, there was also the fact that said thought would be there, beside her, as they did this. As they crossed the country side by side in a space far smaller than a plane. say you're afraid of driving, she told herself. But too late. Too late. He had already gone. Then. She didn't mean to be passionate about the book. She had just stayed up all night reading it, and it left her punch-drunk and overflowing with feelings in that way all great reads did. And then Professor Dunderson asked why she looked so wild-eyed, why she couldn't sit still, and it had simply spilled out of her. Even stranger, it continued to spill out of her long past the point where people's eyes usually glazed over. For once, she hadn't been concerned that she was taking up too much space, hyper-fixating in a way others wouldn't understand. As if college and writing classes were giving her some get-out-of-going-on-about-these-things card. A free pass to at least occasionally wax lyrical about books. It was only when she was done that she realised her mistake. Because sure, most people in the room weren't wrinkling their noses at her the way many had in high school. The majority seemed to find this completely ordinary, if not as exciting as she did. But there was one who didn't. The guy with the cool comments. The one who hadn't turned out to be cool at all. Caleb Miller. Caleb Miller, who had now 3 times seen fit to tell her that her stories were unrealistic and love-struck, and who was currently staring across the table at her in the ringing silence that followed her passionate waterfall of words about what it meant to her to read that maybe humanity shouldn't go on if it were willing to sacrifice children, a little girl, a girl like her. And he looked like every one of them had slapped him. His eyes were actually big, only momentarily, but still. They were almost moons, before he seemed to realise she was watching and forced them back to normal size. Plus, there was this stillness to him, this quiet that she didn't quite understand, until he got himself back together. His chest moved, and it became clear. He had been holding his breath. Or his breath had caught in his throat. She was sure of it, even as he sat back in his seat and folded his arms over his body. Blew out in this withering way. Acted like it hadn't knocked the oxygen out of his lungs. "That sounds ridiculous," he said in this off-handed kind of way. And she knew when he did that he had meant she was ridiculous. That his shock had been over just how ridiculous a person could be, in fact. Because he was the thing that was here to remind her this wasn't different from high school. It was just as cold toward cringe people like her. People who could be a little messy, a little too passionate, a little too willing to tell things to strangers who didn't care. You need to be more circumspect, more professional, she told herself. Though she couldn't quite let him have that much power. She had to bring him down a peg or two. "I guess romance is no longer giving you the high of hating a single feeling," she told him. Then, instead of ending the sentence with Caleb, as she'd intended, she ended it with something that felt more right. "Miller," she said, and was almost certain she saw him sort of flinch. At the very least, his eyes flicked to her. So she added one more thing with relish. "Now even zombie stories are too sappy for your stony heart." Chapter 5. She tried to tell herself it would be fine. She would simply hire a massive car and they would barely have to see each other. Or she would sit in front with a driver she had hired while he sat behind dark glass in the back. Though really, she should have understood that this was never going to be a thing. That he was never going to allow something like that on multiple fronts. It made no sense at all to be thrown when she got there and saw what he was doing. Yet somehow she was anyway. He let her in through the gate, and there it was, her total shock and horror at seeing the vehicle he expected to cross the country in. Pickup truck, she thought it was, that looked like it was on the verge of collapsing. Blue paint almost faded to white, one side slightly sagging, the headlights murky-looking, and set in surrounds that made her think of something from the movie Grease. And then there was the unsuitability. The truck bed only had an old tarpaulin to secure and cover suitcases. The whole thing was inexplicably tall, in a way that would mean she'd be constantly struggling to get in, but at the same time absolutely tiny in the place she'd have to get in too. She peered around him at the cab and couldn't believe how minute it looked. Like a postbox. She was practically going to be sat in his lap. One sharp turn and they'd merge like amoebas. And she couldn't even protest. He cut her off before she got 10 paces into her spiel about a limo and a driver. If you think I'm about to let some stranger control a car that I am in, probably disobeying all the rules of the road, tailgating everybody in sight, tamping the brakes every 10 seconds so I lose my lunch, you got another thing coming. And that's before I even get into the idea of being carted around like a goddamn king when I've got my own 2 hands and eyes and feet to do the job, he said, just as she'd known he would. But she was desperate enough to keep trying. Okay, but you understand concepts like a huge distance, right? My yearly vacation is a cross-country trip from here to California. And that's great, but this isn't going to have a bunch of fun stops on the way. Neither does any trip I've ever taken. She fell silent, stuck briefly between, of fucking course, and incredulity. And in the end, incredulity had to win. After all, she was trying to sell the idea that he was being ridiculous. So you just drive for fun. Don't say it like it's weird. Believe me, I do not have to try very hard. I mean, at least tell me that you stop off to see the world's largest ball of string or something. Maybe take a picture of a sunset somewhere striking. Meditate on the nature of man and existence while planning the great American novel, she said, sure that the last one would at least seem palatable to him. But instead, the last one just seemed to make him blanch even further. It almost looked like a wince. And he stopped loading bizarre-looking bundles and packages to answer her more firmly, one hand on the edge of the truck bed, the other gesturing at her like his fist was a gavel and she'd just been judged guilty. I genuinely cannot imagine anything more horrifying. I should sue you for assaulting my ears with that nonsense. Balls of string, sunsets, talking to me like I'm someone who can remotely stand Kerouac. If I could go back in time, I would make sure he fell in a well before he ever wrote a word. Worst thing to ever happen to literature, and man, and humanity, he said, as if that made any more sense than the last thing. He was supposed to love writers like that. But she remembered now that he had weirdly never seemed to, and she'd never been able to understand why. Man, you'd think he'd written a happy ending the way you're going on, she tried. But he just shrugged it off, like a coat that fit him poorly. There are other things I hate in books, all right? Plenty of other things. Like someone having an emotion, you mean? No, like someone being a little smartass. What are you talking about? You love a little smartass. I saw you that time almost chuckling over the lass in Zombieland, she said. And when she did, she saw and heard it in her head, in that dark little makeshift theatre, a sound from the back. She'd thought it was a car backfiring. I told you it was a cough, he protested. I had something in my throat. How could you have? You don't believe in movie theatre snacks. It was a mint I had in my pocket. It was very dry and I swallowed too fast. There was no way you had a mint, or swallowed something dry too fast. You think lifesavers are a gateway to treats, and once lectured me when I tried to take an aspirin with some Diet Coke, she said. Then just couldn't resist. She put her hand on the truck's side panel like he had done. Did that almost hip cock he sometimes did, made her face as stiff-looking as possible. And lastly, an affected sort of drawling New England accent. The bubbles force the pill down too quickly, and you choke and die. Is that what you want, Emmett, to choke and die? Terrible mimicry, really. But it made his mouth almost drop open. He had to clench his teeth to stop it happening. When he finally managed to fumble together some words, they came out hissed and strained. Stop knowing things about me, goddammit. Even though she couldn't take all the credit. I probably wouldn't if all the stuff you forced onto me wasn't so weird. Oh, so it's my fault for not being normal enough. Well, I'm sorry I'm not one of those kind dudes you used to love reading about, with their soft eyes and soft voices, and ability to give advice that doesn't sound like they want to murder you for not listening to it. But pretty soon I will be on the road, and you will be in a death trap in the sky, and we'll all be much happier. He went back to loading the truck at that, his back to her, lifting and heaving and stretching and securing things. A boring series of actions, really, and yet she found herself following all of them. The shift of those slab-like shoulder blades under his too thin shirt. The pull of the shirt over his biceps whenever they flexed. His hands working so fast and efficiently. He finished a complicated knot as quick as she could blink. Fingers thick, but somehow so deft at the same time that they seemed to dance. It made her think of the pens he used to roll between them, up and down and around each one. Then somehow that was all she could think about. The always low light in the workshop, the back and forth of it, like a fluttering bird. And even when she managed to force herself away from it, there were other weird things waiting. Like that stuff he'd said about soft dudes. That hint of bitterness in there. Had she imagined that? She must have. And yet her mind kept reversing and going over and over it. It took her an age to get to the real problem. The one she had probably been trying to avoid, with all this obsessing over finger hypnosis and weird comments. Because clearly, he had assumed that they were going separately. But even though separately would have been wonderful for her, perfect for her, a respite from him and this relentless whatever it was, she couldn't seize on it. If she did, if she flew and he went by car, the chances of him making some kind of run for it right in the middle of the tour would be too high. And even if they weren't, her suitcases were just behind her, slightly beyond the gate. It was obvious what the idea was, and all it took was him catching up. Which he did, almost the moment she had the thought. He caught her standing there silently and did a double take, and then his eyes slid sideways and... "You can't really think we can drive to these places together," he said, actual amusement in his tone. Though in fairness it was a desperate sort of thing. And even that slid out of his voice and off his face the moment he saw her expression. He looked haunted and sounded strained when he filled her silence with more words. "Tell me we can't possibly drive there together." But what could she do? She was trapped. He was trapped. God, you didn't think this through, she thought. Yeah, I think you already know the answer to that. You can see my bags. I was hoping I was hallucinating them. And all of this stuff, honestly. And what exactly brought on this hallucination? Non-alcoholic beer? Joke's on you, I don't drink that either. Guess you're not that up on me. Miller, I am barely up on you at all. We argued so much in college I should know the inner workings of your very soul, given how good I am at observing people and anticipating their every need, but all I have is trivia about candy and characters in movies you sort of like, she said, intending only to argue with his point. She heard how it sounded, however. It had that same hint of bitterness he had possessed when he'd talked about her liking softer men. Like he was denying her something. Like she wished to know more than these meagre scraps and guesses. Even though he had to know that that wasn't the case. Surely, she thought as she searched his expression. But somehow that just ended in eye contact again. And this time it was even more intense. It felt like her eyes had been jammed into his. Like they were an inch apart, even though it was more like 5 feet. You could have fit an entire person between their bodies easily. And yet, even so, she had to actually take a step back. He had to shake himself, snap that connection almost visibly in a way that seemed resentful. Yeah, and you'll be relieved to know it's going to stay that way, no matter how many long hours this takes, he said, so firmly and annoyingly that she went to be irritated with him in return, to show that she too didn't care to have him know her. Then she realised. He had effectively said yes. And that was a good thing. It was. She would make sure of it, whatever happened. She wouldn't let any of this get to her. Not even the sight of him grabbing her bags without her saying another thing, or the way he strapped them in with an excruciating amount of care. Or what happened when she went to get into his truck and struggled with the giant step up as predicted and wobbled, and felt his hand take hers. Almost instinctively, like someone sliding down a cliff and going for a handhold. In fact, that was how she returned the gesture too. She felt herself sinking back to the ground and clasped that sturdy thing so tight. Too tight, really. It meant a million details immediately pressed themselves upon her. How strangely soft his palm was. How rough his fingertips. And then finally there was the warmth. That startling warmth, as if he'd been a stone effigy before now, looming large and forbidding in the back of her mind. And suddenly she had to reckon with him being something more. Something sweet, maybe. Something so sweet she snatched her hand away the second she was stable enough to get into the passenger seat herself. Though, of course, he didn't take it as a reaction to sudden softness. He looked put out, startled, then rolled his eyes. "Okay, princess," that look said. "Sorry my cheese-grater hands hurt your delicate sensibilities." And she couldn't even say, "No, that's not it." "No, I don't just only like soft men." Because him believing that was cover for what she had really felt. The urge to hold on tighter and try her best not to let go. Chapter 6. She expected him to start the car the second he'd performed a series of what looked like rituals to some unnamed road god. He adjusted his mirrors, even though none needed adjusting. Then he adjusted his seat, despite the fact that it was just as unnecessary. And finally he secured his seatbelt not once, but twice, as if the first time hadn't been satisfactory. "Right, now off we go," she thought at him. But even after all that, he still didn't start the engine. He gripped the steering wheel and stared grimly out of the window, like he was contemplating all the ways this was a terrible, terrible idea and every way he could get out of it. And even after he did finally set off, he didn't seem comfortable. Every time she moved, he glanced at her, then seemed to glance at whatever he thought she was moving toward. The satchel at her feet, the dashboard, the radio. Like he suspected, she was a sort of invasive species, about to spread her terrible spores all over his safe and well-kept space. Soon, the strangely familiar cedar smell in the cab would be replaced by her soft perfume. Her black hairs would be everywhere. And her sticky fingerprints? All over. It made her want to eat one of the chocolate bars in her bag just to live up to his low expectations. Smear it on the windows, see if he shuddered. He had shuddered in college, after all, when she'd licked her finger and accidentally touched the table in front of him and left a little something. She'd caught him after class, when she'd had to turn back to get the book she had left, frantically rubbing at that mark with his thumb. As if it felt so irritating to him that he hadn't even been able to wait to grab a cloth or use a corner of his shirt. Just skin straight to it, over and over until it was gone. She had turned away before he finished the job, most likely by burning his own fucking thumb off. And now here he was, doing the same sorts of things again. Only this time there was no escape. She just had to sit through 3 hours of the initial stretch of this journey, from the outskirts of Bangor toward the first stop in Salem, New Hampshire, the tension forever building and building, every inch of her always waiting for him to actually say something she could fight, some objection to his behavior she could hate, before he finally broke. Like the way he broke a second later. "All right, so I have some ground rules in my truck," he said. And yeah, it was better than she had imagined, but not exactly comforting given that she hadn't actually done anything at all. She hadn't even made a sound, not even a giggle over his behaviour. Though of course she knew how he felt about that too. "Oh God, of course you do. Let me guess, I'm not allowed to laugh," she said, as amused as she could manage when the stinging memory was already resurfacing. The hallway that led to the cafeteria. Him barging between her and some semi-friends. Those scathing words he'd spoken, cutting her giggling down to size. Though, of course, he had to try to weasel out of it. "You are never going to let that go, are you? I never meant that you shouldn't laugh." "No, just that I should be less loud when I do." "I didn't say that it was loud, I said it was horrible." She made a sound of frustration. "And that's better somehow?" "It is when it wasn't about the way you do it. There's nothing wrong with the way you do it. You do it fine, like a happy person who enjoys things, which wasn't why I was mad, no matter how weird you think I am about enjoyment." "So why were you then?" "Nothing. No reason, end of discussion." He made a slicing motion through the air. Though it wasn't this that made her stop asking. It was how weird things suddenly felt. How much she was sweating suddenly, as if they'd been talking about something deadly and desperate. Instead of just a laugh. Just a tiny wound inflicted because of it. She didn't even know why it still bothered her. Why it continued to bother her a little as the drive to the border of the state rolled on. Really, she should have been more interested in the sights out the window. America going by in stripes of gold and red and green. Road signs like brilliantly coloured giants, the rope of the road endless, the occasional desolate barn on some lonely hill like something she imagined only existed in movies. And all of it something she'd never experienced before. At Nordbrook, she'd been too nervous to go far beyond the walls, every bit of her still stuck in small town in the UK mode. Never sure how she had managed to get the scholarship to a whole US university that she had, after spending the years after high school and college being afraid to even apply to ones closer to her. Always listening to her family about how excessive she was, how big her expectations were, and feeling sure that if they thought so, what were cool Americans going to think of her? It really wasn't until she'd learnt what being useful did that she'd had an easier time. That she could be someone else. Indispensable Daisy, and avoid feeling like an intruder. Avoid feeling so unusual, like she didn't belong. Avoid all that, she thought. And then suddenly there it was. The reason why the laugh business was still bothering her an hour later. Why it stuck like a splinter in her mind. It wasn't about the way you laughed. It was about why you laughed, she informed herself. And once she had, it felt so astonishingly right that she blurted out words without even stopping to consider what they were. "Oh my God, you thought we were laughing about you," she said. Then turned to him as if he was going to applaud her eureka moment, instead of what he actually and very obviously was always going to do. Panic. "Don't be ridiculous. I don't care about things like that. I've never cared about things like that. I mean it, Emmett. Don't you start thinking I care about things like that," he said, all in a big weird rush. Then, just as she was thinking, wow, that is the most telling denial I've ever heard in my life, he added some more. "Hey, I can see you thinking I care about things like that." "I'm not thinking you do. I'm thinking about how to explain that we weren't talking about you. We weren't saying you were old and weird. You just happened to walk down the hall as we said Professor Wallyman was, because he was about 1,000 years old." "You're just telling me this because we're stuck in a car together now." "But you're the one who wanted us to be stuck in a car together, Miller. You chose a car over a plane. You chose this thing instead of getting separate vehicles or having me fly and you were the driver, or even just having a front seat I could escape to." He shook his head. "That's not the point. The fact that you're lying to me is." "But I'm not. I never thought that about you. You weren't even ancient." If he is, then I am too, she had remembered thinking at the time. Because he had come late to university just like she had. 32 to her 25, and wholly understandable to someone who had easily been able to see herself waiting even longer. "Felt like it. Felt like I was 1,000,000 years old," he said, and then very visibly seemed to regret it. His hands twisted on the steering wheel, he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. And she caught the expression on his face when he glanced at her. That hint of searching her for the truth, or contempt for his reaction to it. Though of course he didn't appear to like that she had. His face hardened and he turned back to the road. "Anyway, just shut up about it, all right?" he snapped, in a way that would have made her heart rate jump in years gone by. But, oh, it was hard to have that happen, when so many things about this suggested the opposite of anger. The opposite of everything she had thought, really. He hadn't shoved past them all. He had wanted to get away. He hadn't hated her laugh, he had hated being laughed at. And this reaction wasn't intended to hurt. It was intended to cover up his own. He hadn't had feelings then, he didn't have them here. Only he had, and did. And all that just made her heart beat slower, if anything. It made everything inside her go soft and quiet, as this new angle to something sank through her. But what to say? Sorry? The way she always wanted to if she'd hurt someone? She wasn't even sure if he'd understand that. She barely understood the urge herself. He's your enemy, she told herself. He's your enemy who doesn't want to hear it anyway. And then it struck her. How to go about it without really going about it. Got it. No addressing the devastating emotional impact of being on the outside looking in. Thinking people are laughing at you and then getting what seems like confirmation that they are, even though I promised they really weren't. Not about that. Never about that. Your terrible opinions about zombie movies, sure. Your deep love for dry toast, absolutely. Starting university late for probably terrible reasons I don't even want to guess at? I'd sooner run into barbed wire, she said, and now her heart was racing in a way that made her wonder. Was it really fear of him that had ever made it happen in the past? Or was it something else? Something that was in his eyes when she turned in time to catch him looking at her. Gaze raw with confusion and maybe even relief just for a moment. As if he were like her, always waiting for a terrible memory to turn out to be a simple misunderstanding, before he very clearly forced that down and replaced it with something a little more him. "You realize this is all just you talking about it, right?" he said. It was rueful alongside the withering. "Yeah, but you don't seem that mad about hearing it." "Well, I am. I'm furious. Not grateful at all for one word of it." "Good, you shouldn't be. I was just being awful somehow anyway." That's it, she told herself. Give him the amusing out. This is all just a big casual nothing. One enemy saying sorry without really saying it, the other accepting it without really acting like it means anything. And apparently he agreed. Because after a moment of strange silence, he started speaking. Haltingly. Carefully. As if he were treading on an emotional glass floor above a great drop. "Just like I am when I tell you, there's nothing wrong with the way you laugh. Nothing at all. Because now you're going to do it all the time and probably make a real fool out of yourself," he said. And God, when he was done, she had to look away. She couldn't let him see her expression after something like that. Because she knew, for the first time, that he didn't mean fool. He meant, "You aren't." He meant, "I don't mean it." He meant, "Please do it more." And she didn't know how to feel in the face of such a sentiment. It made her think of every single person who'd sneered at her cackle, told her to be more silent, crushed her joy for being too joyful until she had made herself this organized and carefully curated thing. And not one had ever been sorry. Not even just sorry. He had apparently never been saying that at all. He simply wasn't good at explaining or expressing what he did mean, it seemed, and she was too used to things being clear to her keen eye, or too cruel for her to easily imagine anything else. And so here they were. Him silent, her face wet suddenly. Just versions of the same thing the other person was feeling, she thought. Then even more frightening. Maybe we are that in other ways. In every way. And she didn't know what to do with herself then. It sort of felt as if she might have a nervous breakdown if she carried on, so really it was a relief when he abruptly spoke into the fraught silence. "We should go back to the ground rules," he said. Because that was the Miller she knew. That was more familiar ground and therefore easier to navigate. She even laughed to hear it. Then wondered why her laugh was still so small. Then she intended to go after him to give him a piece of her mind. She wasn't a freshman anymore, just finding her feet and full of uncertainty about her place at Norbrook. She was a strong and confident woman who had gotten an A in the very class he spent all his time rolling his eyes at her in. Plus, she had friends. An almost boyfriend. He didn't have anything at all. Just his favourite seat in the cafeteria far away from everyone else. His crappy, austere meals, his cross looks, his constant complaining about her stories and her cute comments and her cackling laugh. So maybe now she could actually just tell him, "No, I'm not putting up with this anymore." But when she got to the stairwell he'd disappeared into, just past their usual battleground of Professor Dunderson's classroom, she had to stop at the bottom step. Frozen in that dim, cloistered little space, one hand on the banister, still ready to go up. Because she could hear him talking. That was his voice from somewhere up there, beyond the twist the stairs took. She'd heard it snapping at her often enough to know it. Though it did seem different now. Less sardonic, softer, and definitely more halting than he usually was with her.
"You said you would tell me if she was doing okay,"
she heard him say, and almost just ran right back out of that little space. You weren't supposed to find out that your mortal enemy had problems, or felt sad about those problems, or cared about someone enough to need that sort of information. They were meant to stay two-dimensional. A villain in your story. Only now she couldn't help thinking about who this she was. A woman he had loved, maybe? It sounded like it. But she knew there were other possibilities, many possibilities, and she couldn't help straining for a second to unearth what they were. His mum? A secret daughter? A mysterious fourth thing she couldn't even imagine. And all of them slotting neatly into why he had taken so long to try for a degree in creative writing. Why, when he was so good at it? God, even she could admit he was good at it. His work was often dry. True, all the messy edges sanded down. But there was something about it, something she could almost hear in his voice right now.
"I know she's not upset with me exactly, but..."
he started to say, then seemed to cut himself off, as if for a moment actual emotion had overwhelmed him. But then just as suddenly it switched.
"Oh, go to hell,"
he said as the beep of a call being ended rang out.
"I don't give a shit."
And now there was the sound of his heavy boots rattling back down the stairs, and fuck! She should never have eavesdropped, should never have stayed. She ran through the double doors down the hall, heart hammering at the thought of him discovering her. And by the time she got to the cafeteria, where her sort of friend group was waiting, where her almost boyfriend was waiting, she had convinced her heart. He hadn't meant that sadness and emotion at all. He was Miller. Just Miller. Her mortal enemy, and not a single thing more. Chapter 7. He took a while to get into whatever his rules were. Probably because he had thought her laugh meant she wasn't seriously interested in hearing. Or maybe just because he actually did need a bathroom stop. He abruptly took the off-ramp to some gaggle of restaurants and gas stations, somewhere just past a town called Benford. Parked on the forecourt of a place that advertised free hot dogs with every $50 purchase of gas. It had a giant bottle of mustard attached to the roof. At one point, she thought, it must have turned in circles. But now it was slightly flaccid and stained, and all it seemed to do was creak back and forth. The kind of thing he hated, she knew. She even remembered a line from one of his books, his fourth one out of the 8 total he'd ever written, while gazing at it out of her window. The abandoned gods of gaudy consumerism surrounded her on all sides. Though it was the heroine of that story she wound up thinking about as he strode across the tarmac to the entrance. Clara Bendrick, bright and brilliant as a star amidst the tawdry drabness of the grocery store she worked at, caught reading round the back next to the bins by a guy up to no good. Though of course he hadn't really been up to no good. The narrative had just insisted on it, so strongly she had never really known if Miller truly thought Jake Tulliver was rotten. In fact, she had never known if he thought all his heroes were rotten and irredeemable or not. He'd always judged them so harshly on the page that readers had sometimes wondered if they really did deserve the heroine. A remarkable feat, really, given how sympathetic people usually were to the sexy dude love interest in a romance novel. but it was also probably part of the reason for the slowly declining belief in his happy endings. Sometimes she shouldn't love him, she thought she remembered reading. She shouldn't, because he cannot change. Then she suddenly felt the deepest urge to double-check it had really been that way. She opened the app on her iPad and flicked to the book, and somehow found it bookmarked on something even worse. Their eyes locked through the pool of light behind the diner and held. He held her gaze, despite knowing how unworthy he was of it. She was as soft and fragile-looking as a wisp of cotton on the breeze, and he knew how easily he could crush such a thing. Those large and luminous eyes, that startled look in them. She had looked the same that day in the store, but at least then she'd had the armor of her uniform, the counter in front of her. The name badge he hadn't looked at for fear of knowing her name and liking it a little too much. Now she was in a simple dress, tennis shoes, too much sweetly rounded leg visible beneath the hem. He turned his face away the moment he wanted to look. He was good at that, resisting temptation. He had to be, because what good could it ever come to? He would never be good for anyone, let alone someone like her. Standing there reading her little book, probably understanding it better than he ever would. Probably understanding a lot of things that he never could. He thought in greys and blacks and whites. Long practice had seen to that. Now it was second nature. Whereas she, he could tell, was in full colour. Underneath the air of sadness, the signs of neglect, the fear of something he was afraid of her sharing, was a rainbow. A supernova. Something that would shame him and his pitiful, paltry life if he ever broke free. But man, did he want to do it anyway, she read. So engrossed she almost didn't see him coming back. She had to scramble to swipe the book away and stuff her iPad back into her bag, then pretend to be fiddling with one of the air vents. Though that came with its own issues. He saw what she was doing and sighed heavily. Right, so, number 1, no touching anything in my truck at any time for any reason whatsoever, he said. Then just like that, they were back to whatever passed for normal, for them. You think I'm going to agree with that? Well, I don't see why you wouldn't. Because the car could blow up and I wouldn't be allowed to get out. She knew the look he shot her without even turning his way. Eyelids lowered over his eyes, fluttering, almost closed. A tightening around his lips. Breath let out in a thin stream between. Exasperation, plain and simple. That is a completely ridiculous hypothetical extreme, and you know it. All right, so I'll make it less extreme. I can't leave to use the bathroom. You're allowed to touch the goddamn door handle, Emmett. So I'll just die in a crash because I couldn't wear a seatbelt. Unless maybe you're planning on putting my seatbelt on me. At the start of every journey, and after every bathroom break or food stop, always brushing your hand against my arm or catching your watch on a button of mine or accidentally touching... She started, and was relieved when he cut her off. She hadn't meant to go that far in her taunting. It felt like she was sweating by the time he stepped in. But if she was, he was doing it harder. Stop it, stop, stop. Enough, all right? I get it. You can touch things in here. Just don't change any settings or move things around. Or press buttons on my radio. I have it all the way I want. I have the stations programmed. Leave it alone, he said, in a way that suggested he didn't mean it at all. He meant me. Sadly for him, however, she couldn't do that while trapped in a truck together. But I don't think I can take hours of podcasts about being sensible. I don't even know what a podcast is. Is that like a talk tick? She put her face in her hands. Oh, God, help me. He's too busy helping me deal with you probably wanting to play love songs all the way to these godforsaken events. Ones about people swooning and smooching and riding giant motorcycles through windows in order to get to some beautiful woman. He grumbled, and she went to grumble back, then realized how oddly specific that was. Specific and very familiar. Like in the Meatloaf video, she asked, much to his very obvious discomfort. No? What? No. Because it sounded like, I don't care what it sounded like, that's not what I meant. I have no idea who Meatloaf even is. Probably because I'm too young and too disdainful of power ballads. Now I'm gonna put on my favorite station and you're gonna deal with it. He didn't wait for her to protest. He got in there quick and snapped the radio on. And it was a snap, too. His truck was so ancient the radio had swizzly knobs that you clicked toward on and off and everything in between. And dear Lord, the thing that came out of it. Is this the shipping forecast? She said. In so deadpan a tone it didn't even sound like a question anymore. And it was definitely the deadpan that made him bristle. He shifted in his seat, loudly enough that she turned to see it. Pointedly, she thought, as if to suggest, well, now you're going to hear just how wrong you are. And then he said the following. It's a station for people who like to hear about boats. Honestly, it was all she could do not to throw her hands up. You're just describing the exact thing I said in a different way. And I'm going to keep doing that as long as you're a jerk about it. Miller, you were just a jerk about me liking love songs. Even though they rule far more than strange boat announcements. And I do not exclusively like them. I also enjoy angsty stuff. Complicated stuff, weird stuff. In fact, my fave at the moment is always warbling about heartbreak. There's no way she's as heartbreaking as my current favourite. Probably not. Though I bet yours is nowhere near as cool. Or modern. Think you'll find she's both. She is very young, and wears blue eyeshadow. He said the word blue like anyone else would say, wearing a live llama on your head as a hat. Much to the delight of the teasing side of her tongue. Oh my God, someone call the weird youths police. You would say that, instead of proving yours is better. I don't need to, she said, half laughing. If being young and wearing blue eyeshadow is the standard of coolness according to you, then she meets it. In fact, she leaps right over it. Her eyeshadow is so blue that if you stare at it for too long, you can't see any other colour. Yeah, but does she do a technique with her voice that nobody else can? Well, I wouldn't say nobody else, but... She started to say, then had to stop dead in the middle of her sentence. Because it was dawning on her now. Slow at first, but then faster and faster until finally it felt like a jolt to the heart. She had to pause and take a breath, and even try to deny it for a moment. But the evidence was all there. Are we actually talking about the same singer? She said. That got him denying it in the worst possible way anyone could. Of course not, that would be ridiculous, just absurd, and impossible. Yeah, but we have liked the same things before. We both love zombies. That was just one thing. One odd obsession. There aren't any others. But there was also the book we tried to check out at the same time, she said, without thinking, too eager to prove him wrong. And now he was wrong, and everything went abruptly quiet. Quiet and much more tense. Like the squabbling wasn't the stressful part. Something else was. Something like the eye contact in the diner. And the eye contact a few hours ago. And the laughing thing when he had gone back to talking about rules and her whole body had sagged with relief. Now it was rigid again, before he'd even restarted the goddamn car. In fact, it was worse than that. He seemed rigid too. She could see him out of the corner of her eye, ramrod straight in his seat like he'd been superglued to it. And God, you couldn't have cut the atmosphere with a fucking chainsaw. It pressed against her, all heavy and weird, not to mention bizarrely hot. She almost asked him to put the air conditioning on. Her cheeks felt as if they were suddenly bright red. And it wasn't just in her head either. The windows were actually steaming up, like when people had heated sex in a car in a movie. She tried to close her eyes just so she didn't have to see it happening, but of course when she did, she just went right back to the thing she shouldn't have mentioned. His hand going for the spine of a book, hers going for it at the same time. Their fingers brushing in a way that had felt strangely electrifying, until she looked up and realized who it was. Just a little static, she told herself in the here and now, and wondered if he was telling himself the same thing too. Kind of sounded like it when he finally punctured the silence. His voice was low, a little hoarse. It was just a coincidence. But she couldn't let that stand. Maybe because even the urge to squabble had now turned against her. Maybe because of that hollow little laugh she'd done when talk of rules to limit themselves had restarted. And then the other 3 books? The ones we both reserved? I told you that wasn't me. They had the name wrong. Your name isn't ordinary enough for that to happen. Well, we had the same classes. Maybe we just needed them. Do we also need to like the same singer completely independently? But we don't. I don't know what you're talking about. You will when I go, she started to say, and he tried to cut her off. He told her not to, but it was already too late. She clumsily tried to make that sound, that ululating sound that Chapel Roan made. Or at least it felt like she was clumsily trying. And it felt like she'd done it just to prove him wrong. But it came out of her differently somehow. Heartfelt, in a way she couldn't explain. Like someone calling out for help. And so dead on it sort of shocked her. She hadn't known she could do it at all. And now she had, and the car was full of strange, yearning music. It rang out, strongly enough that she cut it off before she got to the last note, and laughed. She even thought she'd sold it as funny. It was what she turned to him expecting. Chagrin, an eye roll. And instead found him holding his breath. He had to scramble to disguise it with a cough and a quick look away, but she had caught it. She caught something even more unnerving, in fact. His eyes, before they flicked to something else. Wide they had been. Wide and almost haunted seeming. He saw the ghost of emotions past, she thought. Or maybe the ghost of feelings from the future that he never wants to have. Then, before she could tell herself she was wrong, he started the engine. He drove like the hounds of hell were on his heels. Chapter 8. They didn't talk for a long time after that. Truthfully, she didn't really know what to say. They had covered a lot of very weird ground way too quickly, and it was all fighting it out inside her head. Like the fact that they had way more in common than she had always imagined, before she'd accidentally spewed out all the ways they were similar. Or maybe not so accidentally. She didn't know. All she knew was that those books were now dancing in her head. Come Closer, Parable of the Sower, Little Children, she remembered, but got no nearer to the reason he had wanted or liked any of them. They were so disparate, so random, and so full of moments she couldn't imagine him enjoying. My love is like a fever, she found herself thinking. Then closed that thought up, like a book. She had others to go over anyway. Like the absolutely bizarre fact that he had been hurt by something she had done, even though she'd never thought of him as someone who could be hurt at all. She'd seen other people call him an old man without any impact. So what did it matter when she had? You're just harsher, she thought, and actually found herself wincing over the idea. More than wincing, rethinking how they talked, how she talked, the things she said. Feeling out boundaries, things that might cross the line for him. As if she actually cared, or caring was even worth it. After all, it wasn't as if he ever pulled his punches. And he won't over this, her brain added. At some point you're going to get him cracking a sneery joke about the fact that you sung like that, and you know it. The worst part was, though, she did know. She did, even as she tried to deny it. He was just startled. He just hates singing. He just, she told herself. But really it all amounted to the same thing. She'd done something from the heart, something sincere and joyful. And he had scoffed and rolled his eyes and tried to stop it somehow. Like that time in the bar just outside campus. The one everybody always hit on Friday nights, but he had rarely ever gone to. Hell, she had rarely gone to it either. Her friends had been thin things then, ready to have a chat with her if there was no one else available, happy to accept her help and her ability to solve their problems, but disinclined to ask her to events. And she had always known why. She wasn't the right kind of fun. She was the sort that she had imagined Miller to be when she had first seen him speak. Passionate about things she loved, desperate to talk about them, hungry to set the world to rights. But nobody, not even him, really liked that. He preferred her without all the gushing enthusiasm. They preferred conversation about things she had never really understood. The minutiae of their happy middle-class lives, what they were going to do at the weekend, who they were seeing. They didn't understand. My mother went without meals so I could come here. They didn't get that weekends could be filled with working as a night watchman. They had no conception of not being seen. But she had gone one night with Stacey or Suki or Sally to the Wanamaker with the warm beers and the makeshift dance floor. And for once she had danced. She had dared to make a fool of herself, even though she was already learning it was a good idea not to. In fact, she felt as if she only had then because that was when Christian had first spoken to her, encouraged her, spun her round. Of course, it had all been bullshit in the end, but at the time she had enjoyed it. And in the middle of it all, she had looked up and seen him, standing in the darkest possible corner, completely alone, without even so much as a soft drink in his hand, staring at her in a way she had never forgotten. Those dark eyes shot through with a kind of thunder, as if the very idea of her dancing was a personal affront to him. Then once he realised he had been caught, it had shifted. Grown withering, she had thought. Or maybe just contemptuous. She still didn't know for sure all these years later. She just knew that it had been unpleasant and would probably be unpleasant now in some way. He would make her pay for enjoying something in front of him, and sure enough, when it came time to grab something to eat, he didn't ask her what she wanted. He just swung into the parking lot of a place called Plain and Hearty, on the gloriously green and tree-lined outskirts of Salem, that seemed to serve all of 3 items. Oatmeal, something called a potato sandwich, and boiled broccoli. "This can't be a real place," she said as she peered at the menu proudly displayed on the window beside the door. But he had already gone inside. Worse, in fact. Because when she finally got in there too, and sat opposite him in a booth at the back, he got up and tried to sit in the booth behind her. Perfectly aligned, his back to her back, and then a very pointed opening of his paper, as if she'd offended him somehow by sort of working things out with him and then singing. It was ridiculous. "You cannot actually be doing this, or expecting me to just accept it," she said, without turning her head. And he answered without turning his, voice dry and deadpan, with just a touch of exasperation.
We've just spent 4 hours together. You really don't want a break?
This isn't a break. Your head is 2 inches from mine.
Well, I don't really see what difference that makes.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You know this looks like a kid wanting me to know he doesn't want to play with me. Don't act like you don't see it. Don't play innocent with me. I'm not misunderstanding this one, she said. Too fierce, she knew. It made her seem upset, even though she wasn't, and would most likely lead to him being even worse than he already was. But then she heard the rustling of his paper and the scrape of his boots on the cheap linoleum, and suddenly he was shoving himself into the seat opposite her.
Oh, fine. Fine.
Here, happy? He fumed. As if anyone could be, just as plates of the beigest food to ever exist were set down in front of them by a waitress inexplicably scowling harder at her than he was. Not really, no. Now I have to eat garbage while being angrily glared at.
The food here isn't garbage. I drive out here all the time just to grab lunch.
That doesn't fill me with confidence. In fact, it fills me with dread, honestly.
Liked the breakfast I ordered you, didn't you?
Yeah, but there they had things I enjoy.
They do here, too.
He gestured at what she now had in front of her before picking up his own fork to tuck into what he had. Switching from the left hand to the right, as usual, sawing with one side of it, then spearing it angrily and shoveling it in. It always looked to her like he didn't enjoy it, like he just needed fueling up, which was probably a good thing considering his meal was even plainer than hers. But her stomach was growling, so she had to at least try. She picked up one half of what looked like a toasted sandwich, imagining the flavour of boiled potatoes in the middle, and instead got such a hit of garlic it almost made her eyes water. She actually coughed into her sleeve, it was that strong. Much to his amusement.
Told you. They only serve basic stuff, but you can quadruple the amount of the basic stuff if you want. So I quadrupled it for the thing you like, he said.
And damn him, he had gotten it right. Hell, she even knew how he had. The garlic shaker at DeSoto's Pizza. The one he'd seen her upending all over her triple mushroom as he worked on the bread he'd scraped all the tomato and cheese off of 2 tables away.
Trying to ward off vampires, huh?
He'd said. If by warding off vampires you mean warding off you, she'd replied. But apparently he didn't care if she reeked, and she didn't care if he mocked her because she ate the whole thing. Then couldn't help sucking her fingers when she was done, even though he reacted the same way as he had for the breakfast in the diner. That smug satisfaction briefly dipped, just long enough to hit disgusted. Or maybe unsettled. It was hard to tell, and even harder to spend time working out. Fine. It was good, she conceded. But I am still going to propose that the second rule is we trade off. You pick one place to eat, I pick the next. And we both have to take into account what the other person might want to eat.
Do you even know what I like?
I'm already thinking of the stewed cabbage place just outside Paramus, New Jersey.
Then we have an agreement. Rule number 2, restaurant trade-offs.
Cool. And what did you have in mind for number 3?
No more than 10 minutes of talking per hour.
He gave her a pointed look on the end of that and tried to pick up his paper. He had to know, however, that she was never going to allow such a thing. And how are we supposed to work that out? Are you wanting me to time it?
All I know is we have already massively gone over budget.
We better be super fast then. What's rule number 4? He pretended to consider. Then,
no talking about personal things.
We should make rule number 5 no vague rules.
These rules are perfectly clear. You're just determined not to understand them, he said.
But the paper was down again. He was leaning forward slightly, invested in this overshoot of Rule 3. And she was happy to oblige him. How am I supposed to understand what's too personal when I'm talking to a man who thinks finding out that he likes raisins in his oatmeal is? I didn't even mean to find that out. It was just an accident. You dropped the box and I picked it up. You picked it up to torment me. She sighed. Jesus, Miller, listen to yourself. I'm trying to, but you got me all turned around. Okay, how about this? We define personal as our traumatic backstories. You mean like that time that dipshit put you in the fucking hospital? She flinched when he said it, and she could see he knew it too. The moment he clocked her reaction, he came so close to visibly and silently cursing at himself that she could actually identify the shape of it forming on his lips and in his expression. Like he'd crossed a line. Even though he really hadn't. The whole incident hadn't been anything, truth be told. Just a bar fight. A thrown elbow. She didn't remember much. And there were no more horrible memories with Christian beyond that either, because he'd bounced shortly afterward. Not even a note, just suddenly in California. Or so she'd heard. Hardly a harrowing chapter in her life. Certainly no more so than her mother saying she must have been swapped at birth because she wasn't like any of them at all, or her father agreeing, and her brother nodding his head in the background. But she wasn't about to let him know that. I see. So these rules are only going one way. You get to ask about my traumatic backstory, but I am not allowed to ask about yours, she said, thinking as ever of the phone call, the swimming, the faint curled scar just below the little finger on his right hand, the one she used to find herself looking at whenever he scribbled something in front of her. And there was another one too, right over the largest knuckle of his right hand, crisscrossed like a kiss. He beat a man to death and got off on a technicality, Stacy had once said. But she knew that couldn't possibly be true. He hated violence. He turned his face away when heads got crushed during zombie movies. Had talked constantly about never raising a hand to kids, to women, to people with nothing. She'd seen him that time with the homeless man underneath the Parkside Bridge. The one who lunged at people if they got close. Somehow Miller had been the only one who never got mad. He could talk him down. He knew how to diffuse situations. So what happened then, she thought. Why those scars? Why the sense that your right hand doesn't work as well as your left sometimes? Why does it seize up? Why do you have to rub it? Why is your grip funny when you lift that coffee? She couldn't ask, however. She was too busy rolling her eyes over his excuse for asking about her. No, but when you throw me like that, he started, and they about spun right out of her head. First of all, I did not. Second, well, what if you throw me? Then next thing you know, I'm probing you on the innermost depths of your life, making you talk about your evil parents and bad uncles, and that time someone broke your heart so badly that the only food you'll allow yourself to eat has to be boiled to within an inch of its life, she said, careful not to hit any of the guesses she'd ever made about him. But close enough that his eyebrows actually tried to rise, and his whole body went completely rigid until his brain caught up. Fine. Fine. You get a clause. It's only fair game if we introduce it ourselves. I accept, but also have no idea how we're going to remember all this. Why don't you put it in one of your files or schedules or spreadsheets? They're for real things, not imaginary nonsense you need to cope with me. He made an irritated sound. It's not coping. I don't need to cope. I just don't like people in my business messing up everything and getting me all turned around. A thing that you're very good at, I might add, which is probably why you're refusing to take this seriously, he said. But she didn't get a chance to protest. He added, so I will, then reached into the inside pocket of his fleece-lined jacket, the one he hadn't taken off when he sat down, like he needed it as an extra layer of armor. And what he drew out of it, she almost gasped. "Do not say a word about my glasses," he said as he slid them on. Eyes on the notepad he'd also produced, like he could avoid her reaction if he just didn't look at her, even though he had to know that was ridiculous. "How can I not? They are adorable." "They are an aid to help me see." "Right, but they're half moons. You're currently looking at me over them." "I have to. If I don't, you turn into a blue and pink and black swirl." "Technically speaking, but speaking as someone who doesn't care about being technical about this, you look like a kindly professor in a movie about inspiring kids to read," she said, and was pleased with herself for doing so, until she saw his answering expression. He looked completely and utterly taken aback. Only in the good way. The way that said she'd accidentally complimented him, and the idea of accidentally complimenting him made her heart jerk in her chest. She had to add a sharp edge before he started thinking that she found this professor super attractive and awesome. "Those kids would be really disappointed in you for making a list of draconian rules," she said. Though it surprised her when he just went with it, like the idea hadn't crossed his mind at all. "Maybe I'm the tough love kind. You'd need a leather jacket for that." "Leather is awful. Hot in the summer, cold in the winter." "Do you ever just feel like not being super practical about everything?" "That's a personal question. Now, rule number 5, no eating in the truck." "Right, because we wouldn't want the sloppy, disgusting mess to ruin the decor." This time, she didn't just get a look over the top of his glasses. He took them off, probably to really drive home the lecture he was going to deliver about revolting eating habits. After all, he was one of the reasons she had realized she had them. She had caught him glaring at her once as she devoured a burger, seen him staring darkly at the smear of jam between the curves of her Cupid's bow. And she had noticed how he had watched her lick her fingers, like he had desperately wanted her to stop. It had surprised her how little she had felt the urge to, really. But it surprised her more when he replied, "You think I'm saying this because you're a disgusting mess? Have you always believed that? When did you start? What did I say to make you think so?" "Be very specific," he said, so fierce for a second she had to sit back. And not because he had stressed her, because he had shocked her. "You've just always looked at me like you thought so." "Well, I don't. I just don't like food in my car." "You didn't like the way I ate my breakfast either." He jabbed at the table with one finger. "I got that breakfast for you." "But you could hardly look at me as I ate it. It's impolite to stare, especially when someone does something so..." "Does something so what?" "What exactly do you think I do it like?" "Like you love it," she supplied when he didn't answer. "Like you enjoy it." And it made so much sense to her as soon as she had the thought. He didn't know how to be so into something. He hated letting go, indulging, devouring things whole. So why would he like seeing someone else do that? How could he ever understand? He probably viewed it like an alien would when seeing a human do things it couldn't. Though it still shocked her when he abruptly seethed. "It doesn't matter. Just know disgust at your sloppiness isn't why. Got it?" he burst out. Then, when she went to answer, he tapped the paper he'd written on. "Rule number 4, no talking about personal things." And she obeyed. She fell silent. Even though it only occurred to her once she had, that it didn't apply. They'd been talking about her, not him. Her eating habits, her sloppiness. Not him. Nothing to do with him. Why on earth, she thought as he lifted his paper between them, did he think it was about him? Chapter 9. He seemed subdued after their conversation in the restaurant, lost in even deeper thought than he had been over the singing. In fact, he didn't even say anything about her taking a picture of the sunset lowering over the endless trees they were headed toward. He heard her making a little sound over it and said nothing. And nothing about the hotel she had chosen for their first overnight stay. No complaining about the bright modern decor. No rolling his eyes over the chipper person in reception. No grumbling over his too fancy room. He just accepted everything in this silently brooding sort of way. But she hadn't the faintest clue why. It almost made her want to poke at him to get some kind of reaction. Rip off the band-aid on his emotional damage before it got any worse. Allow it to continue and eventually he'd explode, and she simply couldn't afford that. Tomorrow was the big day. His first public appearance of the tour. Things needed to get off on the right foot. And especially with rumours swirling on social media that she was going to be there. His mystery woman, his lady love, his special someone. The muse, some of them referred to her as. Half of them excited over the idea, half of them sceptical. I heard it's just a stunt, she read some variation of about 10,000 times. Which wouldn't have usually worried her, considering even stunts had their value. All you needed to do was seed enough chatter, enough doubt, enough promise of something. But at the same time, it was an awfully large hole he'd dug for himself, telling everyone that he thought love was a joke for babies. And he was never going to be great at selling anything else. He couldn't even manage a convincing good night to her. He stopped just before he went into the room adjacent to hers, a keycard poised to swipe, hand about to push, and caught her eye. And just as she was about to say the word, he cut in. "Well then," he said with one brusque nod, before he disappeared and sighed. He was really something. And he was even more of that same something in the morning. She knocked on his door and he didn't answer, even though she knew he had to be up. In college, he had risen so consistently early, people suspected he never slept at all. Yet still, he made her try again and again. She was honestly starting to wonder if he'd died from being talked to, and even more so when she realised the door wasn't locked. One last firm rap on the wood, and it just swung open a little. It made her heart stutter in her chest in a way she didn't like. She strode into the room just to shut it up. Though it was the sound of the shower and him rattling around in there that really did it, and she knew it. He was alive, and now she was just standing in his room. His still pin-neat room, as if nobody had ever been here at all. The only sign was his laptop, open on the dresser right next to her, slightly turned her way, too, like it was just waiting for her to look at it. And she did want to, if she was being honest. Beck had only texted her the night before asking if there were any signs Miller was writing. Apparently his boss was deeply concerned that even if they fixed this massive clusterfuck, there were no books on the horizon. That Miller had given up. And if what was on the screen was any indication, they were right. The man couldn't even seem to manage a dedication now. His first, in the book If I Was Enough, had contained the words, "I dwell in the dimmest hallways of my haunted soul without her." But this one, whatever it was going to be, just said, I can't, under the heading. After which she couldn't help scrolling. Just a little, just to see what came beneath chapter 1. And this was what she got. It was Wednesday. A cold Wednesday. A cold, rainy Wednesday. That was when he went grocery shopping. He bought bread. Plain bread. Then he went home. He ate the plain bread. He went for a run. Everything was normal and fine and fuck. What the fuck am I doing? Help me. I don't know how to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. Shit, she whispered under her breath. And it was good she did do it under her breath too, because that was the moment the shower thunked off. In fact, for a whole and horrible second, she thought he might have heard her anyway. He didn't make another sound after killing the water for what felt like an age. But then, blessedly, there was a rustle of a towel and the slap of skin on tiles, and here was her chance. She fled before he could find her here, unearthing any further evidence of his disenchantment. Though the evidence was even greater once she found him in the lobby. He hadn't dressed smartly like she'd suggested. He was in the same uniform he had been wearing since that day she had climbed the fence at his survivalist compound in the woods. Worn denim shirt, worn jeans, worn boots, tartan jacket with fleece innards and about 1,000 pockets. Hair a tousled, tangled, ragged mess, stubble and sort of beard and moustache even more grizzled than usual. He honestly looked like he'd just rolled out of bed, even though she knew he hadn't. And he didn't say hello either. He just stayed exactly as he was, body shoved deep into a seat, paper folded over to the story he wanted to read. It wasn't even a decent paper either. It was just some weird local sort of thing, probably full of stories about people found with 1,000 raccoons living in their basement. But of course it meant he didn't have to speak, or even really acknowledge her when she went over their schedule for the day. She told him what his fake beloved was going to do, based on everything Daisy had stressed to her. And he just shrugged. Fine, he said at the end of her carefully prepared speech. But he didn't look fine once they got to the makeshift green room in the town's convention centre. Plastic-covered couches, musty smell, a sad table loaded with jugs of orange juice and some wilting sandwiches. And suddenly there she was. The pretend love of his life. All glowing and golden, like some upgraded version of Daisy. Hair thicker and more lustrous. Clothes slicker and more stylish, smile coated in glossy red, and so perfect it made Daisy want to press her Vaseline-glazed lips together. And of course she was already acting the part to perfection. She called him darling on seeing him, pulled him directly into an embrace, of the sort that Daisy had warned him would happen. She had told him that Louisa was going to act the part from moment one, in case anyone was watching too carefully. And he had agreed, definitively. She had even asked him twice to make sure. Yet nobody would have ever known it. He seemed to go completely rigid the moment she made contact, as if she'd stabbed him in the gut instead of putting her arms around him. And even after he'd managed to get a hold of himself, he didn't seem able to reciprocate. In fact, it looked like he didn't even know what reciprocation was. His arms stood out stiffly from under hers like a human forklift, as if he was about to lift her body and deposit it onto a warehouse pallet. Then he seemed to realise that was weird and sort of curled his hands in the rough direction of her back, but for some ungodly reason they couldn't seem to make contact. They just hovered there, 5 inches away. 2 bizarre claws vaguely groping the air. If the events coordinator, Leslie with a Y, she had informed them both as she swept them through a very glossy reception area to some very functional hallways, had been able to see what she could, it would have been curtains, unquestionably. And she could tell by his eyes that he knew it. They were filled with a sort of furious panic, aimed at her, and only her, over the shoulder of the woman he was supposed to be in love with. Then, even more startlingly, he mouthed 2 words very distinctly. Help me. Like he hadn't agreed. like he hadn't told her he could do it. "You promised me it wouldn't be a big deal," she thought at him. But it was too late for that now. The only way out was through. So she bustled up to them and did her best to smooth things over. "Oh, these two lovebirds," she said as she oh so subtly separated everybody. And it worked, too. Leslie beamed, revealing lipstick on her teeth, and Louisa beamed back, revealing nothing but perfect blinding whiteness, and Miller hid his horror behind a drink he suddenly needed. But even that wasn't enough. Because about 10 minutes before he was due to go on stage, just after shaking the hand of the moderator of his talk, a cutie patootie called Joan something or other, in a t-shirt with a quote from one of his books across the front, he said he needed the bathroom. And she knew exactly what needing the bathroom meant. It was the reason she followed him 5 seconds after he had fled. The reason he went left when he was supposed to go right. The reason he stopped in the middle of cutting across the stage and turned to her as she barreled toward him, then held up his hands like someone under arrest. "Not guilty, Your Honor," she could almost hear him saying. But he was guilty, and not just of wandering off. "You're going to escape out of the window, aren't you?" she said, voice full of as much fury as she could pack into a hushed whisper. Because it did have to be a hushed whisper, after all. A lighting guy was clanking above the gantry just above their heads. Leslie with a Y appeared to be standing just off stage, yammering instructions about something into her phone. And of course there were those curtains. The ones that stood closed, not 3 feet from them. Heavy and lush-looking, but not really blocking out what obviously lay beyond. A crowd, it sounded like. A big crowd already assembling to see him. She could hear the hum of their excitement like a background soundtrack to whatever this was going to be. Something ugly, she thought. Just as he dipped his head to a hoarsely whisper. "Well, what do you expect? Setting me up like this?" "You knew exactly what was going to happen. I told you." "Nothing you said suggested she would look so... that she would be..." "Be what? Professional? Willing to do her job to the very last letter? I told her one hug in the green room, let you and me lead the conversation while she looks at you adoringly, and then you introduce her on stage and embrace again, all of which she has so far done perfectly. I don't know what more you could want." "You to admit you're mocking me?" "Mocking you how?" He went to speak. She could see he did. His chest rose, his lips parted. But in the end, something seemed to stop him. Her expression, she thought it was, because he ransacked it about a second before he fell silent. Then finally he looked away. He let out a frustrated breath. "It doesn't matter. I'm leaving," he said. And he did it so firmly she couldn't keep down the panic in her voice. Not even just panic now. Something weak and wretched. "But there are thousands of people waiting for you," she pretty much pleaded with him, as if he was ever going to be moved by that, as if he was ever going to be moved by anything. And sure enough, he made a sound of derision. "I don't care. I don't care. None of them mean a fucking damn to me." Though it wasn't the confirmation that got her. It was the way he put it. It was that one word, damn. Like a coffin lid closing on the crowd's excitement to see him. Even after he had hurt them, even after he had pissed their love up a wall, even after they had so much faith in him and he had crushed them, they were still excited. And he was still an arse. He was so much of one she couldn't stop herself. "Nobody means a fucking damn to you, Miller. Those people love you and they love your books and you treat them like shit. Like they're a hindrance, a bunch of fools to be tricked, dangling the promise of someone who understands them right in their faces and then laughing when they reach for it. Smashing them when they reach for it, crushing them down with your contempt until they're certain nothing they do is cool enough, practical enough, clever enough. You made sincerity and emotion and love seem like things they should be embarrassed about, and I will never forgive you for doing that to them," she snarled, so full of fury that the words tumbled out before she could think a single one of them through. But she thought about them in the ringing silence that followed. Oh yeah, she thought about them then. Of course she did. Because she hadn't said them. She had said me. She had said she was the one crushed, not that crowd out there. She was the one who couldn't forgive, not them. And so clearly that he couldn't even pretend. He heard the word and jerked as if she'd slapped him. Then suddenly he seemed to be breathing very hard. More than very hard, his chest was practically heaving, as if she'd just made him run up an emotional cliff face and now he was exhausted, ripped raw, afraid of falling back down to the bottom again. But completely unable to do anything about it. He went to say something. No words came. And his eyes. God, she'd never seen them look like that. Not flat and dull, but struck through with a strange, brittle light. Then, just as she was thinking this was too much, he stepped forward. He moved right into her space, so close she couldn't help it. She put up her hands. Just to block whatever he was doing, she thought. But then somehow she ended up with her palms pressed to his chest. Like he wasn't trying to do something bad, and she wasn't really trying to stop him anyway. And now they were just like this. Her face turned up to his face looking down at hers, her hands on him. Worse than that, in fact. She felt as if he went to step back, yet somehow when he did, she found herself bunching her fists around the lapels of his jacket. And just as she was realizing how weird that was and tried to end it, he grabbed her by her wrists. Like he actually had no problems at all with making bodily contact. Then he did something even stranger. He went to say something. An angry something, she thought. But when it came out, it was just her name. Emmett, he said. Emmett. And finally another thing. One that definitely started with a D, but felt like it couldn't possibly be. Don't you dare say Daisy, she thought at him. And he didn't. But she kind of suspected that was just because of the gasp. The big, collective gasp coming from the crowd of people the curtains had drawn back to reveal. There they all were, suddenly, gawping at her with her hands on him and his hands on her. Not just gawping, in fact. Most of them had their phones up, already capturing this moment for posterity. Caleb Miller holding someone he absolutely hated. As if she was everything they had imagined the love of his life to be. Then. She knew full well she shouldn't have said it. Something about the word just seemed to make him react differently, despite how small it was compared to the other insults she'd levelled at his work over the last 2 years. He had lobbed preposterous and unbelievable at hers. She had lobbed stilted and cold back at his. He had accused her of using too many flowery adjectives. She had accused him of being allergic to long sentences. Your work reads like a machine uniformly stamped each one, she had once said. So surely this didn't matter. It was just the relatively okay, phony. And she hadn't even thought it was really true. He'd read aloud something just as dry and emotionless as always, and then he'd gotten to the part where the main character started extolling the virtues of living an austere, macho life, and somehow it had just popped out of her. As if she suspected he didn't really mean it, even though she couldn't imagine how he didn't. He was like that himself. It was who he was. and yet he jerked, as if caught red-handed. His lips parted. He went to argue back like always and failed. It was the strangest sight she'd ever seen. And not just to her. Everybody else in the room seemed to be staring at him suddenly too. All of them so trained to anticipate one of Miller and Emmett's explosive arguments that they didn't know what to do when it wasn't delivered. The lack of it happening just hung there, an unpopped balloon. And the balloon was getting bigger. It swelled as they stared at each other, always seeming a second away from explosion. By the time he spoke, she was almost holding her breath. Hell, he had been holding his, because his words had to work their way around his thirst for oxygen.
What do you mean by that?
He demanded, while her mind raced, explanationless. Nothing, she finally said. But of course he wouldn't accept it.
You think I secretly, deep down, don't believe that? Say it if you do.
It just sounded like it didn't ring true. Like you were just...
Like I was just what?
Come on, spit it out, Emmett.
You usually do.
She hesitated. But now it wasn't because she didn't know what to say. It was because she did, and didn't like it. It sounded too... She didn't know. Like something she was secretly hoping for. Something she was still clinging to instead of the truth. In the end, though, it had to come out. Like lancing a wound. On autopilot. Echoing things you think you should write but maybe don't want to anymore, she said, a little shrug on the end just to make it seem casual. He didn't take it casually, however.
That's ridiculous. How dare you?
I don't know why you're saying that. I've dared worse.
Like hell you have. Telling me that I long to let go and be like you.
Wait a minute, I never said that.
Well, not in so many words.
In no words, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about you thinking your way is right, but it isn't.
It isn't.
It can't be. I don't want it to be. I'm going to make it not be, and everything will work,
he said, words rising and rising until finally it almost sounded like he was out of control, like he was babbling the way she had after one particularly scathing critique of his. Then even stranger, he stood up abruptly. He stormed out before Professor Dunderson could even do his usual calm down hands and now types of words. She was left staring at the empty space he'd left, thinking of him saying he would make it not be, as if something else seethed underneath, just waiting for him to set it free. Chapter 10. She kind of thought they had gotten away with it at first. She exited the stage in a businesslike fashion after straightening his jacket in a way that seemed like something an assistant would do. And then Joan mentioned that she was that very thing, and she knew everybody there would probably look this up. They'd find out who she was, discover what she did for a living. It was all very neat and tidy and explainable. Yet somehow she still had this sinking feeling in her stomach. It was the reason she almost forced Louisa to go out onto the stage, even though Miller saw and surreptitiously shook his head in the fiercest way she could imagine. Like he had already had enough of these shenanigans and would not stand for any more of them. And even though she knew how much they needed the shenanigans, she hadn't insisted. She couldn't insist on anything right at that moment. Because sure, Leslie with a Y did air quotes around girlfriend as she said goodbye to Louisa, and yes, Louisa laughed when Daisy told her she'd be needed again, and true, a lot of people were looking at them in this very amused way now. But Miller was already probably fuming over everything she had hurled at him. And she had already made herself very vulnerable by hurling it. After all, she had accidentally revealed how much he could hurt her if he wanted to. So it didn't seem like a good idea to push her luck. To back him into a corner. To force him to think about what had probably just happened and what it might mean. and doubly so once they were walking back to the car together side by side. Because the thing was, she expected him to absolutely roast her. But it was worse than that. He didn't say so much as a word. Not a single snide comment about what a hash she had made of everything. Not one cruel aside about how soppy she was over things he had once said. He didn't even ask her a slightly derisive question about it, like, "You really worry so much about something I think." He just walked beside her in silence, like after the singing and the meal at Plain and Hearty, only worse. More intense somehow in a way she couldn't quite identify. All she knew for sure was that it seemed to get bigger and bigger and hotter until she simply had to steal a surreptitious glance at him. Only to find him doing the same fucking thing. He was looking at her. He tried to dart his gaze back away before she could see it, but she saw it all the same. In fact, it was still lodged in her brain after they went back to staring ahead at the doors out of the place. The way he had almost been peering at her, like someone trying to look through foggy glass for a person they had lost in a crowd. Eyes almost wide, eyebrows a little higher than usual. He is watching you warily, just in case you want to spring another emotion on him when he least expects it, her mind suggested. And that seemed to fit so well it made her cringe. It made her panic and want to take it all back, or say sorry or something, just anything that would make it stop. So how was she supposed to raise all the rest of it with him? "Oh, hey, so I know I just dealt you maximum emotional damage, but also I think we may have to pretend I'm the love of your life?" That just sounded completely deranged, even though it was increasingly looking like this was the case. Her phone was now constantly vibrating against her butt. It was like having a really depressing sex toy in her back pocket. And of course she knew the reasons for it. She could almost see Beck's texts without even looking. "Are you super certain that you posing as his paramour is the best idea? I thought the super secret plan was to hire someone." Or Alfie's. "Blink twice if this animal has blackmailed you into this." Or Hazel's. "Look, when I said a fake relationship is a fun way to solve problems, I meant for people who aren't mortal enemies." Or Kelsey's. "Jesus Christ, boss, I know you wanted the company to grow, but this is going to be ridiculous." And it only got worse when she did steal a look at what was going on and found her inbox overflowing with something else entirely. One of the emails was from CNN. Another 3 news stations had somehow found her phone number and texted her. "Because I'm their contact anyway for anything to do with Caleb Miller," she internally groaned. But there was nothing she could do about it now. She just had to find a way out of it. Leak something to some garbage outlet that suggested she wasn't his beloved at all, maybe. Or manipulate the details so they seemed like something else entirely. Like when she'd been working for an A-list rock star and had somehow managed to turn him pooping himself in a McDonald's into him having a vendetta against the place for burning his nan with an overheated apple pie. He'd gone from brown pants to national hero overnight. And that wasn't even her most impressive achievement. No, her most impressive was definitely making sure that everyone who tries to crush Mabel Williker had fallen flat on their faces. All those little misogynists and fatphobes. Oh, she'd worked hard to make sure they got shut down. She could work hard to shut this down too. Quietly, so maybe Miller didn't even ever have to know about it. After all, he was still acting very strangely. They got to the truck and he didn't just help her in. He opened the door for her first. Awkwardly, like he knew he was doing something weird but couldn't seem to stop himself. And he didn't put on the shipping news when he got in. He reached for the on button on the radio, then stopped short. Then reached for it, then stopped short. But the weirdest thing was definitely the restaurant. The one he pulled up outside without saying anything to her or negotiating a single thing, even though it wasn't his kind of place at all. It was the seafood joint she'd bookmarked after their rules conversation. "Big Poppers," the neon sign above the broad windows screamed. And the rest of it was just as garish. It had a giant plastic lobster above the door. He should have been arguing with her about setting so much as a toe in a place like this, and yet he had chosen it, as if he were in the middle of some sort of mental break. First he was furious, and now he was whatever this was, and neither of those two states seemed conducive to a discussion about the shit they were in. It seemed better to just work on it alone, nice and quiet, so he never had to know. And then they got inside the restaurant, and oh God, people made actual sounds. And true, a lot of them seemed to be attendees of his interview. One of a group of girls seemed to be actually cosplaying as one of his characters. But many of them weren't, and they were still staring. Then sort of pointing. Oh, and there was definitely a man in the corner of the restaurant surreptitiously filming them with his phone. Things needed to be said. Broken to him before he noticed on his own. Because he would, eventually. The phone guy had stood now so he could see into the corner she had forced the waitress to take them to. She had to put up a menu as a kind of shield around them before she spoke. "Okay, we need to talk about everything that is going on right now," she whispered, from behind brightly coloured images of dancing crabs and talking fries. But he didn't join her. He just carried on arranging his napkin on his lap and putting on his glasses to peruse his own menu. Then he said this. "Nothing is going on right now. I'm being perfectly normal." As if the issue were his manner. Which it kind of was. He still seemed way too calm and silent for her liking. But they had bigger fish to fry. "You are acting the least normal I can ever imagine you being, but that's not the point." "Then what is exactly?" "What happened on that stage? We had an argument about how cruel I can be." I never said cruel, she thought. But he didn't seem bothered by the label he was levelling at himself. His face was as neutral as she'd ever seen it. She couldn't even really see his eyes behind those little weird glasses to discern if there was light in them. So she ploughed on. "Right, and after that, what happened?" "I did what I was supposed to do, what you asked me to do. I said a lot of things I don't really believe about how simple love is, how it's just there waiting for everyone, that everyone deserves it, that everyone knows how to show and give it, that it's easy and forever," he said, his voice getting fainter and fainter as he did. Like the words were poison to him, even as an echo of the originals. But then he seemed to straighten. He cleared his throat. He took off those glasses and set them upside down on the table as he finished his thought. And they ate it up. Job done. It made her sit forward. Talk like a teacher spelling things out. Yeah, but why did they eat it up? Why did they? What love did they think you were talking about? Let's connect some dots here. Let's put on our thinking caps and switch on our memories and recall who they kept mentioning. The only person they mentioned was you. Yep, and what did they say about me? He looked genuinely puzzled, shrugged one shoulder. Nothing. They wanted to know where you got your sweater, he said. Then he wagged a finger at it, as if it had done something wrong, much to her exasperation. Dude, they asked that because their favourite of your heroes gives the heroine one just like this, with the off-the-shoulder part and the stripes. He makes it for her and leaves it in their childhood treehouse. So you really have read my books? She threw up her hands. That's what you're going to grasp here? I don't know what else you could want. Everything went great, and without any need for any elaborate nonsense. No actress had to pretend to be my special someone for any of this to perfectly work. Miller, they think the special someone is me. She didn't mean to hiss it like that. She had intended to ease him into it, maybe lead him over to figuring it out for himself. But now she had done it and there was no going back. Even if he immediately tried to sort of laugh and shake his head. "What the hell are you talking about? No fucking way do they think that," he said. But she noticed something when he did. His voice cracked on the last word. And he was leaning forward now. He was in the shelter of the menu with her. All she had to do was nudge. "Oh, they very much fucking do. Open your eyes, look around you," she said. And he did. He lifted his head a little and peered over the barrier between them and everyone else. Clearly saw the 3 girls sat 2 empty tables away, giggling and pointing. Then his eyes slid back to her while his face stayed turned toward them. Like most of him had frozen as this new knowledge sunk in. "But the interviewer said you were just my assistant." "And you think the general public listens to things like facts, do you?" "Well, even if they don't, they have eyes. They could see you were seething at me. You had hold of my lapels and you were on your tiptoes. What else could that mean but intense and incredible loathing?" "Don't make me spell it out for you." That got him. He jerked back as if seeing what she was suggesting. What they had imagined. Though as soon as he did, incredulity took over. He leant back in, half rolling his eyes. "There is no spelling it out." "You would never," he said. So now it was time to go hard. Harder than she really wanted to, honestly. "Of course I would never, but they don't know that. They see someone about to heave a man into something and they don't think off the stage like a sack of fucking garbage. They think into getting his face fucked by her mouth," she said, cheeks heating even with the caveat she'd set at the start. But thankfully he didn't seem to notice that. He was too busy blushing too. And his voice when he answered was hoarse. "Good God, don't say things like that to me. That cannot be true," he said. But she could see he was starting to believe it. All she had to do was underline what he already knew, and she had a good idea how to do it. In fact, she was already getting out her phone, searching a few key words, flicking to a few images. Though even she didn't realise just how bad they were until she was in the middle of showing him. She got to a picture taken by Millerverse369, almost gasped and tried to take it back. But it was too late for that now. It was there in 4K, enormous looking even though it was only on her tiny iPhone screen, and somehow so well lit it looked like a still from a movie. Romancing the Loathed, she found herself thinking. Though if that was the title, the shot had to have been from the end. It looked like they were trying to merge with each other. She could hardly see where his jeans ended and hers began. One of her legs was somehow behind his, so obscured that it genuinely seemed as if she'd hooked it around his hip. If they'd been naked, nobody would have been in any doubt that he was right up in her guts. Hell, it kind of looked as if he was anyway. His cock had transcended the laws of 4 layers of fabric somehow. But that wasn't even the most harrowing thing about the image. No, there were about 3 other more pressing matters. Like the fact that the knuckles on her hands were white, and her back was really, really super arched, and her face was tilted right up to his, eyes inexplicably half closed, lips bizarrely parted. You must have been in the middle of narrowing them and spitting insults, she told herself. Yet it couldn't change how a split-second capture of that looked. It was humiliating in the extreme. Or at least it would have been, if he hadn't looked significantly worse. One of his hands seemed to be on the nape of her neck, even though she didn't remember that happening. And it felt like she should remember, because it wasn't a slight or unpleasant sort of thing at all. His thumb was in her hair. He almost appeared to be gently cupping her there, urging her face up so he could do the thing. The one she didn't want to think about but had to. Because he'd almost tilted his head down to her in that singular moment, the way someone would if they wanted to go ahead, if they were past considering it and into something else, if they were on the cusp of it, though it was his eyes that really hit her hard. The way they lay on her, heavy and soft as winter eiderdown. Transfixed, it almost looked like, as if nothing else in the world mattered. Only she felt important. Only doing whatever this was felt important. Only kissing her did, because she had to admit that kissing was the right word for it. And so much so that it made her heart start beating hard and slow in her chest. Even though he didn't seem to see it. "They must have photoshopped your face," he said. Which was good in one way, because it meant that he didn't believe her expression was anything but what it absolutely had been. But in another it was bad, because now she had to keep pushing. She had to convince him of what the crowd had seen, even though it made her face heat to do it. And my body, too, I'm guessing. It isn't your fault your chest is doing that. You just have... You have a lot of that sort of thing. So, when you stand that way, it makes it seem like things are happening. Like a lot of things are happening, even though obviously they're not. I mean, clearly you would never purposefully arch enemy like that, he said, voice wavering all over the place as he did so. Twice he had to stop and swallow, too hard. And she could see that colour creeping up over his collar, just out of the corner of her eye, because she couldn't stand to look at him directly right at that moment. But it was definitely there. And it deepened when she replied, "I can't believe you just called my tits that sort of thing." "Well, I'm not going to be gross about your body on top of all this." "Nothing you say will ever make me think that. It just makes you seem in deep denial about what has happened. They saw what they saw and came to their conclusions, and now we are in big, huge trouble." "Okay, but even if we are, they'll figure it out." "Figure what out?" she asked, and now she did glance at him. But he just looked baffled by her bafflement. "The university stuff?" "You mean confirmation that we knew each other years ago?" "Well, we didn't just know each other. We hated each other. Everyone will back that up. Every person from college they ask will say we argued constantly, that we couldn't get along, that I badly hurt your that I made some he said. That weird swallowing thing he was doing now so bad it was cutting whole words in two. She couldn't even tell what he was trying to say, really. Not that it mattered. They had bigger problems. "Miller, hey, focus. Listen to me. That will not matter." "How on earth won't it?" "How on earth couldn't it?" "Because they'll just think of it as enemies to lovers." There, she thought. That makes sense. But he just rumpled his face up in disgust. "That sounds terrible." "It isn't, though. It's the opposite." Even though, by definition, enemies cannot be lovers. I mean, what are they doing? Clambering into bed with knives at each other's throats? Accidentally falling onto each other's genitals while attempting to aim their death rays? He made a sound that was almost a chuckle and shook his head. Like, "Ho, ho, 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 these silly fools," while she did her best not to lose her mind. She had to take a second, carefully put down her phone, breathe slowly. Otherwise, she was likely to explode and let everyone hear the lie. instead of keeping her expression neutral. Then saying it in a low, tight hiss that only he could hear. Yes, for fuck's sake. Yes, that is exactly what they do, and exactly what people eat up. Oh my God, how did you ever become so successful in this industry? I mean, what did you think when Never Not You sold 1 million copies?
What I usually do when that happens. Everybody has gone mad.
Oh my God, I am going to walk into the ocean. She tried to put her face into her hands then, surreptitiously behind the menu so only he could see how despairing she was. But just as she went to, he spoke.
Hey, don't say that. No, don't look at me that way. I mean it, he said, loud and brutal enough that it startled her into stopping dead. And the wrapped fist on the table, Lord Almighty. It felt as if he'd done it somewhere inside her ribcage. Because someone will have heard, she told herself. But somehow she wasn't checking. She was staring at him, taking in that suddenly molten look in his eyes, the refusal to back down once she'd seen. It was so powerful for a second she almost said sorry. Then at the last moment forced herself to just explain. It's just a thing people say. I didn't really mean it, she said. Yet weirdly he didn't let up. He lowered his voice, but he kept on. I don't care. I don't like it, he whispered in a way that made her feel even funnier. As if he were bothered about something like that happening. As if he worried about her dying, even though it was most likely just concern that he'd be left with this mess. And sure enough, a moment later, we can deal with this, all right? Even if you're somehow correct, it won't be that bad. You come out at a couple of stops, hold my hand and wave like some politician's wife, and that's it. Job done. Mission accomplished. Everything goes back to normal.
There, she thought. Practical again. But that was okay. She could be practical too. Yeah, except that is not going to cut it.
Well, it was cutting it before. Why not now?
Because, dipshit, unlike the original plan with an actress who swans in and out of the picture, we are going to be together all the time. In the same car, at the same hotels, at the same restaurants, on a fucking road trip from hell. Me there, forever behind the scenes, amongst dozens and sometimes thousands of people who think we are a couple. Who we have to convincingly be a couple for, she said, and knew it had hit home the moment she did. He went very still, gaze turned inward as he went over everything she had just detailed. All the things it meant doing, all the ways they would have to be. She wasn't surprised that his voice sounded faint when he replied.
People probably won't even notice us that much.
There are currently 7 different sets of people watching us right now.
Well, what are they going to do? Demand to see our certificates of true love authenticity? Check our IDs that say we're really a couple? Even if people do gawp at us wherever we go, they can't prove shit, he said, less faint now. In fact, he sounded so firm and sure it would have been easy to believe him. But she couldn't. For one big reason. They don't need to. You'll prove it for them. I don't see how. Nobody ever knows what I'm thinking. She laughed mirthlessly. Because usually you're great at masking. But not when it comes to me. With me, you have never been able to keep that poker face. You find me unbearable, and it shows in almost every single thing you do, she said, sure that she wasn't saying anything he didn't already know. Yet, strangely, his expression seemed to shift as she spoke. It sort of opened up in a way that almost looked vulnerable. Or maybe wounded somehow, even though she'd never known him to be vulnerable or wounded by anything in his life. The closest he'd ever come was that time she'd called him a phony, but that had just been a blip. He's just trying to work out a way around things, she told herself.
And sure enough, a moment later he came up with the goods. "Unbearable is an exaggeration. And even if it wasn't, I can do better," he said. Then he seemed to pause for a moment, like he was hesitating before saying something difficult, before he finally seemed to nod to himself and continue. "I can pretend I like you. I can pretend you never bother me. I can pretend it pains me to suddenly learn I've hurt you, that things I do can actually hurt you, and that I want to make it up to you, even if I'm no good at it, or don't know what to do. Hell, you can show me what to do if I do it wrong." Then he nodded again on the end, like it was settled. And God, she wanted it to be. Something about all of that sounded so... she didn't even know. Real in some indefinable way. Like he was speaking from the heart, even though he was just outlining a kind of game. Though, of course, it didn't matter anyway. His plan had a flaw, and she knew it. "All right, then. I tell you what, I'm going to order the biggest, messiest, most seasoned seafood boil you've ever seen in your life. Just a truly disgusting mass of shellfish, limbs and guts and eyeballs. And then I'm going to sit here and eat every bit of it with all the sloppy gusto I have in my heart. And you're going to watch me do it without once looking away, in a way that seems like you do not mind at all," she said, then watched him go very, very still. He had to cover it fast with a fold of his arms and a "fine by me." But all that did was give her permission to go as hard as she knew she would have to if she wanted to convince him that fixing things this way was a mistake. In fact, in a weird way, it was sort of freeing. She didn't have to worry. She didn't have to care. There was no need to crush herself into a polite cube the way she usually did with just about everyone she'd ever known. She could just dive right in. And she did. She ordered everything but the kitchen sink, and when the waitress set down a tray of frankly incredible-looking seafood covered in butter the colour of a stop sign, she started stripping shells and claws and legs right away. No sense of decorum about it, just snap, crackle and pop. Without even so much as a whisper from him. He sat completely silent as she feasted. In fact, she was almost starting to think this might work. That maybe he would be fine enough with her behaviour to pull it off. And then she took her first bite of something, a thick and incredibly juicy shrimp that she had just unshelled. And that was it. Inexplicably. He reacted. Just a little, it seemed like. But a little amounted to a lot when it happened all over his body all at once. His shoulders went back a touch, the smug tilt to his lips dropped by about a millimetre, the light in his gaze shifted near imperceptibly. And somehow he seemed to get taller in his seat, as if he'd been slouching before, relaxed before. But now he wasn't. Now he was an animal, bristling at a suddenly sensed threat. Even though she had no idea what the threat could be. All she had done was bite into something. That wasn't nearly as bad as splattering crab guts everywhere, objectively speaking. And nor was licking butter from between two fingers, almost absent-mindedly. But if anything, that seemed worse to him. She actually saw the word "don't" form between his lips the moment she went to do it. His tongue touched his teeth, he sat forward just a touch. And even after he'd reined himself in, something seemed off about him. Fully rattled now, ready to call this off. All she had to do was push a little harder, it looked like. Even if he didn't seem to think so. "See, I'm totally cool with it. No problems here at all," he said. As if he truly thought he was being as subtle as a sphinx. Though to be fair to him, it was possible it looked that way to everyone else. Only she could see when a man so stoic was screaming. And he was screaming now. She tried curling her tongue around another finger, nice and slow and long, and the resulting sound was unmistakable. She didn't even need to check. She knew what it was. "Your leg is jiggling so hard it's almost rattling the cutlery," she said. And he had the nerve to try a dismissive shrug. A really shaky, weird, tense, dismissive shrug. "Maybe I just have a cramp. A really bad cramp." That would be more convincing without the maybe at the start. "Fine then, I take the maybe back. I do have one. A hugely bad one." "You're really going to have to do better than this, and I think you know it." He looked away then. Mainly, she thought, so he could curse under his breath without anyone else seeing. But when he turned back, he didn't seem any calmer or more reasonable. He seemed pissed. "I do know it, all right, but just give me a chance. Let me get used to this," he said. As if she could really do that. "We don't have time to ease you in, Miller. Someone most likely just took a picture of you accidentally crushing that empty Diet Coke can into a small cube in reaction to me sucking butter off my middle finger," she said. Because she knew without even looking that this was exactly what had just happened. She'd heard the snap and crackle of aluminium as she slid the tip between her lips and fully understood. Oh, God, it was wild getting the confirmation. To have him hold her gaze like this and talk like nothing was going on and react that violently. In fact, he was still reacting now. He couldn't seem to relax his grip. Both his fists were clenched so hard she was surprised she couldn't see blood easing out from between his fingers. And they only clenched harder when she sucked her bottom lip into her mouth. In fact, his whole body seemed to. Yet he had the nerve to deny it. "That wasn't why I did it." "Then why did you?" "Seafood allergy makes my hands seize up." "Then I guess it must also affect that clenched jaw?" "No, that's just the effort it takes not to beg you to," he started to say. Then for some reason cut himself off before what had to be the last word. "Stop," she filled in for him. "Stop, stop, 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 stop." Even though it didn't quite feel like it. It felt too brutal for it. Too much like he should have just said it if it was. Yet she couldn't think what he might have put there instead. Maybe something mean, she told herself. Maybe he wanted to tell you to fuck off or leave him alone. But if he did, the look in his eyes when he finally slid them back to her was a strange one. It was almost soft, reaching for something. "I think I've done enough to show you I can be what you need," he said. So close to sounding real about it that she didn't have the heart to tell him no. "I'll show him the pictures and videos resulting from this when we get to the hotel and convince him this is ridiculous that way," she told herself. Then talk real strategies, no matter how botched and cobbled together they're going to have to be. But then they got outside and he went ahead and she stopped. Just to check. Just to have a little look, line up some juicy ones maybe. And her heart almost halted in her chest. She couldn't carry on walking, it was that disturbing to see. He actually called back to her, "Hey, what's the hold-up?" But she couldn't answer. She was too busy scrolling through shaky video after blurry screen cap of everything they had just done, frantically searching for the gruesome thing she had imagined. But instead getting something she could never show him in a million years. The stage thing had been bad enough. This was something else. She had to look away. But not before she saw someone had put into words the first thing she thought on seeing his broken, open gaze locked to the slow slide of her soft, sweet mouth down one slick finger. On watching him lean forward without meaning to, on watching her own eyes look up at him from beneath far too heavy lids. I swear to God, it couldn't have looked filthier if they had actually fucked. Chapter 11. She rationally knew there was no way out of what they had to do now. She had no ammunition to convince him with, no plan that made more sense than just letting this happen. Apparently, from the outside, they had something that looked like killer chemistry. And she knew the word was killer, too, because 11,000 people had said so on some video captioned, "They are so hot, I want to jump down a well." It was the weirdest thing in the world. They should hate me, she thought. I should be getting death threats the way that Mabel did, she thought. I bet he loves nothing better than having her sit that juicy butt right on his gorgeous... She started to read, then had to hurl her phone into the footwell of the truck to avoid the rest. He asked her if she was okay. She didn't know how to tell him no. But she sort of wished she had once they got to the hotel for their next stop, about 10 miles from the centre of Hartford, grander than the first, all plush furniture and marble effect floors and chandeliers, and the woman behind the desk winked. She winked, and then said the most horrifying and preposterous words Daisy could have imagined. I saw you accidentally book 2 rooms, so I've upgraded you to a suite. And apparently they were the most horrifying and preposterous words to Miller, too. Because despite him arguing for this very thing, he stiffened the moment she spoke. She actually felt it through the space between their almost touching arms, as if his tension had set the air there on fire. It burned. She wanted to rip herself away. Instead, she smiled and nodded and took the key, then started in the direction of the elevators. Only to find he wasn't following her. He was still standing at the reception desk, staring at the person behind it with the wildest eyes she had ever seen him have. As if he had been shot and just hadn't yet realised he was dead. She had to grab a hold of his jacket and yank him away. And he let her, until the elevator doors were closed around them. Then he ripped away so fast and so fiercely she almost ended up holding a torn sleeve. She heard fabric and threads pop. Something definitely started to give. But she let go in time, it seemed, and now he was free. He just didn't look free. He looked like he was trying to superglue himself to the other side of the elevator from her. His hands were practically clutching pearls he didn't have. Under no circumstances can we do this, he said. As if he wasn't the one who had come up with it. You were the one who said this was a good idea. And I was wrong. I take it back. Let's stop. But why is this the deal breaker? He straightened then, exited the elevator on their floor in a calm and together sort of manner, like he was trying to seem more reasonable. He just didn't say anything reasonable once they were by the hotel room door of doom. Listen, he whispered, in this dark and desperate sort of way. I know what happens when there's only one bed. At which point she felt so thrown it took her 3 attempts to open the door. She practically stumbled inside, mind reeling from all the horrors he had just unleashed. And the horrors only got worse when she saw he hadn't followed her. He was still standing in the doorway, expression near haunted by the thought of what she was going to do to him in there. Because apparently it had to be what she was going to do. Oh, so you think this is me trapping you into some gross sex I don't want, she said, once she'd managed to calm herself enough to speak. One hand on her hip, expression steely, just to really drive home how outrageous he was being. But somehow that didn't make anything better. Instead, he just looked as close to boggled as she had ever seen him. Then somehow he said this. "Dear God, no. I think I'm going to wake up with my face accidentally in your butt. And don't say, well, I can just sleep in the bed and you can sleep in the bathtub, because we both know it'll somehow happen anyway. I'll sleepwalk in the night and fall forehead first into your ass cheeks." She honestly didn't know what to say for a full 30 seconds. He had to have gone mad. The food thing had cracked him like an egg. How would that ever happen? She gasped. And thank God he had the decency to look chagrined. Like he knew he was being ridiculous and needed to explain. "I don't know, but it seems to be in romance novels all the time. A second ago you didn't even understand enemies to lovers. Yeah? But you said all that, and so I looked it up, and there are all these tropes we seem to be stumbling into. Only now they seem less like tropes and more like curses. I'm being made to pay for my crimes against romance by a spell some Tim-Tommers attached to my immortal soul," he burst out with. And oh, she came very close to laughing at that. She had to pinch her lips together to stop it happening. Now was not the time to find him amusing. It was the time to make fun of him. Okay, first of all, you think it's Tim-Tom now? God damn it, I know what it is. I'm being absurd on purpose. Well, I can see that, considering the rest of what you said. The rest was deadly serious, Emmett. I'm not about to just molest you. I wouldn't think you were molesting me. I would think the soul of someone else had entirely possessed your body, and that when we exorcised them out of you, you'd be real pissed that my butt got on your face. He went to argue after that. His finger even came up to jab at her. Then he seemed to process what she had said and sagged. Sighed. Shook his head almost ruefully. Jesus. Why was that so reassuring? He asked, almost to himself. As if it were a mystery, instead of the most understandable concept in the world. Nobody wanted their worst enemy to believe they wanted them. And so much so that it was almost a relief to get to spell that out. Because now you know I will never imagine you're being a creep. I will never imagine that you want me. The very idea is preposterous to me in so many ways I don't know where to begin. Just as I would hope that you would think the same of me, no matter what happens, she said. And when she did, that relief in him deepened. It stretched, cat-like, behind his dark eyes, quirked up the corner of his mouth in a way she found so familiar she named it without even thinking. He's going to say something he thinks is funny, she thought. And sure enough, you could probably ask me to put my face in your butt and I wouldn't believe it was a proposition. I just think you desperately needed a colonoscopy, and I was the only person available to perform the procedure. After which she had no choice. She had to go with the bit, just like she used to with him, only somehow different at the same time. Faster, she wanted to call it. But the moment she let rip with what she wanted to say, she knew that wasn't it. So, like, after the zombies kill everyone else, she said. And there it was. Not speed, but ease. It was getting easy to do this. Exactly. The only doctor is me. The only equipment is my eyeballs, he said. And she barely paused before answering. No assessing her words from all angles first. No preparing for any possible attack. Just straight out with it. Couldn't you at least use a small telescope? Or maybe a jeweler's loupe? So the hospitals aren't accessible, but somehow I have a thing that assesses whether diamonds are real. He shook his head, full of an impressive amount of faux sorrow. I'm disappointed in you, Emmett. Usually you're the one insisting on the verisimilitude of the zombie apocalypse. You think your eyes doing a Bugs Bunny awooga and then going up my butt is a greater level of verisimilitude than inserting a tiny magnifying thing? She asked, then caught the curl of his lip he had tried to hide. More than a curl, it seemed like. Were you gonna laugh then, motherfucker? Of course not. I am furious right now. About the bugs thing or the topic at hand? She asked. But even as she did, she was changing her mind. You know what, don't answer. I know you're just trying to pick a different, sillier fight so you can distract me from said topic at hand. I don't even remember what the topic was. You probably trying to justify sleeping in a stairwell. Actually, I was thinking of the balcony, he said, and pointed at the drawn burgundy curtains behind her, as if seeing where it was would help anything he was saying make sense. Because dying of hypothermia is going to help us with this. Well, you know, when I'm dead, I won't have to do any of it anymore. Don't say that, she wanted to say automatically. In fact, it almost just kicked right out of her. Like it had with him, she thought. Like he did when you talked about walking into the ocean. Though somehow that just made it feel weirder. She had to switch to frustration at the last second. You were the one who said we should. You were the one who said we could do it. That you could do it. Now, suddenly you're having second thoughts over a slightly unexpected bump in the road, she asked, as sassy as she could be about it. And he bought it, thank God. The bump is more than that, and you know it. I saw you panic down there. Yeah, but not because I thought we might accidentally grope each other. She pulled a face on grope, just to really drive it home. Though it only seemed to slow him down. To puzzle him enough to stop and frown. What, then? What are you worried about if we do this? What do you think will happen? I see you flossing wrong and complain about it. You read a book I think is terrible and I say so. I told you I'm not going to do things like that because... He paused like he was considering, though she had no idea what the consideration was about. All he came out with after what felt like forever were a few pretty reasonable, if hesitant-sounding words. Because I'm practicing. Yeah, I'm practicing being, you know, just sort of gentle with you. Though she did notice the weird way he said gentle. Sort of faint, like something he couldn't bear to put force behind. You don't seem so certain about that, she said, and he winced. Yeah, well, I'm not sure if I can do it right. I'm not sure how it will look. Little rusty, huh? All those big evil dogs that live with you in your prepper compound not really in much need of a hug, I guess. She gave him a look. He gave her exasperation, one hand palm down, ruling a line through the air. Okay, first of all, there are no big evil dogs. So little nice ones, then. No ones at all, damn it. But the other stuff I got right? He looked to the heavens for inspiration, then back to her, quite clearly empty-handed, but willing to give it a go anyway. No, of course not. I'm not a maniac surrounded by guns and manifestos. And I'm not rusty, either. Rusty implies something once ran smoothly and then fell into disrepair. But there was never any smoothness with me. I've never had the kind of nature that lends itself easily to company, or to making people comfortable, or even to saying the right things so they don't think you hate them, he said, so bitter-sounding it kind of jolted her. She'd never thought he really minded being the unpalatable person he was. Instead, she had always imagined that he was this way because he simply wanted to be. That he wasn't like her, with her own unpleasant qualities, curbing excitement so it wouldn't bother people, turning down the volume on her voice, pretending to like things they did. He was happy being ornery and annoying. But it seemed like she was wrong. And in a way that echoed in her so strongly she couldn't help saying, Me neither, Miller. she told him, intending matter of fact but hitting sort of soft and sad. The sound of it seemed to make his face drop just a little, though he covered it well. Oh, give me a break. You're great at it. Because I pretend, not because I really am. So when you were with those girls in college, 99% doing what I had to fit in with them. And that organizer back there, the interviewer, Joan, the actress, whatever her name was, when you were so easy with them and got everything to go right and made everything work. He gestured behind himself as if they were all standing right there, then sort of mimed all the things he obviously thought she'd gotten right. But all she had for him was a shrug. Just bullshit, she said. And oh, the look on his face. The whole thing didn't just drop this time. It almost slid right off his skull. And his voice when he spoke was hoarse. Dark somehow. Show me, he said. No, he demanded. Like she'd said something miraculous and impossible, and he needed to see it now before it disappeared. Then he did it again, when she just looked at him flummoxed. Show me how you do it. How you know what to say. Pretend you don't know me. Pretend I'm just some guy you met. Get along with me right now in whatever way you usually would. So she did. Like flicking on a light switch. She stepped forward, one hand out. Caleb Miller? It is such a pleasure to meet you, she said. And she actually heard his breath catch. It took him a second to gather himself and respond in a way that definitely suggested he wanted to test this weird ability. He wanted to put pressure on it and see if it would crack. First with a snort of derision, then with words. Not sure why. I feel like shit and usually act like it to anyone near me. Oh, I bet you're much nicer than you think you are. And even if you're not, well, that's okay. Life gets the best of us all sometimes. Not everybody has to be sunny and happy and satisfied with their lot. I'm rich and famous enough that I should be. So you love being rich and famous then? It's all you ever wanted? Dear God, no. I wanted to live in the middle of nowhere with a family. My dog. I would have gotten a dog. I wanted a dog. Just a dog. Small one, you know, that wouldn't need much from me, he said. But she could tell he knew he'd slipped up. He looked away, eyes almost rolling, a curse almost slipping out under his breath. Then he looked back at her almost accusingly. Dirty pool, his eyes seemed to say. As if what she was doing was a trap, instead of something she would never have thought would work on him. What did he care if someone was genial with him? He didn't. And yet there it was. You were going to say family then, she said, and he couldn't seem to stop himself wincing. No, I wasn't. Shut up, go back to the thing. This is the thing. Pleasantries about our lives. Well, that isn't my life, is it? And it never will be, so. He folded his arms across his chest. End of story, he seemed to say. Even though he had to know she could never let it be now. What on earth would make you think it won't be? She asked, with as much incredulity as she could muster. But he just glanced at the thing that was still between them and practically drawled his answer dry as 10-day-old toast. The fact that I can't even shake that hand you've had out for 5 minutes. And he was right. She hadn't drawn it in and he hadn't taken it. In fact, he was further away now from taking it than he had been at the beginning. But still, she couldn't let that stand. It now felt like an imperative not to. Like something really big and breath-stealing depended on it. Handshaking isn't a prerequisite for having a relationship and kids. Maybe not, but other things like it are. Being touchy-feely and tender is. Some women don't like that either, though. Do you not like it? Depends, she said, which was the truth. Though, of course, that wasn't enough. Tell me what it depends on. If I trust the person. If I like them. If I can be myself with them. If they want to touch me. All those things go a long way to making what feels like an immutable characteristic within me into something more situational. Stop now, she thought. That sounded too much like you're trying to help him understand something he doesn't need to. Only it felt hard to when he wouldn't. But how do you... he started to say, then cut himself off, frustrated. She had to finish it for him. She couldn't just let that be it. What? Figure out if it's just the way you are? Yes. Yes, all right, yes, let's say that. Well, you could start by using that imagination I know you have. To do what exactly? What could I possibly dream up that would help? The idea of a woman you trust. A woman you like. And then just picture her telling you that she wants you. That she can't stand another second of needing you. That all she thinks about is how good it would feel to have your arms around her. Do you feel differently then? She asked, and knew immediately that she'd gone too far somehow. The words came out all weird and big, full of feelings she hadn't intended to force into them. By the time she got to the end of the last sentence, she was practically yelling them at him. It was no wonder the air seemed to ring once they were out, or that he looked assaulted in the silence that followed. A second ago you were joking about butts, she thought. But there was no going back now. She'd said something accidentally deeply emotional to Caleb Miller, and all that remained after that was the fallout. Him all frozen, eyes as wild as they'd been at reception. Then finally... Okay, I'm going to sleep in the tub now, he said so fast it came out as one word. And after it was out, he made good on that. He turned and marched straight for the bathroom. Didn't even pause to grab something from his suitcase. Though it wasn't as if she could imagine him having much in it. It was practically a backpack, and most likely nearly empty. Just a rock in there for a punishing pillow. Maybe a second shirt, identical to the first. A spare pair of underpants, if he even allowed himself the luxury of them. Probably he rides those jeans bareback, she found herself thinking, and hated the fact that she had. First she had gotten all personal and weird with him. Now she was thinking of him naked underneath his clothes. Really, it was no wonder he'd stormed off. That he was probably in the bathroom now trying to climb out of the nearest window. Even though they were 10 floors up and overlooking nothing but cement. You'll hear screams in a second, courtesy of him splattering himself on the sidewalk, she told herself. And that felt so right she almost went and knocked. Don't do it, she imagined herself saying. About 5 seconds before the door suddenly whipped open. Violently, it seemed to her, and he looked that way too. For a moment he just stood there in the doorway, seething, furious with her and definitely about to show it. She almost asked him not to murder her for the crime of making him have a feeling. It even seemed like he actually might, when he abruptly strode forward. When he stood in front of her, chest heaving, face a mess of what looked like utter indecision. The way someone would look if they were trying to build themselves up to a stabbing, she thought. And then he reached out with this same mix of aggression and uncertainty and just did it. He grabbed her fucking hand. The one she still had out. The one he hadn't been able to shake. The one that seemed to electrify the moment he made contact. Every nerve, every inch of skin, every point where he touched her, suddenly it was all alight. It was all wildly hot. She could feel him to the roots of her fucking hair in a way that made not one lick of sense. He was barely doing anything. His palm didn't even lie fully flat to hers. His grip wasn't even that firm. He didn't squeeze. He didn't fully envelop her. He didn't linger. He was gone in the space between two breaths. Yet somehow it just didn't matter. She could still feel him, even after he pulled away. The heat of his body, the softness of his palm, the gentleness of it in spite of its size, the ferocity of the contact. She had to look down at her shaking hand in the aftermath just to check he wasn't somehow still there. A shadow touch, left behind in a way that seemed so ridiculous. It shouldn't have been. It shouldn't have been. Yet she knew why it was. Why it had more impact than actual sex with any of a dozen other men. Because they gave it all away like it was nothing. Just another Saturday night with someone they barely thought anything of. But he could never think of it that way. It was never that to him. He guarded his every touch like a dragon over a hoard of impossibly rare gold. And now one small piece of it was hers. Chapter 12. It felt like it had to have been just a dream. And even more so when she went to knock on the bathroom door in the morning just to say she was desperate to pee, and it swung open so abruptly it made her make a little sound. Then there he was, looking like his usual annoyed-at-everything self. Hair an angry tangle, clothes furiously rumpled. Face like fucking thunder. There was just no way this man had touched her. She was hard-pressed to even believe that he had said some of the stuff he had, or seemed so disturbed by her friendly front. And those things had actually definitely happened. He had really almost confessed he wanted a family, in that gut-wrenchingly desperate sort of tone. That was enough on its own. Anything more was too much. Impossible. A hallucination brought on by close contact with someone she hated and who hated her. Or so it seemed, until they started toward the exit of the hotel. Him grumbling about the coffee he had just snagged, her thinking of a good way to poke fun at him for it. In fact, she almost had it. They were so close to being completely back to normal. But the thing was, she was so intent on this goal that she wasn't really paying attention. And that meant the door out of the place almost slapped right into her before she even realised what was happening. She came so close to getting a bloody nose that she flinched. She put her hands up. Then when it somehow stopped about a millimetre from her face, she automatically looked up, searching for what had jammed it. But the only thing she saw was him. His arm over her head, ramrod straight and so firm she could see the cord standing out on his wrist just below the cuff. The muscle above testing the seams. And that enormous hand, splayed, white-knuckled. Such obvious evidence he was angry that she didn't even need to hear him vocalise it. She knew before he snapped out a word. She just assumed the word would be for her. "Watch what you're doing," she imagined. But it wasn't. "Hey!" He barked at someone just beyond her. The guy who had let the door close in her face. The one who jerked at the sound of that word. And extremely understandably so. She jerked and it wasn't even aimed at her. And not just because it was really fucking loud and obviously coming out of a big guy. It was like nothing she had ever heard before. Almost a bellow, full of outrage and sort of broken in the middle. The way a beast might respond at getting a sudden spear in its side, it seemed to her. But she had no clue how that went with what had happened and what he had done. Nobody had done anything to him. Nobody had even done anything to her, really. A stranger had just been slightly rude. And sure, Miller hated people being slightly rude. It was the kind of thing she had seen him do before, telling people not to cut a line, dropping tips on tables none had been left on, demanding apologies from people who had wronged somehow. In fact, it was one of the things she had been drawn to. A guy had interrupted a girl talking in class and he had told him to pipe down. But that didn't mean this was what he was doing here. It just sort of made her react like he was, for reasons she couldn't really explain. He's into people following common courtesy, regardless of who they're following the common courtesy for, she told herself. But her heart started thumping over that sound he made anyway. And it thumped even harder when he put his free hand in front of her body and sort of suggested with it that she should move back. Behind him, she realised as he manoeuvred himself in front. Between her and the guy who had let the door go. The one who was red-faced and blustering now and saying, "What's your problem, pal?" "You are dipshit," Miller said. "That how a man behaves? Letting a door go on a lady like that?" And when he did, she did her best to be normal about it. She really and truly gave it her all. But it seemed like maybe that handshake had broken something in her, because somehow she just couldn't get there. She got all flustered instead. Her face went red. She tried to speak, but nothing but a breathless sound came out. She had to cough before she could say anything normal. "It's fine, honestly, Miller." She tried, but oh wow, she wished she hadn't. Because the words themselves were good, they were fine, they made sense. But the sound of them was mortifying. Her voice went up and down like a drunk on a pogo stick. It almost seemed like she hiccuped in the middle. Even the dipshit looked at her like, "What's going on with you?" Though if Miller noticed, he didn't say. He just insisted on an apology, and once the guy had sense enough to offer one and flee, that was it. He started out in the direction of the truck, as if nothing had ever happened. Which she supposed it hadn't, really. It wasn't a big deal. Not at all. It just affected her as if it were. She was still flustered when she got to the truck. Agitated almost, to the point where even putting her seatbelt on felt like a frustrating task. She yanked it and it jammed, and then she yanked it even harder and it jammed even harder than that. She was about to give up when he reached across. Slowly. Very slowly. A little hesitant, maybe. And watching her carefully as he made the move, as if he expected her to slap him for it at any second, even though she could barely move at all. She realised what he was doing and just froze up, so thoroughly she felt pretty sure she wasn't even breathing. 5 seconds in and her lungs were on fire, and she knew she was watching him weirdly. That her eyes were like moons as he leant so close she could smell his aftershave or his soap or his shampoo or whatever it was that drifted off his body and into her. Something far too clean and sweet, in a way that made her think of a razor drawing over stubble. She even found herself looking at his throat. The curve of it, near smooth until it got to the bristle along his jawline. So tender-seeming, in a manner that really should have held her attention. But it couldn't. It couldn't, because something else was going on right at that moment. His throat moved as she watched. He swallowed, very visibly, like this was nerve-wracking for him too, maybe. Even though that seemed mad. He wasn't the sort, she thought. But his hand shook just a little as he took her seatbelt out of her hands, careful but firm. And he drew it across her body all in one quick motion, like ripping off a Band-Aid. Though if she were being honest, it didn't feel that way to her. It felt like agony. It felt like it took 1,000 years. By the time he finished, she was on the verge of begging him to stop. But even more horrifying, when he finally pulled away, she had a different urge altogether. To beg him not to move away. The words, "Come back, do it again, don't stop," popped into her head unbidden, despite how much they made her face heat just to imagine them. She wasn't even sure what they meant or why they were there in her head. She only knew that they were, and that they continued to be as he just carried on. He put on his own seatbelt, started the engine, set off toward the next venue in the centre of town. Weirder, in fact, he reached for the radio, most likely to puncture the apocalyptically tense silence, and when the shipping news garbled out of the speakers, he shot her a look. A sort of wince. Then, for some inexplicable reason, he switched to whatever he had in the CD player. Casually, like he wasn't really doing anything at all. But it certainly felt like he was once the music was playing. It was the exact song she had tried to sing, somehow. Only so much sweeter and finer than she had remembered it being. So much more haunting. The words, "Am I in the frame from your point of view," poured out of the speakers in one plaintive wave, rattling her bones as it went. Filling the car to the point where it was all she could hear or feel. "Do you feel the same?" Roan sang, about 80,000 fucking times. She almost missed some old guy droning about boats. At least she could tune that out. She couldn't even tune this out via answering uncomfortable emails to news stations by pretending to be his lawyer, or lying to the apparent head of Harchester Publishing that everything was under control, or realising that Beck and Alfie and Hazel and Mabel's buddy Berinda had tried to call her about 27 times. I think they might be my friends, she found herself thinking. A remarkable thing, considering the fact that she'd never really had friends in her life. But even that glimmer of light couldn't help her shake the horrors that were currently closing in. Roan was now singing about getting eaten out in the passenger seat of a car. And for some reason, each time she sang it, Daisy's face heated. She had to fight the urge to crack a window, to shift uncomfortably every 5 seconds in a way he was definitely going to notice. "You got ants in your pants," she imagined him saying, and somehow blushed even harder. And all that was before she noticed what he was doing. Her gaze skittered across to him against her will, and there it was, those thick fingers of his tapping the wheel. Rhythmically. Almost jauntily. Definitely in time with the music. Then even more astonishingly, he muttered something under his breath. Only it wasn't muttering. Dear God, it wasn't muttering at all. "Are you singing?" she blurted out. Too much like an accusation, she knew. But the strangest part was he took it like one. He took it like one and looked affronted by this. Outraged, even. As if this were all normal. "Don't say it like it's weird," he had the nerve to say. And really, that was just the last straw in a series of many of them. Well, usually it wouldn't be, but when you're the one doing it, there's no other way to put it. You don't even like reading out poetry. I once saw you threaten Professor Dunderson for trying to make you. Oh, come on, that was hardly a threat. You said, "I will set fire to your whiteboard." Yeah, and I could have said, "Set fire to your head," but I restrained myself. He nodded on the end of that, as if to say, "There, that's settled." She had no idea why on earth he would think so, however. "This is not making your claim that singing is normal for you any stronger. Look, I just thought if I did it, you would feel more okay about doing it." What the fuck? Her brain spat out. She only managed to rein herself in by the skin of her teeth. "Miller, that is even more inexplicable than you just doing it on your own. Last time I sung in front of you, you looked at me like I was the ghost of a girl you murdered for enjoying music too much." "Well," he said, "it's different now." "How is it?" "I'm trying to do better. I mean, I have to show everyone that I'm better. Like I said last night. Like I said about being gentle with you. So everyone would be, fooled. Fooled into thinking I really want to be." She looked at him then. She had to, because the words he was saying made sense. They explained everything he had done that morning. Maybe even explained everything the night before. But there was something slightly off about them at the same time. Something she couldn't place. His face told her nothing, however. He didn't even glance back at her. His eyes stayed on the road, steady and sure. No need to impress the truth of what he had said on her with a stern look. He even took a swig of his coffee halfway through her assessing look. Grimaced, as if his main concern was how shitty it was. Not her. Not this. She was reduced to picking holes in it. But there's nobody here to see you, she said. And all she got was a lift of his shoulder. I told you I need practice. So that's all this is then? What else would it be? She cringed at that, scrabbled for a reply. Nothing, she started to say, head full of 1,000 things he could have been assuming. That she was daft enough to imagine he meant the hand on the door and the seatbelt and the singing. That there was something soft behind them instead of steely. Or worse, that she liked the idea that there was. I want us to be more, she imagined him thinking, she thought, and almost died of relief when he cut her off with something that assumed the opposite. You feel like it's too much, he said. Though, of course, that came with its own problems. She couldn't let him think any of this was overwhelming her, either. No, of course not. It's bothering you, it feels weird. Not at all, not even a little bit. So I could go harder and you'd be fine? Fuck, she thought. Went and trapped yourself there. But there was nothing she could do about it now. Say no and it would seem like she wasn't fine at all. Say yes and God only knew what he was going to do next. Knee-deep in the passenger seat, Roan sang. And this time it didn't just make her cheeks heat. It made her whole body heat. Of course it did. She pictured it then. Just a flash of it. Her hands splayed on the window, the curve of his denim-clad back, that dark shaggy hair between her legs. But a flash was enough to fill her with some very horrifying feelings. She had to think of a bunch of ex-boyfriends fumbling and bumbling and forcing her to do things she didn't really want to do to make it fade. And just in time, too, because he was looking at her now. He was waiting for the only answer she could give. Absolutely. Do whatever you want. Say whatever you want. Be however you want. It won't matter to me, she said, far too loud and cheery about it. False-seeming, it felt to her. But he didn't seem to take it that way. He took it like it was a done deal. Doing whatever he wanted to her from now on, no matter how affectionate or tender-seeming, was how it was going to be. Just as tender affection from him felt like the end of her fucking world. Then. She had no idea what made Christian say it. Because sure, yes, she had mentioned Miller's outburst a few times now. And true, there had been that weird incident when Miller answered a question on vampires in film in the exact same way she had 5 minutes before Miller showed up. Oh, and the being forced to sit together thing had probably looked a little weird. Every time his arm had brushed hers, she knew she had blushed. She suspected he had blushed when she'd pushed her thigh against his. But those things didn't mean anything. They were just clumsiness, awkwardness, a byproduct of that strange reaction he'd had to her calling his words phony. Obviously things were going to be more charged between them after an argument like that. It didn't mean she wanted to fuck him, for God's sake. Yet that was what Christian had said. Even her laughing didn't seem to put him off. In fact, he doubled down. His face sunk into a sullen pout. He crossed his arms over his chest. I'm not even talking about you fucking finishing each other's sentences or about the sitting together or any of that, he sneered. You should have just heard him at the bar then. Though she hadn't known Miller was even there. She glanced up as soon as the words were out, searching for some sign of him. And sure enough, there was that broad back. The usual denim shirt pulled taut over it as he leant tensely over the bar, one boot behind the other, dark hair tousled like always. No sign at all that anything significant had passed between him and Christian. A fact that Christian bizarrely confirmed. "He had the fucking nerve to tell me that you don't like Budweiser," he said. As if Budweiser meant anything at all. As if it somehow proved she had a thing for him. "You're fucking hallucinating," she wanted to say suddenly. But she had a feeling if she did, it would come out much more fiercely than she wanted it to. The words were practically burning a hole in her chest. They blazed there, too hot to stand. She took a drink of the Budweiser he'd fucking bought her anyway. You should have listened, she found herself thinking. But that just made it worse. Now her mind was going over and over the idea that Miller had known that. How had he known that? Had he seen her grimacing at Jessica's party? He'd barely come anywhere near her, of course he hadn't. He was even more furious with her at the moment than usual. She hadn't even known why he'd been there. It didn't seem possible that he'd noticed anything she did. But then Christian decided to say more, after a moment of sulky staring. He said you'll like the blue raspberry thing. And okay, that was worse. That was way worse. That made her go all hot and weird. Because she had never bought that drink in her life. But she had always wanted to. She'd seen it on the menu and thought it sounded just like the slush puppies of her youth, then shied away from getting it when Jessica had rolled her eyes at the cheesiness of frozen cocktails. If you're going to drink, get something grown up, she'd said, and Daisy had remembered. She didn't want to remember now, however. She didn't want to think about whatever had made Miller say that. He's fucking mad, she said, and laughed again. And it must have been convincing this time because it seemed to satisfy Christian. He settled back in his seat, looking smug somehow. Like he'd won something. The battle of who loves me best, she thought, and then wanted to laugh even harder. There was no way on God's green earth that Christian did anything like love her, she knew. Though she wondered, after she had chuckled over such a ridiculous notion, why she hadn't thought it of Miller first. Chapter 13. She felt a tiny bit better about things by the time they got to the Hartford venue, a theatre on the edge of the town centre. A little tired from tossing and turning, but not quite as despairing about the whole business. After all, if he could do it, so could she. And she meant it, she really did. Until they got to the place, and someone from Harchester somehow met them in what seemed to be a tatty little dressing room. At which point things started to go south pretty quickly. The person wore a suit. His face was the colour of a slate quarry. He introduced himself as an assistant to someone on the board of directors, which seemed very bad indeed. And especially when he looked so annoyed. Now, we've been informed by your liaison at our company that you are handling this situation. But we are very concerned that you are not, he said, once it was just them, surrounded by the remnants of glitzy costumes and bulbs around mirrors that no longer seemed to work. And just as she was about to explain, Miller stepped in. Well, you can just pack that shit up and go back to where you came from, he said, followed by something even more astonishing. Because there is no one better at this than my girlfriend. And yeah, he stumbled a little over that last word. She felt as if she could see him internally wincing, no doubt over how teenager it sounded. But the other part? The no one better part? Oh, he really sold that. It came out of him with all the sincerity in the world, like it had just been waiting there inside him all along. She heard it and honestly had to force herself not to shoot a wide-eyed look at him. Instead, she laughed and sort of nudged him, as if to say, "Oh, you, always exaggerating." But then in response he said, "There's no one in the world like her." And he put his hand on her shoulder. And not even on the shoulder covered by the white and pink jumper she was wearing. No, he touched the bare one. The nude one. She almost screamed. Every hair on her head stood on end. "How can you stand it?" she wanted to ask him. But the moment the suit decided it was probably better not to challenge a 6'3" man with a face like a nuclear explosion and turned tail and left in an incredible hurry, everything became very clear. He whipped his hand away like he couldn't. Like it was hell to do it. That probably didn't even look right. He scolded himself as he paced and shook his head over his ridiculous efforts. All of him so stressed about it that she didn't even know how to tell him he was correct. The only thing she could do was tell him the truth. That it had been convincing. Even though that meant he was definitely going to do it again. Hell, he almost looked pleased with himself when she said it. Maybe even gained confidence in his ability to casually touch his fake girlfriend. Her only respite was when he added, "But just be sure to tell me if I do anything you don't want." Yet somehow even that didn't feel like one. Because now she was thinking about the care he was taking, how different that was from even real relationships she'd been in. And it made her almost unravel, before they'd even gotten a tenth of the way through this. There were still hours to go, surrounded by people who were convinced of their passionate love. More than convinced, really. They were all excited about it. One of the members of staff there was wearing a t-shirt with an image of them grabbing each other emblazoned across the front. Even though Daisy felt very sure that there hadn't been time for people to get merch like that together. She must have made it herself, she thought, as the woman excitedly babbled on about it being so wonderful to see true love win in these trying times. At which point he practically had to put a hand on her knee. It was just good sense to. There was no other thing he could do. It just didn't feel like it once his hand was there. Soft as a whisper, despite how not soft he typically was. Hot as molten lava even through all that corduroy. Far bigger than it usually seemed and certainly heavier. It weighed on her, to an almost impossible degree. She kept glancing down to see if flesh had somehow turned into stone, and the urge to move it away was extremely strong. She slid her hand close to his twice to do it. But in the end, she just couldn't go any farther, and not just because it might give the wrong impression to a fan of his. There was also the impression it would give to Miller, that this was affecting her somehow, even though it wasn't affecting him at all. He didn't seem the least bit bothered by the feel of her knee beneath his hand, or the curve of her back when he skimmed his palm over it, or even her hand in his once his event was nearly over and she was called on stage to play her part. He took it like he had been doing things like this his whole life, instead of doing them so little that he freaked out the night before. She could still see the shambolic way he'd gone about it behind her eyes. The rush, the way he had to force himself, the jerky grab and shake. He hated any kind of contact of that kind, and yet he did it all as if it no longer fazed him, like it was becoming second nature to him. Or even like he enjoyed it somehow. Which was probably why things felt the way they did after his event. They got into the elevator that would take them back to the lobby, just the two of them, entirely alone. Side by side, his arm an inch from hers, their hands back to back and barely a breath apart. And she could have sworn he was going to close that gap. The air between them actually felt electrified with it. Pregnant with the promise of it, and more so with every second that ticked by. She found herself looking up at the red countdown to the floor they wanted above the doors, willing it to go faster. It seemed to crawl from 5 to 4, then stall between 4 and 3. And now that space between them wasn't just fat and crackling with electricity. It was hot. It was heating up. It was setting her on fire, like in the car, but somehow stronger. More like it could force her to do something very stupid before she could stop herself. Such as make the move he never would. Take his hand just to break the tension. Even though it was ridiculous. He would think she had gone mad. She felt as if she had, just imagining it. She had to remind herself that this was her mortal enemy standing next to her. A man she hated, a man who had made her life miserable, and nothing had changed. He was just pretending it had. Doing tender things to make this work. Only her body wasn't apparently processing the tender things that way. It was just accepting them at face value. And to such a degree that she almost ran out of the elevator the moment it pinged. She came fairly close to shoving at the gap between the doors before they were even fully open. He had to walk fast to keep up. But he did catch up, because he opened the door to the lobby for her. Then the door out of there for her, the back one to avoid the gaggle of press that had assembled round the front. And finally he did it with the whole-ass car door too. Honestly, if he opened one more thing, she was going to lose it. She almost told him so as it was. "Stop doing things for me," she wanted to yell. But he did them anyway. He tried to take her hand as she stepped up into the truck. Just to help her, obviously, in almost the same way he'd helped her before. Only now it didn't just feel weird, or a little uncomfortable. It shot 10,000 volts through her palm and right the way up her arm. She actually stumbled a little, it was that intense. But that just meant he said, "Whoa, easy there." Then caught her with those big hands, one of them on her waist, the other splayed over her back. Both of them as practical and careful as anything about it. Oh God, it didn't feel practical and careful to her body. It couldn't possibly, because his hands were just so massive. The moment he made contact, it felt as if he were touching her everywhere at once. The curve just above her arse, the slide of her side into the soft spot underneath her arm. Hell, he had such a big grip that his fingers almost seemed to get right around her. One of them was definitely almost at the underside of her right breast. It felt as if she could have flinched and forced it all the way there. And that was nuts. It was too much. She tried to twist away, automatically, instinctively. But all that did was turn her in his arms. Then somehow her hand was on his shoulder, way, way too close to the nape of his neck, his shaggy hair. She could have touched the beginning of one little curl without it seeming like a big deal at all. Though it wasn't this temptation that made her heart race even harder. It was the way he looked in the dying light. She had always known he was handsome, of course, but it had never really mattered to her. She had never let it matter. It was just a fact of life, like the sky is blue and the grass is green. Worse than that, really. It had annoyed her that he was. Only it wasn't annoying her now. It was drawing her in, like a detail on a painting that didn't seem like much at first glance. Until you looked closer, saw its true intention, realized it had meant something else all along. Then suddenly you just couldn't look away. Not even when he seemed to notice. "Emmett," he said. Only he didn't say exactly that. There was no double T on the end. There was an I and an E, so softly spoken it didn't even just seem like a switch of letters to form a sort of nickname. It seemed like a term of endearment, something warmly chosen in a moment of sudden realization, even though the realization had only been hers. He hadn't suddenly grasped the difference between being handsome and being attractive. He couldn't have, he wouldn't have. This was just the way things had built to a head for him, most likely. All this touching and pretend affection, rising and rising until he couldn't stop a slightly sweeter name from dropping out of him. Nothing, really. Not like what she almost did in that terrible crescendo. She heard that soft version of her name, and her hand just lifted of its own accord, away from his shoulder and toward that face, that suddenly fascinating face, the one that actually seemed to tilt up to hers for a second, and so convincingly she found herself leaning down, like she was going to kiss him. Kiss Caleb Miller right on the lips. Her college self would have killed her if she had seen such a thing about to happen. Though truth be told, it felt like a kind of dying, and she couldn't even say that she saved herself from it. It was someone else, shouting at them from across the parking lot. "Hey," they said, "get a fucking room!" And suddenly the spell was broken. She snapped away, fast and violent enough that he made a sound of surprise. As if nothing had been happening to him. All of that had been perfectly ordinary in his eyes. It made no sense that she would jam herself into her seat and try to slam the door shut on him, or that she would snap, "Just get us to the hotel fast," once they were ready to set off. In fact, that probably explained why he seemed even stranger than he already had been for the last 2 days suddenly. He couldn't seem to focus. They went to check out, and it took the woman at the desk 3 attempts to get him to answer the question, "Was your stay nice?" And not even in a surly way. More like in a forgotten what words were way. She actually heard him say, "Huh?" Even though he had once told her that saying "huh" made her sound like a goose. By the time they exited the building, she desperately wanted to ask him if he was okay. But God in heaven, did she fear the answer. What if he wasn't? What if this was already fucking him up? Try to get him to focus on the road, she told herself. On the sights and scenery on the way to Paramus, New Jersey. In fact, that seemed like a good idea for her, too. But the problem was, there were none. The best she could do on the route they were on was some sort of 18th century recreation village thing, a museum full of hats, and, according to Google, the world's largest statue of a raccoon. And it wasn't a comfort when that last one got an "okay" out of him. Because once they were pulling into a makeshift parking lot in front of this incredible monument to man's ability to sculpt large rodents, she realised. He wasn't supposed to agree with this. This wasn't normal for him. He'd even stressed at the start of the trip, no sightseeing. She wasn't even sure why she'd thought it was a good idea. It's like something is melting my brain, she thought as she staggered out of the car and toward her new raccoon god. 20 feet tall, painted thickly in black and white with tiny paws reaching for the sky. She almost sank to her knees. Please, oh great raccoon one, help me figure out what is going on here, she imagined herself saying. But the only answer she got was the giggling of 2 women at a picnic table nearby, sharing sandwiches and kisses. Adorable to her heart. A bad influence to her brain. Now she was thinking about romance instead of road trip nonsense. And even more so when she glanced back at the truck and saw him through the already slowly dying light. Most of her expecting him to be tapping his watch, because it was 6 now and it took 2 hours to get to Paramus, New Jersey. But he wasn't. His head was bowed, as if he were praying to some strange god too. It made her breath catch to see it. Then again when she grasped what he was actually doing. He was writing. And not on his laptop, but in the same empty notebook he'd used to print the rules. Those neatly, carefully lined up rules in handwriting she'd only ever seen once before, when he'd been ahead of her in the line at student accommodations and she'd watched him fill out a form. That was his limit for Longhand. Like Longhand was too sloppy and free for him to let his imagination anywhere near it. And yet somehow, she knew that was what he was doing. There was something about it. Something familiar. The way she used to feel, before she realised writing was just a hobby and helping people was her calling. My love is like a fever, she thought, as she watched his hand fly over the page, saw him lean so close to his own words he could have kissed them, squinting without his glasses, uncaring that they weren't there. An entire page filled up in the blink of an eye, so furiously scrawled she could see whole sentences had slanted right out of the lines. Caleb Miller, she thought. Line crosser. Then started toward the truck. And stopped. Started again. And stopped. Even when she got there, her hand held in the air just above the door handle. Half of her fearing the clunk would make him stop, half of her fearing it wouldn't. A vow already in her head to not actually look at whatever was bursting out of him so abruptly, so fiercely. She needn't have worried, however. He looked up and saw her, and practically scrambled it away, like she'd caught him red-handed, doing something terrible to something utterly obscene. The only thing she got a glimpse of was the title, as he finished shoving it back into the glove compartment. Maybe it could be, she thought it said, then refused to look again to check. She fixed her eyes on the road he started back onto, that deep dusk of an endlessly empty highway, lit only by the occasional sign, and told herself that this would have to be enough of a distraction. This would lull him back to normality. But even after 5 miles, she could tell it hadn't. She could feel him shifting beside her. The air stirred every time he did it, as if he was actually uncomfortable, or even flustered. Which was probably why he took the shortcut he did through the sprawling forest they were supposed to drive around. "I've taken this trail before," he said. But she was pretty sure he hadn't. And then after 30 minutes of driving and dwindling dirt paths, she was definitely sure he hadn't. "It'll be fine," she told herself as the truck bounced and rumbled and screeched over loose stones and tree roots. He always knows what he's doing. He always knows where he is. Just as he eased the car to a stop and carefully shut off the engine, and both of them watched the headlights dim down to nothing until they were sat there in the pitch black. "I have no idea where I am," he said. At which point, it felt okay to scream. Chapter 14. She spent a good half hour trying to find a signal with her phone. But really she knew it wasn't a signal she was looking for. It was a way out of being too near to him. And especially when he was still being incredibly soft with her. She imagined he had gotten out of the truck to see if he could figure out where they were. Instead, he came back with a flask of coffee. Or at least she thought it was coffee. She was about to say, "You know I don't really like it," when she realised it was somehow still scalding hot tea. She had to stop herself asking where he had even gotten such a thing, just in case the answer was, "I fought my way through the zombie hordes for it, just for you." Instead of the far more normal, "I stopped by the hotel's coffee bar while you were in the bathroom." Though either way, she deliberately got out of the truck, just so he couldn't do anything like it again. Any more of this and she was going to start responding like it was real. And she wasn't really sure what a response to realness was going to look like. It seemed as if it should just be softness in return. Or maybe an abrupt embrace, like she'd turned into some sort of human-shaped face hugger. But somehow it didn't feel as if it was going to be. It felt raw and roasting hot in a way she usually reserved for actually exciting things. A sexy movie, A man she wanted. One of his books. Oh God, she really didn't want to think about his books now. Specifically the one that made it extremely clear that he knew how to make a woman very happy in a very particular way. But she found herself looking for it on her phone all the same, reading over it feverishly instead of doing anything sensible like figuring how to get out of this. It was not yet dawn when he came to her, sleepless, wild-eyed. She knew what he wanted. Or rather, she thought she did. But damn if he didn't up and surprise her. He was on his knees before she could reach up to him, his body already halfway between her legs, hands on her thighs, urging them apart. He wouldn't, she thought. He couldn't. He wasn't that kind of man. He kept things plain. He offered little. His mouth was on her before she'd even finished the thought. Fast and brutal at first, same way he was about everything. But then he seemed to slow. He pulled her close with those rough, unpleasant hands. And it was different somehow. Frustrating, it seemed to her. She twisted on the bed, not wanting to ask for more, but her body seeking it all the same. It didn't matter, though. He knew it anyway. He did what it took, deepening that kiss between her legs, pushing himself into what almost seemed like lust. As if he had become someone else the moment he saw her again. All those years of denial had made him too desperate to do anything but. His restraint was gone. This was what was left. The rock of his mouth, his hands pressing her close, always keeping that contact exactly where it needed to be. She pushed toward him. He obeyed. She squirmed away. He listened. Some time into whatever this was, it almost seemed that he understood before her body even told him. He knew not to be too direct. Just enough that it made her melt and sigh. Her name on his lips in a way she had never let happen before. Callum. Callum, she said, for this fleeting moment sure that it was safe to. He wasn't cold and austere and unworthy here. He was heated, passionate. She fumbled for his hand and he took it. He didn't flinch. She wondered suddenly if he ever would again. And after she was done, she thought of the first impression the scene had given her when she'd inhaled the book years ago. Yeah, but you would never do any of that, really, she had thought. Now she saw him in the thin light from the truck, poring over a map he'd gotten out, those glasses on the gorgeous slant of his nose, and all she could think was, "Oh, I bet you always do." As if he really were a different person to her now. And not just pretending to be. He's just faking it, she told herself. He's not really anything you should ever want. Then he suddenly looked up from the map, like he knew she was staring at him, and he caught her gaze. He held it in a way that made her heart start hammering. It hammered harder, though, when he got out of the truck. When he strode over to her like he had business to attend to. Don't, she thought. But of course he didn't. Of course not. He just wanted to talk about deranged plans that were going to make everything so much worse. Bad news is I have no clue how to get back to the road and even less idea how to do it in the dark. Good news is we can settle here for the night just fine, he said. And all she could think when he did was, oh dear God, all night next to him in that truck. But she couldn't let it show. She shrugged instead, then turned back the way she'd come like it was nothing, only to hear him call after her in this baffled sort of way. Where are you going? To the truck. You can't sleep in there. Heat won't last all night without draining the gas tank, and the cold gets into the cab like nothing else. It'll be frostbite time by 3 a.m. No, come on, get back here. She faced him, now as baffled as he had seemed a second ago. So I can make a much warmer place to snooze on the grass?
You're not going to have to snooze on the grass, all right?
Oh, then we're building a small fort out of twigs and leaves. He rolled his eyes.
No, smartass. I have a tent you can use.
That you just happen to have with you?
Of course, who lives home without one?
Normal people? She wanted to yell. But before she could have a meltdown over the idea of them crammed in a tent together, he started toward the truck bed.
Now get your stuff while I get it ready for you, he said.
And that was when she heard it. The problem that was slightly more pressing than being horned up all night next to a man she shouldn't be horned up about. I can't help noticing you keep not saying we. Just me, singular.
Well, I'm not likely to get in with you, am I? It's the size of a phone booth.
Yeah, but the other option is apparently an icebox that will fucking kill you. She demonstrated his untimely death with her hands. And maybe also with a tongue poked out of the corner of her mouth. It made no difference, however.
I'll be fine, he said. I've done it before.
And how many toes did you lose?
Barely the end of one of them. And it's the one I don't even use.
He made a scoffing sort of face, as if it were that little of a problem, instead of something that made her strangle the air with her hands. Oh my God, I was joking. I didn't think you really had, she said furiously, and to her relief he looked a little uneasier about the idea. Or maybe just confused as to why she cared so much. It was kind of hard to tell with his face half striped by gloom, half by the headlights from the truck. Plus, he was rambling now, protesting more like a dipshit.
It's not a big deal, all right? Better that than me and you all wedged against each other all night long. I mean, that's the worst kind of only one bet I can think of. It's concentrated, like a Brussels sprout.
How is a Brussels sprout concentrated?
Well, it's basically a really intense cabbage.
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard you say,
said the woman who thinks we should jam ourselves into a shoebox together, he said.
Then just as she was about to call him on the ever-shrinking descriptions of his tent, he kept going.
You really think you can stand that? You think you can bear to have my big, bulky body pressing into you for 8 hours? Rubbing into things you don't want rubbed, sliding over parts I shouldn't be sliding over? Probably at some point I'll accidentally...
But before he could finish that thought, she put up a hand.
She had to.
She was already thoroughly stunned over the idea of him saying the bit about his bulky body. If he went any further, if he started talking about where his hands might end up or his mouth might go, she was liable to lose it.
Stop it, she said. Stop. Enough. See? You can't even stand to hear me say it.
Because it's all nonsense. I mean, you said that stuff would happen in hotel rooms and it never has. There has not been a single solitary butt-in-the-face incident. In fact, we haven't even done any of the other lesser stuff, like comically crash into each other naked or walk in on each other pooping. So I think we're safe, she said. But she knew she didn't sound sure. Her voice shook on the word naked. And apparently he had heard it.
Doesn't sound to me like you believe that.
It doesn't matter if I do or not. I'm not letting you die of hypothermia. It's been hard enough letting you sleep in a bathtub, quite honestly. I see you wincing when your back tweaks.
My back is just old. I've been fine.
Well, you won't be here. Now get the tent. She pointed at the truck bed, satisfied that she'd won. It was only when he sighed and started toward the truck that she realized what winning meant. Somehow she'd talked him into doing the very thing she definitely couldn't handle right now. He had gotten her all turned around, same way he said she turned him around, and now here they were. In the woods, in the ever-deepening dusk. Him urging her to help with the tarp so he could get out this fabled tent. I don't even remember him packing one, she thought. But after a moment of rummaging, he seemed to find it. It just didn't look exactly like one to her. It was a kind of green, heavy-duty-looking tube that she couldn't imagine turning into something they could get inside. In fact, she almost asked him where the rest of it was. She peered inside the truck bed, looking for a ton of poles and hooks and hammers. Hoping for them, truth be told, because then there'd be a bunch of setting it up. She would handle the complicated camping equipment wrong, and he would get all exasperated, and then the whole thing would collapse and they'd have to start again. By the time they got into the tent, they'd be exhausted. There would be no time to think about any intense weirdness going on. Then she turned and watched him just kind of toss the thing, and there was a loud thwoomph, and suddenly there it was. A perfectly formed tent squatting in front of them. Zipper at the front, a jaunty little roof, thickly panelled sides, the works. If she had been standing in front of it in any other circumstances, it would have seemed inviting. Incredibly practical and very warm-looking. But as things stood, she couldn't approve. Because he hadn't been lying. If anything, he had been generous. It was the size of a fucking thimble. She wasn't even sure how he ever managed to get inside it alone, never mind anything else. One of his thighs looked bigger than the whole thing was across. It barely hit his waist in height. If he'd gone about it carefully, he could have probably stuffed the whole thing up his butt, while it was erected. Yet he carried on acting like this was going to easily happen. He grabbed thick, fluffy-looking sleeping bags from the truck, unzipped the tent and stuffed them inside. First one, then the other, because of course both couldn't be done at the same time. And he couldn't manage it without really ramming himself in there. It looked like the entrance was strangling his waist. For a second, she honestly started to panic that it was, and he'd end up on the news the next day. Famous author murdered by tent, police suspect missing mortal enemy, she imagined. Though she had no idea how these made-up police thought she could have been involved. She didn't even have the power to control malevolent camping equipment. All she had was the ability to stand there, helplessly, as the stakes refused to get any fucking smaller. By the time he was done and out and dusting off his hands, satisfied, they felt sky-high. Apocalyptic, almost, and even more so when he shut off the headlights on the truck and locked it up. He came back to her through almost total darkness. All she could see were the stars starting to dot the plush velvet sky, the outlines of the trees around them, like soft sentinels standing watch. The shape of his body, deeply shadowed and yet still so heavy-seeming. Then he switched on some little storm lamp he had apparently snagged from the truck, and somehow that was worse. It made him almost glow. Though it was the sounds that really struck her. That soft sense of the forest whispering. Things rustling in the undergrowth, something crying out in the distance. And over the top, every single thing he was doing heightened by the silence to an almost terrible degree. The shift of his boots against the crackling floor, the purr of his clothes as he moved around. His breathing, slow and steady, but just a little strangely harsh. As if he were trying to control it, but the effort made it great. Unsettling, but also somehow deliriously good. Setting the mood, her mind threw up. And after it had, she wanted to throw up too. "I can't do this," she thought of saying to him. But thankfully he cut her off before she could do something that foolish. "Well, ladies first," he said, and that made it a little easier. Or at least it did when she considered what him going first would have been like. This way she wasn't trying to fumble her way over him to get to her spot in there. No crushing of his legs, no elbow in his face, no accidentally touching anything she shouldn't. Absolutely no problems, she told herself. And it felt right, too. until she was nice and settled on top of the plush sleeping bag on the left, and he started to take his turn. His hand parted the tent flaps like a lover sliding up someone's split dress. Then the rest of him followed, and somehow that seemed even more weirdly sexual. He appeared to push through shoulders first, and God, said shoulders looked enormous. They practically filled the tent from side to side. For a second, they were all she could see. And once he was in, he didn't just unzip and shove himself into his sleeping bag, nice and straightforward and practical. He began taking off his boots. Caleb Miller, boot addict, removing them right in front of her. It was obscene. It was terrible. It was like being a trapped patron of the weirdest strip show in the world. No real nudity. No real glamour. Not even any sexy moves. He had to kind of crouch all pretzel-like just to get it done. But even that didn't make a difference. It just meant she got to see a lot of oddly hot sights. Like the underside of his thigh when he brought his knee up to his chest. All thick and broad, the muscle there tense enough that it strained the seams of his jeans. But also somehow vulnerable at the same time. Too exposed somehow. And the glimpse she got of his love handles was the same way. He twisted, and his shirt popped free from his jeans. Then there was that tender curve, the thick and solid start of his stomach. Not the least bit sexy to most people, she would imagine. But she had never counted herself amongst them. Her eyes lingered on it, even when she told them not to. Though not as badly as they did when he went to untie those laces. They were done up all tight and neat and sharp, obviously. And he had to work them loose, a bit at a time, with fingers that didn't seem designed for such careful work. They were thick and blunt-tipped, knuckles like hubcaps. Yet he did it all so deftly, so carefully. And slow, too. God, it was agonizingly slow. By the time he had them untied, she felt wrung out, desperate to look away but unable to really do it, like she was transfixed, like this was something far ruder than it was. A woman taking off her corset, she thought, unbidden. Then had to stifle a too sharp intake of breath. And it wasn't the only time. It happened again when he slowly eased those boots off, as if there was something forbidden about seeing his fucking feet. Which she supposed in some way there was. She was so used to seeing him with everything on. His uniform, his armour, him in his jacket all the time, because even taking that off was seemingly too much for him. Taking away pieces of it felt rude, especially when everything underneath was so soft-looking. His socks had stripes on them, the skin above them was smooth. She saw the curve of his ankle as it slid into his heel and thought of Victorian scandals, holes in stockings, someone touching him there with just the tip of their finger. Like everything he'd revealed was just a little vulnerable. Or at least it was in some ways. In others, everything was just fucking massive. Just absolutely the biggest feat she'd ever seen in her life. God, I hope the carpet doesn't match the drapes, she found herself thinking mindlessly. And right before he had to maneuver past her to get into his sleeping bag. Carefully, of course. Oh, he did it like she was made of glass. But that big knee still brushed her thigh. His shoulder came very close to her face. She probably could have poked out her tongue and licked it if she had wanted to. Which she absolutely did not. She didn't even know what made her think something like that. But whatever it was, she did it again when he said, "Sorry. Voice all soft and flustered, like it came from someone other than himself. A gentle dork, she imagined, who didn't like to be a nuisance. Then he was finally blessedly inside, stowed away completely from her line of sight, and she was free. Or at least she thought so. Until she looked at the state she was in and realised. Now it was her turn to start stripping. Her turn to peel off her clothes and sneakers in this very confined space, and more horrifyingly, she had to do all of this while listening to a super disturbing soundtrack. Him, going about the rest. That was the clink of his belt buckle as she tried to get into a good position to untie her sneakers. The rasp of his zipper while she struggled. Hell, maybe she was struggling because of those sounds. They made her fumbly somehow, distracted. She kept stopping without her own permission to glance over at whatever he was doing. And then he was done, and that wasn't any better. His jeans were in his hands now. He folded them right in front of her and neatly placed them at the far end of the tent where his sleeping bag stopped. While inside it, his legs were completely bare. Just absolutely nude, right the way up to his underpants. If he even had any underpants on. Chances were sky high that he didn't wear any. That he thought of them as an indulgence, a distraction, an unnecessary step that no one needed to take. Jeans and skin like God intended, she could well imagine him saying. Though by that point she felt so delirious that she had no idea if she was imagining right. Maybe it's the other way round, she told herself. Maybe not wearing them is the indulgence. She didn't get to figure it out, however. He broke the silence with something even more deranged before she could. "Want some help?" he said, much to her complete and total consternation. What did he think he was going to do, take her shoes off for her? In this economy? There was no way in the world. Those hands just unbuttoned his fucking pants, she thought wildly, and went to shake her head. She went to say no. She didn't know how in the world it came out a yes. And even somehow added a breathless, please, on the end. But thankfully he didn't seem to notice. He just sat up, almost brushing his arm against hers, nearly skimming her thigh with his hand, and leant over and went at it, quicker than he'd done with his own, brisker. Though it still made her stiffen like he was doing something else entirely. And again when he slipped the first sneaker off, and something on him touched the arch of her ankle, just above the heel where there was definitely nothing sensitive. It just felt like there was in that moment. She almost put a hand out to stop him, but it was too late for that now. He had hold of the other one. And his body was farther over hers in order to do it. All she could see was the curve of his broad back, the shaggy hair at the nape of his neck. There was a little kiss curl just above his collar, so tender she had the overwhelming urge to touch it. She had to close her eyes tight against it. Think of other things. Wallpaper, doilies, turnips. Like she needed unsexy thoughts to stave this off. Which was nuts. All of this was nuts. And just when it seemed to get the most nuts it could, he slid a finger under the elastic of her sock. Right in there, skin on skin, and so close to a caress she wanted to scream. She wanted to beg him not to. Only him tugging at the material saved her. He's just straightening it, dipshit, her brain said. Though she couldn't help thinking after it had that it was kind of a strange thing to do anyway. And so was the way he looked when he was done. Eyes dark, just a little awkward. "Go on and get in quick," he said. Then he retreated to his sleeping bag. Right down into it, the zip pulled all the way up, his back to her. All she could see as she slipped down into hers were his shoulders, shirt drawn tight over them. as if he'd wrapped his arms around himself, she thought. And really, would it have been so weird if he had? He probably just needed to protect himself against further urges to help her out. And that was a good thing. A very, very good thing. She only had on a tiny pair of panties under her cords. Thin cotton, near transparent, and clingy in a way that made her blush to think of him seeing it. And then there was her bra. The one with the see-through bits. The one she definitely wanted to take off. Imagine him sliding his hand up your shirt to get it done, she thought, and hated herself for it. But not as badly as she hated herself for going ahead. For actually slipping it off underneath her t-shirt, sure she was doing this the polite and non-lewd way, only to realise that the t-shirt was tight, and it was thin, and it was now moulded to her very round, very plump breasts. Just as he sat up to turn out the lamp he'd brought in. One glance to it, one glance back to her, a good night on his lips. The word fading the moment he saw. She had to whip the sleeping bag up over the sight. But of course, that just made things worse. It made him apologise and shove himself back to where he'd been, like she'd accused him of peeping. And now she was lying there in the dark, next to the humped back of a man she had just flashed her tits at. Knowing he had seen. Knowing he probably thought she'd done it on purpose. Half of her tight with embarrassment over it. Half of her something else. Something she did her best to deny. But how could she, really? Her whole body felt like it had been dipped in molten lava. She could feel the blush all over her face and throat, practically dissolving the skin. And to the point where she had to do things to mitigate it. She turned over to face the now cool wall of the tent, put her cheek against it, her hand. But the problem was the space was so small. All the move really did was press their backs together, and so tightly it seemed incredibly intrusive to her. She could actually feel him breathing. Slow, enormous-seeming breaths, as if he were some big prehistoric beast slumbering beside her. Or at least she thought he was slumbering, until he made it crystal clear he wasn't. "You're trembling," he said, so sudden into the still darkness she came fairly close to gasping. Then she had to somehow scramble for an excuse for this deep betrayal her body was putting her through. "Because it's cold." "It is sweltering in here. I feel like I'm in a sauna." "Well, maybe that's just you. Maybe you just run hot." "Or maybe I'm lying next to the little engine that could." She scrunched up her face, mortified. It took her a good 10 seconds to come up with the fury she needed. "If you're trying to say that I'm unnaturally overheated," she burst out. But damn, he cut her off fast. "I wasn't trying to say anything. Those are just the facts. You're so warm it feels like a fever against my back, and you're trembling hard enough it's making my teeth chatter. So tell me why," he said, and just as she was about to fumble out some silly excuse, he supplied his own. "You afraid of being in here with me?" And he meant it too. He sounded almost cut up about it, damn him. "Of course not. I don't even see why I would be." "Because I touched you. I touched you." "I think I'll survive a hand on my shoulder." "It wasn't just a hand on your shoulder, and you know it." She had to look at him then. But all she could see when she did was darkness and the barest hint of his back. No sign at all that he wasn't being serious, even though he was saying some really silly shit. "You didn't mean to grab me like that. I was falling out of the truck," she said, baffled. He didn't accept the bafflement, however. "Still, though, I got hold of a lot of you. I'm very close to some inappropriate places. If you had shifted a little, I would have probably had a handful of things I should never have a handful of. But that didn't happen. It could have. Could doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying, if you're feeling a little nervous of me, I'm not, all right? I'm not. Honestly, I wish I was. Why the fuck would you wish a thing like that? Don't, she ordered herself. But she was just too flustered and annoyed to listen. Because then you wouldn't be asking me these questions. I would just be me, and you would just be you, and things would be as they always were, instead of everything feeling all mixed up and upside down. My mind telling me one thing, my body registering something else altogether, she said, all in a hot rush. No thought going into the words at all. Though she thought about them a lot once they were out. And apparently so did he. He took what felt like an excruciating age to respond. She almost snapped somewhere in the middle of him clearly going over it all, inch by inch, and told him she hadn't meant any of that the way it sounded. I'm not into you, she thought about saying. Just as he acted as if she were totally into him. Jesus Christ. Are you saying your body liked what I did? He said. And to his credit, he seemed absolutely flabbergasted by this fact. She felt him shift, too, like he was trying to look over his shoulder at her for any massive signs that she had gone completely round the bend. But all she had were excuses. It just doesn't know the difference between fake and real, all right? Yeah, but you loathe me, and I've barely touched you in any sort of decent way. It just cannot be the reason you're shaking like this. It can't be. Tell me it isn't, Emmett. Tell me that's not a fucking thing. Look, I'm sorry I am the way I am. And what way is that exactly? A horny mess. More silence then. Worse than the first. Mainly because she felt him jerk on the word horny. Then had to wait for what that jerk had meant. Him getting out of the tent and walking directly into the nearest bear, she thought. About a second before he said this instead, in a voice that seemed just a little grave and quiet and pointed. And you think I hate that? That I would find it embarrassing? I know you would. Hell, you hate it when I'm loud about a nice burger. So you make a lot of noise then? I didn't say that. But that's what you mean. You mean you moan when you make yourself come. Maybe even when you don't. Maybe just when it feels good. When you get to a certain point and you're so turned on that you can't help it. He said. And okay, now she was getting a little concerned about the turn this was taking. Because had he just used the word come while asking her about how out of control she got? I'm gonna be if you keep talking like this, she thought.
Though of course she couldn't allow him to know that.
I don't ever let myself get that way now, she said, sure and certain that this would end the discussion. It didn't. He carried on in that same low voice. Because of me. Because of what I did to you back in college. All that stuff you said on the stage. You didn't do anything to me back in college, all right? I just thought you were different from other men, that was all. I thought you were something else. It's my own fault that I put that on you and then let it affect me too much when you were just the way you are. When we are just very different people. That's a generous way to look at it. Even if it wasn't, you didn't make me feel embarrassed, sex-wise. So who did then? Christian. The other guy, the man bun. She thought of both men when he said it. Christian almost as big as Miller, but slyer in the face, more washed out somehow, hair less thick, stubble less lush. Handsome, she had thought him at the time, but now when she looked back he seemed faded. The kind of thing you loved when you weren't sure you had options. And Derek, he was even worse that way. She could barely remember his face, even though he'd been the first. Her first college boyfriend. Her first anything boyfriend, really. And now here he was consigned to one single, sad, embarrassing memory. Him saying she got too excited for a girl. Yeah, he thought I was too much, too, she said finally. And that's why you think you should never let anyone else hear. I never even like hearing it myself now. In fact, I can't recall the last... She started to say, then realised what she was saying and tried to stop. To go back before he imagined she meant the last time I masturbated. Though if he did think so, he didn't let it stop whatever he was driving at. And he was really driving at it now. But something about this situation is bringing it out of you anyway. It doesn't matter if it is, it's just pretend. All of your softness is pretend. So, it is that then. Someone being good to you. Making you feel like goodness could be a thing. Encouraging you to love what you love and be the way you are with them. Be yourself no matter what. She face-palmed in the dark at that. Because God, it sounded weird. She was a weird, messed-up loser who let arguments and relationships from 10 years ago get in her head while getting excited over the tiniest sip of the milk of human kindness. That is not a thing that should turn anyone on, she groaned, fully expecting him to agree. And instead she felt him shrug. I don't see why not. Because it's ridiculous and not happening. But it is, though. I know it is. I can hear it when you move, Emmy. When you rock your hips. When you press your legs tight together to try to stop the feeling. The one that happens when I talk real gentle like this. That got worse when I said moan and come, he said. And all she could think about, once he had, was what he'd called her. That new, almost nickname. Emmy, he had said, far clearer than it had been at the truck. Far softer, too. And oh, every word around it. Her face heated over, hear it when you move. Partly because even without thinking about what it meant, it sounded so utterly rude. But mostly because of what it probably did mean underneath. A nice, pretty, polite way of saying she was wet. She was wet and he knew it. And the worst bit about it was he wasn't even wrong. She was so slick between her legs she could hear it herself, despite her best efforts not to. And she knew it wasn't just him talking like this that had made it happen. It was his hands on her waist, his hand on her shoulder, his hands on her ankle. Maybe even before all this, maybe so far back it would make his head spin. Though she tried to dial it down anyway. Well, they're dirty words. I don't think it's the dirtiness that did it. Well, then what do you think it was? Your gloriousness? The fact that I'm so ornery, so uptight, and I said it anyway. I encouraged you, he said. And oh God, she couldn't even deny it. He was kind of right. Every time he'd said a word of the sort he wouldn't usually, it had knocked the wind out of her. But she couldn't wholly concede. You were just saying facts. You weren't trying to say it's okay to be that. It is, though. Even though you feel nothing for me and you think I feel nothing for you, there's nothing wrong with finding something hot if it's the kind of thing you're into. Just on a practical, objective level, it's normal and good, and I would never want you to think otherwise. Never. The opposite, in fact. I'd want you to indulge to the greatest possible degree you could. You goddamn liar! She practically spat the words at his still turned back. then expected him to turn and spit back. Now it would be enough, it felt like. And instead he stayed exactly where he was, shrouded in gloom. Then his voice, dark and steady. "Put your hand between your legs," he said. And she wanted to laugh when he did. But it hit her way too hard for that. Like lightning, and not just in terms of how terrifying it was. Oh, no, no, no. It made her heart start beating like a little bird in her chest. Heat rolled through her, thick and unstoppable, and so sweet she didn't even want to deny it. My love is like a fever, she thought, and had to fight to get some sense out of herself. Stop it. You don't really mean that. I just told you I did. Now go on and do it. But, she started to say, and felt rather than saw him shake his head. No buts. No more debating. You want it, and I'm telling you to take it. Telling, she thought. Want, she thought. Take, she thought. Though it wasn't any of those three things that made the protests die on her lips. It was the gravity in his voice, the surety of it. Like he really believed what he was saying. Like he could just apply his own steadiness and straightforwardness to something as salacious as sex if he wanted to. And it worked. He made it seem so normal to do it, so natural, so like nothing at all, really. She didn't have to worry about consequences or consider someone else's judgment. He'd run a red line through the idea of anybody minding. All that mattered was doing it, giving into it, feeling it, letting her body take over. And God, her body wanted to. Suddenly every nerve ending was alive, every repressed desire was awake, and every single one of them flowed through her in a hot wave, like feeling coming back to a long disused limb. It was indescribable, impossible to stop. Impossible to resist, too. Her hand was between her legs before she had even really thought about it, shoving under her panties in a way that felt like the right thing to do. Probably he didn't want her to drag this out. Most likely he could only stretch to something speedily done. Only somehow, the very second he heard the snap of elastic, he spoke into the heated silence. No, not like that. Slow. Slow, he murmured, so low and soft it seemed to vibrate through her. And suddenly she was thinking of words like savouring with regard to him, despite how impossible the idea of him savouring anything was. He can't be. He couldn't be. It's incredible he's even going this far, she thought. And yet when she protested, when she said, "But the slower I am, the worse I'll get," he didn't hesitate. Good. That's the way it should be, he murmured, as firm and sure as before, but with an extra something in his voice now. An urgent quality that she could hardly fathom or stand. And she fathomed and stood it even less when he continued. Take it nice and easy and slow. Hook your fingers into the sides of those tight little panties and slide them off, all the way off. Then when you're done with that, when you're all bare, I want you to do something else for me. For, she thought. Me, she thought. And did her best to scoff at it. You don't. There's no way. Does it sound like there isn't? No, but then maybe just go ahead. Go ahead and do what? Spread those soft thighs. Her eyes closed then, mostly for the word spread, and how incredibly lewd it sounded coming from someone so practical, so committed to never indulging in anything at all. But there was also something about the word soft, Something frivolous about it, a small detail he didn't need to add but had. And of course there was what that suggested. That he had noticed. Looked over in the car and seen the way her thighs kissed. Watched the way material moulded to the curve of them, slid up and exposed how tender they looked. Maybe even imagined what it would be like to put his hand between and urge them open himself. Just like in What I Wouldn't Do. Just like that, as if he really did know how to be that way. Yet even these incendiary thoughts couldn't quite get her over one particular obstacle. I don't usually do that, she stuttered out, thinking of her typical dwindled to almost nothing routine. On her side, thighs pressed tight together, almost like she was doing nothing at all. But apparently nothing at all wasn't enough for him. Because you hate it? No, it just feels like too much. Too like you're doing something dirty. She pressed her lips together to keep the answer in. It was fine, though. Her silence told him enough. All the more reason to. All the better, too. Let me hear you do it, he said. And God, he sounded so close to eager now. Reined in and dry as dead leaves by anyone else's standards. But by his, it was almost a symphony. A song of something so close to lust it had her parting her thighs before she'd even thought about it. Tremulously at first. Just testing it out. But then she heard it. His breath catching. Like he knew she was going ahead and it actually did something to him. And just as she was thinking how impossible that was, she shifted onto her back. She let them part just a little more, hardly anything, really. But when she did, her leg touched the solid side of his body. And that was definitely an intake of breath. Like this was all very straightforward to him. Yet at the same time just ever so slightly shocking. Ever so slightly impossible seeming in the same sort of way it was for her. Though she knew that sense of it being so was starting to slide away. Everything was getting all syrupy and sunk deep into desire in a way she couldn't remember feeling since she was a teenager. Before you learnt to curb yourself, she thought. Then just let her hands slide back between her legs. Slowly. Slowly, like he'd said. Simply allowing herself to try out this new and completely bared sensation. This whole sense of her spread pussy, exposed to her exploring, slightly eager fingers. And they got more so once she had. She brushed over the outer edges of that slick, hot seam and got a bloom of sensation so intense it seemed almost a crime to not chase it, to not stroke softly around and around the place she wanted to touch most. That molten core, now aching in such an agonizing way she almost went ahead. Only the thought of what it would sound like stopped her. Though she didn't know why. He didn't seem to mind at all. Jesus, that pussy is so fucking wet. Barely touching yourself and I can hear it. I can hear you stroking through all that slickness, all soft and slow. That feel good? Tell me if it does. Let me hear you say it, he said, like some sort of demonic reversal of all the experiences she'd ever had before. With other men, it had always been passionate disgust. Here, what she got was plain spoken. It was simple somehow. But God, it was lewd, and almost relentlessly encouraging in a way that should have been impossible for him. She wasn't even sure how he was managing it. She wanted to ask, is this real? Or is it just like the food thing, the singing thing? Practice at being someone else, someone who wants me to be happy. But somehow that wasn't what came out. It couldn't be, really. Buying into it was now too delicious to do anything but. Oh my God, it did, she moaned. and actually felt some sort of reaction run through him. A shudder, it felt like. A groan of desire brewing in his body that he couldn't quite let out. Though it was in his voice when he spoke, like he was giving into it all too. So stroke yourself again. Get closer this time, he said. Then she just had to give him a little push, just to see how much he was. Say what you want me to get closer to. Be specific. Because you think I won't? It seems likely. More likely than you doing it. Your clit. I want you to almost touch your clit. Jesus, Miller, she gasped out, voice now more moan of desire than anything else. Near unintelligible, and so desperate it should have embarrassed her right out of touching herself at all. But it didn't. She did exactly what he had said without breaking a sweat. 2 fingers over that swollen little bud, stroking soft and feverish, the pleasure from it so sudden and so intense that she simply had to keep going. And that was before he carried on. Relentless, his own voice almost breathless now. I can do it better if you want me to. You can't. You won't. Say the word and I will. Okay, stop now, she told herself. But that wasn't what came out. Yeah, I do. Yes, she panted. And God, the way he obliged. Finger your cunt for me then. Fuck yourself until you're close, he said. Caleb Miller, a man who didn't even like to swear. He said cunt, her mind gasped. But her body didn't react with the same sort of shock. It didn't act all scandalized. It arched right into her now frantic fingers. She practically rubbed herself against her hand. And holy fuck, the sounds that were coming out of her now. They were high and breathy and almost constant, a long litany of little moans and gasps. Oh, she actually let out. Oh, 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 over and over, and so loud it seemed to fill the small space. It felt louder than a shout. And God, the sound of her trying to do what he had asked. The slick click of her stroking herself there, trying to work her fingers in, half unsure and awkward about it, but doing enough that he would definitely hear. He's going to realize now that this is insane, she thought. And instead he got a hint of that frustration and shifted. Turned his head toward her, it felt like. Want me to do it for you? He said. Because apparently he had lost it. He had clearly just lost his mind. This was beyond anything he should have been able to do. Playing a game, sure. Encouraging her, fine. Touching her himself. With his own hands. You wouldn't, she said. And he just answered so casually. Only if you don't want me to. Tell me you do and I will. I can't. Oh, God, I can't. I don't even know what to say. Whatever filthy thing you'd like to. Like, touch me. More than that. Put your hand between my legs. You can do better. I know you can. Oh, God, Miller, just fuck me. Fuck my slick cunt, she finally blurted out. But she honestly didn't expect him to actually do it. It seemed completely impossible that he'd even said the words, never mind would do the physical act. She was still reeling from his tongue clicking around the word clit. It just didn't seem like a reasonable thing to believe in. So it made sense that she moaned just hearing the zipper on her sleeping bag go, and that she did it again when she felt him over her. The heat of his body, the heavy, shadowy shape of him. Then, oh God, then, that was his hand on her thigh. Caleb Miller was touching her thigh. And not even on the outside. Right in there, right on the place between where the skin was soft and almost painfully sensitive. Every callus, every line, every sense of how careful he was being with that big grip. It all sent a spark directly through her already too sensitized clit. though really it was none of this that sent her round the twist. It was the sound he made as he slid slowly up and encountered exactly how slick she was, long before he should. There, on the inside of her thighs, all the mess she'd made over his dirty words and heated encouragement. And it didn't make him chide her. It made his breath stutter in his throat. Not quite a moan, but close enough that she answered him in kind. She let out a long, slow sigh of pleasure, and another when he rubbed her there, like he was enjoying the feel of it all over her. And then, just for good measure, he squeezed her there. He made a sound of satisfaction. "Guess that answers the question of whether you're gonna take what I've got," he muttered. And honestly, she had no idea what he meant. After all, it wasn't as if he was going to use whatever he had between his legs. He was just going to ease a finger in. It was nothing. Then she felt him. She felt him stroke her softly, first over the curve of her sex, then slowly, slowly easing into that slick seam. And even that was enough to tell her what she should have already known. His fingers were thick. They were thick and they were solid, to the point where it felt like being rudely spread. The sensation actually made her gasp. But not in fear or horror. "Oh, fuck, that feels so good," she found herself blurting out. And she couldn't stop herself rubbing faster over her clit. The need to come was now so intense it was impossible not to, and even more so when he worked his way to her slick little hole. Rubbed it that way too, until she came very close to bucking into his hand. Then he murmured the words, "Oh, so ripe and ready." And she did. Her hips lifted of their own accord, and when that happened, so did the thing he had intended. One maddening finger gliding in, all the way in, right up to the last knuckle, so fast and thick it made her cry out. It made her buck against him, at first accidentally, but then less so. And he knew it. "Yeah, fuck my hand. Take what you need," he said, and she did. She did. She rutted against that exquisite contact until the pleasure just seemed to build low down in her belly. Until she almost didn't want to stroke her clit anymore at all. She wanted to chase whatever this was. She wanted to feel him filling her, working her, saying to her, "Oh yeah, you're gonna do it for me?" Though it shocked her when she realized she was. I can't," she almost said. But instead it came out as a stunned kind of understanding that she was. "Oh my God, I'm gonna come," she gasped as the pleasure started to break. Voice nearly panicked, body hardly able to process the intensity of whatever this was. But he seemed to process it just fine. "Yeah, I know, baby. Nice and hard too, huh?" he said, as if it were fine and normal. Ordinary even. Commonplace. Instead of the weirdest sex thing to ever happen to her. She could feel her pussy tightening around his now really working fingers. And each time it did, this heavy sensation just seemed to get hold of her. It swelled outward through her clit, through her belly, made spirals that had her wanting to grasp his hand and make him stop. And especially when she realized something else. "I'm going to make a mess, I'm sorry, she moaned, thinking of Derek, of Christian, of the boy from the agency she used to work at, telling her it wasn't natural for a girl to come that way. And then it happened. She came all over his hand in a slick spill. More than once, too. Every pulse of her orgasm made it worse, made it messier. And yet all the way through he didn't say one single word of protest. He said a sweet name instead. "Baby," he said. "Oh, baby, yeah, that's it. That's it. Oh, that's fucking hot. That's so fucking good. That sweet little pussy creaming for me." And what then? She didn't know. All she could really process was that this was easily the most intense sexual experience of her life. In fact, she almost told him so. She almost fucking thanked him, in fact. She came within an inch of it and only stopped because he got there first. "Well," he said into the heated, sex-thick air. Then when she held her breath, expecting some confession of his own greed, some question as to whether she could do the same for him, he finished the thought. One simple word as he turned over and put his back to her again. "Good night." Chapter 15. It seemed like the best thing to do was just not to think about it. Never even mention it. Throw herself into the job at hand like nothing had ever happened. But there was one very major problem with this. The job at hand involved spending every second of every day with the man nothing had happened with. And he seemed not only intent on being as oblivious and blasé as that casual "good night" had suggested, but actively fine with carrying on as he had before. Playing the game he had before the woods. Being all pretend solicitous. I guess that really was just part of it too, she thought, as he barely reacted to her laying out a little picnic in her lap on the way to the next stop. She'd gathered together some things at the last gas station they'd hit, and now she placed them all atop a napkin. A bag of pretzels, 2 apples, a muffin. And she knew he was really deep into the game when he didn't even say anything about the boiled egg. She started to peel it carefully, and instead of raging about the smell or the mess, he suddenly slowed to a stop. She looked up to find he'd swung them onto a stretch of dirt that overlooked what seemed like a pit. But then she sat up straighter. She peered over the dashboard. And she saw the bowl of deep green just beyond the sort of cliff face they were perched on. A valley, she realised, a deep and beautiful valley filled with creepers and trees and bushes. Soft and lush-looking in a way that made her want to turn to him and exclaim like some soppy teenager. It's so easy to forget this isn't real, she thought. About 10 seconds before he said, "Well, this is even better than that blog about local sites described." And then what was she supposed to think? She wasn't sure. She just had to sit there, egg forgotten in her hands, gazing out at this incredible view as the idea of him actually reading such a blog and then following its advice swirled around her mind. Weirder than that, really, because after a moment he took that egg from her. He finished peeling it himself, in his high, holy car where no food was ever supposed to trespass. Absent-mindedly, too, like it wasn't even a big deal. "How are you doing this?" she wanted to ask him as he handed the peeled egg back to her. And he took a bite, too, when she offered it to him. He ate an apple and drank coffee from a flask and just generally shared an actual road trip picnic with her. He even got out of the car after they'd eaten and took it all in. And when she got out too and tried to take a picture, he didn't stop her. He said, "Go stand in front of it so I can get you in too." Then he did just that. He waited until she was awkwardly posed with the rising sun behind her, and he held up her phone and snapped it. And just as she was about to cross back over to him, he held up a hand. He took something out of his own pocket. She didn't know what to say when she saw what it was. A disposable camera. Somehow he had a disposable camera. They didn't even make them anymore, she was sure of it. But he had it, and he held it up so quick she didn't have a chance to say, "No, wait, what?" Instead, she posed for him, too. For a shot that would probably look mad as fuck. Her hair was in her face, she had one hand awkwardly in her pocket. Though he didn't seem to care. He almost looked satisfied once he had it. She watched him put the camera away, carefully in the glove compartment, once they were back in the car. "Do you know you're doing these things?" she wanted to ask him, and even more so when they got to civilization and he opened the third door of that day for her. gaze always on other things, completely unaware of how tense she was. Because she was tense. And more important, it was not in the bad way. Oh, no. The universe wasn't kind enough for her to be feeling it in the bad way. No, this was in the good way. A way that said, something has been awakened in you and you are completely fucked. By the second gentle touch to the small of her back, she was about ready to kill him. Twice she almost said, "Are you trying to make me behave like that again?" Even though she knew how completely impossible that was. There wasn't a single reason why he should. He hadn't gotten anything out of it after all. But he still laid a hand low on her back. He still grew confident enough to clasp her hand before they even came out at the next event in Paramus, New Jersey. She found herself looking down at it like it had grown 3 heads. Then up at his face as he stared out onto the stage he was due on, searching for some clue as to what he thought he was doing. But all she saw was dedication to this. He even seemed more confident about it once he got out there. He cracked a mild joke, spoke of love without blanching, just generally looked looser through the shoulders and chest. She didn't once see him fold his arms across it. In fact, at one point he actually leant back in the soft, plump armchair they had provided, both of those arms relaxed at his sides. As if he was suddenly capable of enjoying something comfortable, while exposing himself completely to the gaze of 2,000 people. It was weird. And it got weirder. Steadily weirder with each stop they checked off her list. She tried to sleep through the long and strangely tense drives and would wake to him humming, or even singing. Sometimes he'd encourage her to stir with a hand on her knee. Perfectly innocent, of course. But not to her subconscious. No, her subconscious said, "He's going to slide that hand between your legs and make you come in that good, hot way." He didn't hate the mess you made, or figure it was one and done. It wasn't a game, he's just waiting for you to say the word again. And then she'd realised she had started rocking, squirming. At one point she swam up from sleep to find a moan almost on her lips, desperate and greedy. Though it wasn't just the touch that did it, and she knew it. It was the dreams. The constant dreams. The ones she wanted to say were brand new to her. But now they were happening, she had to admit they had been in her before. She remembered once in college, after a particularly heated conversation, she had argued that sex could be vital to a story, to character, to plot. He had insisted it was always just there for frivolous reasons. Then that night she had fucked him in her dreams, pinned him to that war table in the workshop, rode his dick until he called out her name, told her she was right, begged her for more. A fucked up fantasy of winning an argument, she had thought. She had told herself. But she could admit it now. It had still made her come in her sleep. That was 100% the feeling she had woken up to, no matter how she had tried to reduce it down and rationalize it. It was just because the conversation had been about sex, she had reassured herself. But she had to wonder now. Doubly so, when he wasn't doing anything sexual at all. He was just being kind. He was just being soft. Taking her to restaurants she liked, plucking fluff out of her hair, playing the general part. And then they got to Detroit, and suddenly things were a little less general. Because before that point he had stuck to vague sentiments, the sort of things he'd written in his dedications. She's the love of my life. She is my sun and moon and stars. Why do birds suddenly appear every time she gets near? That kind of thing. But at the next event, a tall and narrow building that was mainly for business conferences in the heart of the city, the moderator asked him a specific question. And he answered specifically. Very specifically. The first time I saw her, she was extolling the virtues of a movie called Demon Knight to a guy who couldn't have seemed less interested to hear it. All hands and eyes and words a mile a minute, passionate about the idea that the value of something wasn't just in whatever standard had been set by some old dude 100 years ago. Passionate about everything, except taking care of herself. One of her laces was untied, as it almost always was. She'd missed part of her hair with the brush, her cardigan was on inside out, the strap on her book bag was almost going, most likely because she'd spent her new book bag money on something someone else needed. A total disaster, in other words, he said. Then, just as she was about to roll her eyes from her place in the wings of the stage, he met her gaze. I thought she was the most attractive woman I'd ever laid eyes on. And I say attractive on purpose, because sure, she's beautiful, she's gorgeous, but it was more than that. More than just looking at someone and seeing that everything is pleasing to your eye. I was drawn to her, drawn in by her, in a way I'd never experienced before. And then what was she supposed to do? Half of what he had said was true. The guy was Trent Parker, who hated any movie or book that wasn't critically acclaimed. The book bag thing was partly right. She'd given her good one to Jenny Wong, the girl who'd been struggling without one. And she remembered storming past him on her way out of the library. So he had definitely seen her. But the rest? Saying she was beautiful. The way he framed it, like she had attracted him. It was utter nonsense, just complete balderdash. Yet somehow he made it sound so convincing her heart stuttered in her chest. She found herself putting a hand there, even though she knew he was looking. He didn't stop the moment the words were over. In fact, he didn't stop until the moderator asked another question. But the question itself didn't make things any better. It was about when they first truly met. And he answered. He answered. Like the lie had somehow always been inside him. I used to hate sleeping. Lying there, feeling things I didn't want to feel about things I didn't want to feel them about. So I'd get up, go for a run, go for a swim, wear myself out, drop like a 10-ton weight when I finally got back to my bed. An ideal situation for me. But then one night, she caught me. She found me out. And when I dared to share with her, she was as good about it as I knew she'd be. I let myself open up to her, and she surrounded me in warmth. I fell in love with her then, though, of course, I have no clue at all why she fell in love with an oaf like me. Maybe I would have done if you had opened up to me, her brain blurted out immediately. But only because her brain was apparently running on fumes and the memory of being thoroughly fucked. He made you come once, and you're rewriting history along with him, she chided herself. Even though you have no reason for it, he's selling a story for an audience. Who are you selling this to? I don't know, she said, entirely under her breath. Though some lighting guy still looked at her funny. She had to go sit in the green room, which in this case was more like a place where PowerPoint presentations were usually delivered. There were stacked chairs in one corner and a smart board on one wall, and the couch she sat on seemed brand new, courtesy of IKEA. But it was at least empty of anyone who might see her behave weirdly. No chipper liaison who wanted to take a picture with him doing bunny ears behind her head, which he had of course refused with one stern look. No publicist from Harchester who clearly thought Daisy was trying to do the job Miller never actually let anyone do anyway. She suspected the woman had gone to the bar across the street. It was just blessed silence for a good 40 minutes. Really, she should have been calm and reasonable by the time he was done. But then he abruptly burst into the room and slammed the door behind himself before anyone else could slip through, and suddenly she was right back to square one. Worse than square one, honestly. She saw his face, and all she could think was, Okay, I totally get what he meant about being attracted to someone. Then he spoke, and things escalated pretty steeply. "Where did you go? I needed you," he said. And he took hold of her when he did it, too. For a second, all she could think about was that scene in his third book, Once She Was Gone, when Dylan finally admits that it devastated him to watch her go. When he grabs her and begs her not to. She even heard a line from it in her head. "Losing you was like losing the only thing I could bear about myself." Then he abruptly started rushing her out of the room, and the line blinked out. She almost laughed as she ran to keep up with him. "Seemed like you were fine, going on all the things you were saying," she said to the back of his head. But he didn't turn. He kept on down the glossy hallway to the golden elevator at the end. "Exactly. I was saying things, a lot of things. I don't even know where they were coming from. They just kept bursting out of me like someone uncorked a bottle, and I couldn't get it to stop. Her last question was about sex, Emmett. It was about sex, and I answered it." "What did you say?" "That I have you twice a night." He said it the same way he said the rest, a little harried about it, almost scolding himself, impatient to get out of there. The only difference was this one stopped her in her tracks. The doors of the elevator almost closed after him before she could get inside. He had to jam a hand between them, gesture at her like, "Get your butt in here." Things are really bothering him, she thought. The fake emotion, the lovey-dovey stuff, the accidental fingering of his mortal enemy in a tent. Maybe the abrupt writing spurt was even that, a kind of lancing of some inescapable and awful feelings. She couldn't sugarcoat the situation, however. "Oh my God, that's going to be a thing. Can you stop it? Can you make everybody delete their phones?" "I think you know I cannot. But don't worry, it'll play well with the public." "It's not really the public I'm concerned about right now." He'd been pacing up to that point. He stopped now, stared at her until she had to accept he was talking about her. Somehow that word concerned was for her. Or at least something about them both and their bizarre relationship. In a way she wasn't sure she wanted to talk about. "Just pretend it didn't happen," she willed him as she eked out two tight words. "I'm fine." "You don't seem it. Disappearing like that." "I didn't disappear. I needed a snack. And a sit-down." "Yeah, but you seem different in other ways, too." "Do you think I don't know that you do? Always sleeping in the car now, looking at me with those wild eyes. And you're too quiet. No yammering a mile a minute like normal." "Okay, first of all, everybody is a yammerer compared to you. You seem to actively resent that I even make you argue about things. And second of all, you know I have a lot on my mind right now," she said, then gestured back in the direction of the stage she'd just come from. Though as soon as she did it, she knew that wasn't what it sounded like. He went very still. His face tightened. "You mean what I did to you? In the woods?" "Don't say it like that." He raised an eyebrow. "Like what?" "Like you're a monster who mauled me." "Well, doesn't seem that far from the truth." "You can't be fucking serious. You were gentle as anything. Not to mention the fact that you made me do something that nobody ever has before," she said, but knew as soon as she had that she shouldn't have put it like that. His eyes widened, briefly and only slightly, but they did. And he straightened just a little, like an animal bristling. "I shouldn't have said that. Let's just forget that I did," she ordered him. He didn't listen. "Might be a little hard when it's lodged in my brain like a 10-inch splinter." "Sorry," she tried. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't expect you to." "Doesn't matter why. I don't care if you did. That's not what struck me." "Then what did?" She said it loud, frustrated now. Hand slapping the ground floor button, because seriously, why was the elevator not moving? She didn't know, but it still refused. In fact, it didn't start up until he answered, quietly, to her turned back. You said nobody has. That doesn't seem like a big deal. Most women can't. But you can. You did. And you're telling me nobody has ever made you before? Shit, she thought. How have I started confessing my sex life issues to him? And it showed in her flustered, red-faced attempts at explaining. Well, usually they're not using their hands, they're using their... you know what, and then they don't... I mean, they never last that long, so... It took you 20 fucking seconds. I think that's an exaggeration. A minute, then, at most. Now she was the one pacing. It was probably just a situation, she said, eyes flicking up to the number above the door. 17, it somehow said, even though she was fairly sure this building didn't have that many floors. Apparently elevators weren't satisfied anymore with just placing her in tense situations. They had to use wizardry to trap her there. With a man who was now very worked up. The situation was fucking nothing. Hell, the situation now is even less than that, and I know you're going the same way. Trembling and blushing over a few touches, a kind word or two, someone talking to you the way I am now. That's all it takes, and they couldn't even manage that much, he said, at which point she went to scoff. The words, "I'm not trembling," were on the tip of her tongue. But then she realized. She felt it, like a kid after a hit of sugar. And apparently ready for another one, when he shook his head, words almost muttered under his breath. Always thought you were getting beyond what someone like me could ever give you in the sack, and instead it's fucking crumbs. Assholes that can't even fuck you right. Because seriously, what did that mean? She didn't know. She only knew he wasn't correct. But it's different when it's actual fucking. You sure about that? Because, we can easily test that theory out. As if you're going to do that. There's no way you would. There's no way you would even want to, she said, half laughing as she did. Though she knew the laugh sounded just a little panicked, and that she was breathing way too hard now. But even scarier, he was breathing hard too. His chest was almost heaving. She watched it rise and fall underneath his denim shirt, completely mesmerized. Then she looked up and met his eyes, and oh God. The second she did, something in them just seemed to shift. The light in them sunk, and left behind a sort of soft and subtle darkness. Realization, she wanted to call it. But it was more than that. It was beyond that. She felt like she was drowning in it. In fact, she was still sinking into those depths when he slowly leant to one side. Eyes still locked with hers, as he did something she couldn't see. Something she couldn't believe, even when her mind informed her of what it was. And then it happened. The elevator jolted to a stop between floors 5 and 6. Courtesy of a man who couldn't even stand someone not holding the doors. She'd seen him fume over it before now. But he did it. Then, in case she was in any doubt as to what this was, he spoke. "Just say if you want me to stop," he said. And as he did, he reached forward, eyes still on hers. And he slid his hand directly up her dress. All the way up, right to the elastic of her panties. The one she'd worn thinking of the word sensible, but now they seemed like anything but. Too sweet and too cottony for something like this. And especially when he bunched one side of them into his big fist. It felt outrageous. Filthy. and so good she couldn't help making a sound. It just sighed out of her, all high and soft. Then again when he started easing them down. Slow, like he had wanted her to do for herself in the tent. Gently parting her legs, then lifting her foot at the end so he could completely remove them. And now all there was between him and her bare pussy was a thin fall of material. The dress she'd worn, soft and flowery. Not her style at all, to the point where she wondered why she'd chosen it. But she didn't wonder now. I want to be fucked, she thought. Though honestly she had no idea how she had ever thought this was going to happen. Even now, even at this point, it seemed ridiculous. Because yeah, okay, he sounded breathless, just as he had the night before, and she was pretty sure there was a flush creeping over his throat. Yet somehow she just couldn't imagine him getting hard enough to do it. She even went to look. But he got there first. "Turn around," he said low and hoarse. And okay, she got it now. It was obvious now. Most likely he needed to pretend it wasn't her. Though, God, he was fucking fast about it if that were true. She'd barely managed to face the wall of the elevator when she heard the rattle of his belt, the snap of rubber. No pause, no working himself to hardness with nothing but the sight of some anonymous curves in front of him. Just done immediately. Then, in case she was in any doubt, he lifted her dress. Right up, right over her bare arse, one hand actually stroking over her there as he did. Getting a handful of her and squeezing before he moved on to the hollow of her hip. One strong grip deep in it so he could tilt her up to meet him. So he could get her up on tiptoes enough that he could do this. Though it was still shocking when she felt it. The fat head of his cock between the slick lips of her sex. Back and forth, spreading her so thoroughly she couldn't deny how hard he was. He felt fit to bursting, truth be told. Stiff and solid enough that he could drag the head over her clit and have her really feel it. She went up even higher on tiptoes for it. Couldn't stop her moan of heated pleasure. But it was all right. He still didn't seem to mind at all. God, you're so ready. So eager. Wet enough to take me and I haven't even hardly done a thing, he said. And she wanted to be embarrassed, she really did. But it was hard to be when she could hear that note of naked want in his voice. When he was rubbing through her slickness like he just couldn't help himself. And then she processed the other thing. Enough to take me. Because of course she knew what it meant. She could feel what it meant whenever that heavy shape eased through her folds. He was big and thick, to the point where he needed her slick. In fact, he didn't just need that. He had to work her open with his fingers before he could. Just one, easing in, practical about it at first. But then she could tell it was something more. That feeling just started to happen again. Those low, deep waves of pleasure, and it was obvious. He couldn't resist making her feel good, working her until her thighs started to tremble. It wasn't him touching her that really got her, however. It was the low groan he gave into when she started to rock against that sweet ache. The way his breathing became unsteady, the second excitement made her spill over his hand. "You're gonna do that on my cock," he moaned. And she didn't even think twice about saying yes. Partly because there was no sense in denying it. Partly because she needed it now. Her pussy was aching for it, to the point where him starting to ease himself in made her push back against him. He had to hold her still with that hand on her hip. Tell her, "Easy. Easy, let me be careful with you." And he was. He worked himself into her agonizingly slowly, letting that thick tip open her, then drawing back a little, pushing in a little more and then easing away. His first thrusts were shallow things, barely more than him rubbing the head of his cock just a little way into her, and clearly designed to get her used to him. Yet it still made her shake. It still made her moan. She still got that sense that if he kept going, she would go over. Just a little more, she decided to say. Although somehow it didn't come out like that. "Fuck me harder," she groaned out. "Please fuck me harder." Begging now, really. Not that it mattered to him. "Like this?" "Oh, God, yeah." "And what if I just aim a little?" "Oh, that's perfect." "Oh, that's going to make me do it," she said, sure that this was the case. He was going faster now, was more insistent about it, hands on her hips so he could drag her back onto him. And that angle. It was the kind of thing most men would never think of, it really was. But it squeezed the pleasure out of her. It had her panting, trembling, right on the verge. So it seemed weird that this wasn't what did it. It was what she realized when a wave of pleasure made her eyes pop open and she saw what was right in front of her. He was watching her reflection in the mirrored wall of the elevator. He was looking right at her as she made soft little O's with her lips and licked them when it got really sweet. She even did it for him just to test it out. And she saw his eyes grow heavy, felt his thrusts get fiercer, tighter, like he was both trying to control himself and not. Though either way, what did it matter? He was clearly doing it all in the full knowledge that it was her. Her face, her expressions, her cunt. No pretending this wasn't. No acting like it was only a physical transaction. Tension spilling over, fakery making it real. None of that. Just Daisy Emmett fucking Caleb Miller between floors 5 and 6 of the Van Dermen building slightly south of the city centre. And it was that fact that really made her go over. Knowing it was them. Knowing that he knew. "Daisy," she thought she heard him whisper. And there it was, that sweet bliss bursting through her, wave after wave of it, so intense she had to do it. She had to say it back. "Caleb," she said for the first time, unafraid. In fact, it was only in the aftermath, with someone asking through a speaker if they were okay, and both of them awkwardly tidying their clothes, that some sense she should have been afraid struck her. She went to put on her panties and caught it out of the corner of her eye. He was still hard. Like he could meet her halfway, maybe. But absolutely nothing more. Chapter 16. He didn't seem bothered by the fact that her score was 2 and his was 0. But it definitely bothered her. It made her lean away from the idea of him enjoying anything about it, or even just playing a game somehow, and more toward the very weird and disturbing idea that he was doing all this as some sort of favour. She had gotten his career back on track by putting her neck and her business on the line. He paid her in orgasms. Ridiculous, of course, to think so. Yet she couldn't quite shake the idea. It felt as if it was something like that, something businesslike and transactional. Which would have been fine if both of them had agreed to this businesslike and transactional arrangement. But as neither of them had, it seemed more disastrous and incredibly damaging to their emotional states. Or, in his case, creating damage by making him have an emotion. Though she had no idea what the emotion actually was. He seemed quiet, occasionally. Gaze turned inward, like he was going over and over something in his mind. But then when they got to their hotel room, a functional sort of thing at a squat little Marriott between the convention centre they had just left and the place in Chicago they were headed toward, he asked her if she wanted to watch a zombie double bill on some random channel. And he didn't even mean he wanted to squabble about it. He got on the bed with her, propped himself up next to her. They watched it side by side, with popcorn in between them. She wasn't even sure where he got the popcorn from, or what he was doing eating it, considering his usual rule about no movie snacks. But he did it. She saw him out of the corner of her eye, tentatively taking a kernel or two and almost sort of testing them out. She came close to asking him several times if he was okay. But every time she did, he would make a comment about the movie. A weird comment that didn't really sound like him. "You know, in the book version of this, they kiss," he said, just as the lead actors argued on screen. "It suggests that they're supposed to be together at the end." He almost sounded wistful about it, too. And to the point where she found herself looking at him a little too long, at the steady way he was staring at the screen. How still he was suddenly. If I leant over now and did something like what he's describing, would he object? She thought. Is he saying that what we're doing is a kissing kind of thing? That he would like it to be? Though, of course, if he had, why wouldn't he have acted on it? They had fucked in some sort of way twice now, and he hadn't done anything of the kind. In fact, he had never even gotten excited or comfortable enough to come, never mind do anything as intimate as kissing. Impossible, she told herself as she drifted off to the strains of the next movie. "Selena," she heard Jim saying, desperately, brokenly. And then the next thing she knew, she was waking to darkness and silence, heart pounding like it usually did when she watched zombies before bed. Unsettled, trembling a little, self-soothing as always by reaching for the blanket. But just as she did, she felt it shift around her, all the way over her shoulders, right up to her ears. Gentle, and so much so she could have believed the whole thing was a dream. She wasn't used to someone being there. Or even if there was someone, they usually weren't the sort to do something like this. They were the sort to say that doing something like this was for soppy fools. Hell, Caleb Miller was that sort too. He put it in his books, but he didn't believe in it. Yet when she reached back to feel the hand on her, she knew it was his. She could feel the heavy thickness of his fingers, the solid knuckles, that scar like a little crisscross below them. And then there was his reaction. Startled at first, trying to demur. "Threw the covers off like a dipshit," he whispered. But then something seemed to shift. He stopped trying to pull back, and after a moment's hesitation turned his hand. A little clumsily, but he did it, and once he had, he just squeezed hers. "It's okay," he said. "It hasn't happened in the night. Nothing is waiting for you in the darkness. And even if there was, well, come on now. You know I get that headshot before it was on you." Like he knew. He knew exactly why those movies scared her, and exactly what she loved about them too. Waking up to horrors, everything gone, being unable to escape those two facts. And then maybe, just maybe, having someone there to watch your back. Someone who wouldn't usually be there. Someone who learnt to value you in a way nobody ever really did in real life. In real life, people had choices other than her. And they chose the others. They usually chose. She had no idea why he wasn't choosing right now. Like he said, nothing had actually happened. He was just there in the darkness holding her hand, telling her he'd kill imaginary threats for her. It was unsettling. She had to talk about it in movie terms just to get out of the million questions she wanted to ask him. "So is this who you secretly are then? The one who looks out for the only other survivor of some harrowing nightmare? At the window watching her run for her life, sniping out her enemies before they get to her?" she asked, though even that seemed like she'd gone too far. He was silent for a long, long while. Then finally, "Pretty sure I'm actually the asshole." "I don't know if the asshole would do something like this." "Well, usually the asshole wouldn't even be in the position to. He'd fuck it up before he was. Hell, look how I got here. A mistake. A weird confluence of bizarre events. All of it made up, just a game. Nothing real here at all. Could never be real for me," he said, voice almost light, almost breezy about it, until he got to those last 6. Yeah, those last 6 words seemed to crawl out of him, rough and rusted over. "Remember when he almost said about wanting a family?" her mind whispered. Then she simply had to keep pushing. "Is that why you can't sleep? Thinking it couldn't be? Thinking you could never be that way?" "That was just a story. I made it sound like a bigger deal than it is. You know, for the crowd. So you could be the big heroine saving me from my own torment, or some bullshit like that. But really, there is no torment. I'm an insomniac. Exhaustion puts me out like a light every time. Nothing deeper than that." "If it was that simple, you should be dead to the world now." "Why? Because I spent all day sitting on my ass in a car or a comfy chair?" "You did other things beside that," she said, unthinking. But she thought a lot the second she felt him tense. Because clearly he wasn't imagining she meant the stairs he'd climbed up to the hotel room they now had to share. "I need the exercise," he'd said. But she was thinking it was something else. Discomfort with the idea of being in an elevator with her again. And now she'd gone and talked about it. Most likely he was going to make a run for it. She even tried to head him off before he could, and then he cut in. He gave her a little scoffing laugh. "Give me a break. I could do that 10 times over and not wear myself out," he said, so casually and with such a note of eye roll in his voice that it felt like getting whiplash. She almost didn't turn to look at him in case it had done a number on her neck. But in the end, she had to. It was important to see how serious he was before she said what she wanted to. And there it was, his expression half cut by darkness, but still somehow clear as day. "You must be fucking joking," it said. Like all he cared about was driving home his incredible sexual prowess. "You fucking show off." "It's not really showing off if it's a simple fact." "Oh, so you can just go all night then, I suppose?" "Of course I can, if someone wants me to." She tried to smother her reaction to that, but she knew he had heard her breath catch. It was the reason his gaze darkened, the reason he shifted a little, just like in the elevator. Like a hunter sensing prey, she thought, and knew she should be nervous, maybe even recoil. But then he said, "You like the sound of that, Em?" And his voice was all low and rumbly. She felt his thumb stroke over her knuckles, practically an embrace from someone like him. Plus there was that thing. The thing on the end. The name he used for her suddenly sliced down to something even more endearing than before. It was very hard to fear. Or even fight. In fact, she almost moaned a yes, and the only thing that stopped her wasn't either of those two emotions. It was thinking of that scoreline. "I like the sound of doing something for you," she said. But all she got was an eye roll. "Oh, what's the matter? Don't like being in debt to a man you hate?" "Well, you're not, because that's not how it works. I mean, Jesus, you really think making a woman feel good in a way she never has before isn't enough of a goal on its own? Like it's not something I could just want for its own sake?" "Well, you know, it's not usually the case." "I can see that, considering how weird you seem to find this, despite how often you must have just laid there, letting him have the thing he wants while you get nothing at all." He shook his head, blew out a breath, carried on before she could protest. Did you ever think maybe you getting something you want once might be less of an unfair tip of the scales and more of a single drop on one sky-high end that doesn't even shift them at all? But what they did isn't your fault. Maybe not. I love doing something about it all the same. She didn't know when she'd started breathing hard, but she definitely knew she was doing it now. It sounded loud in the tense silence that followed. Loud and just a little shaky. And of course he knew what it meant. Somehow he always knew and yet never seemed to care. Never wanted to humiliate her for it. The opposite, in fact. Yeah, that's it. Let yourself love that feeling. Let yourself enjoy the idea that someone loves making you come. That maybe they've been imagining it all the way through dinner. Through those movies. Ways to go about it, things you might like. Having you on your side, up against a wall, letting you ride me riding you. Maybe spreading your legs, getting between them, licking that slick little cunt. He said, so deliberate about it there could only be one conclusion. He wanted her to breathe even more unsteadily. He wanted her to blush and squirm underneath the sheets. And she did. She did. Even as that nervous part of her tried to protest, she did. You're just saying things to make me not focus on the point. Is it working? Of course it is. You getting all wet for me? I think I was wet for that hand on my shoulder. Nothing wrong with being into a little care and consideration. Feels weird, though. All this feels really super fucking weird. Think it would feel better if I went down on you? He said. So matter of fact she could hardly stand it. Doubly so when he went on in the same way. Yeah, I saw the way those eyes lit up when I suggested that. Almost moaned for it, didn't you? Almost said, yes, please. And I will here if you'll let me do the same. I told you this isn't some kind of trade-off. Maybe I don't think of it that way. Maybe it just gets me hot thinking of your cock in my mouth. Thinking of you all hot and hard and urgent, fucking into me there as you lick my pussy. He went still, gaze darkening, voice low and grave when he replied. I know what you're doing, Em. Yeah, but how did you put it? Is it working? She raised one arched eyebrow on the end of that and expected him to look exasperated about it. To fight her some more, maybe. And instead, his gaze met hers like a challenge. Same as in the elevator when he'd stopped it. Only this time, his hands went to his belt. Then he just started unbuckling it. Frantically, it looked like to her. And she could see why now. That was definitely the outline of his hard cock underneath the denim. In fact, it was more than hard. She could see it right where the deliciously thick head was. A hint of something wet, something gloriously, gorgeously wet. And sure enough, when he eased it out of his jeans, there it was. A slick glossiness all over the tip, running down the shaft, welling in that slit. She honestly came within a hair's breadth of just licking it up greedily. Have at least a little decorum, it's Miller we're talking about, she thought. But before she could even let that idea settle, his hand went to her hair. Fingers striping right through it, deep into it. Go on if you want to, he murmured, as if he could read her mind. Or had changed his about how much pleasure he was allowed to take from all this. How much he could take, even with her as messy as she was. In fact, it made her think of his hand crushing the Diet Coke can, the look on his face in the pictures people had taken. Maybe on some visceral primal level he does like seeing me that way, she thought. and even more strongly when she dipped her head toward that gloriously stiff, slick cock. Because he groaned when she did. An abandoned sort of thing, drawn up from the deep in his chest. And when she looked up, startled, she could see his head had gone back. She could see the long column of his throat, cords standing out on either side of it. Though he looked back to her the moment she got close enough to ghost over him with her frantic, shaky little breaths. Her tongue just past her parted lips, ready to lick. Like he wanted to watch. Like it excited him to. Though, God, the thrill that went through her to get proof of it. She met his gaze and licked. And his cock actually seemed to swell. His body swayed forward, his hand tightened in her hair. Only a reflex, she thought. Only an instinct. The way someone might jerk when struck. But if anything, that just made it hotter. He was helpless in the face of whatever this was, completely without that steely control suddenly. Desperate to have her do it, just without the ability to say so. But that was all right, she said it for him. She curled her tongue around the head of his cock, nice and eager, then ended on a long, slow lick. Right over the tip, right over the liquid that was blooming there. And once she'd tasted that salty, sweet deliciousness, she followed it all the way down the shaft of his cock, lapped at it so greedily she knew it had to be clear how good he tasted, how hot this made her. But just in case there was any doubt, she put a hand on him. She stroked him from the root to the tip in a long, slow roll, mouth just kissing him there as she did so, promising exactly what she was about to do. Then before she did it, she just went ahead and told him, "Oh God, I can't wait to have this gorgeous cock in my mouth." And yeah, it made her blush to do it. A million of their arguments immediately tried to skitter through her mind, telling her that she should be humiliated now. But once it was out, it just didn't feel that way. It didn't really feel like he was in control at all, or even that it mattered if he had been. The only thing that meant anything to her was this bliss. So she parted her lips. She let them ease around that swollen head, took as much as she could, which wasn't a lot really. He filled her mouth almost immediately. She could barely get past the thick ridge where her hand was still working, and there was hardly any room to slide back and forth in any kind of rhythm. But he didn't seem to care at all. "Oh, fuck," he groaned. Then, even hotter, even sweeter, he forced out some strained words. "That's so incredible, watching you work me. You like that, huh? You like trying to take my big cock?" And she couldn't even be mad about it. Because he was right. She did like it. She loved it, in fact. Though it took her a second to fully process why. To fully grasp that it wasn't just the things he was doing, the feel of that heavy cock forcing her mouth open, the hand in her hair, getting real close to urging her into a particular sort of slide over him. It was all the things he wasn't doing. No choking her. No ramming himself down her throat. No stony silence as if she were doing everything wrong. Even though he was the kind of man that should be. It wouldn't have been a shock if he was stoic even during sex. And yeah, in some ways he was. But not when it came to noticing what she was doing. Praising it, showing his appreciation. When she rubbed her tongue on the underside of his cock as she sucked him, he told her, "Yeah, just like that. Yeah, that's so fucking amazing." When she stopped to lick her hand to make her stroke sweeter, he groaned, panted, told her, "Oh, you good little slut." Then apologized for calling her a slut. Sorry, that slipped out," he said. But even that was exciting. It made her squeeze her thighs together, and it was obvious why. It meant that this wasn't only a dirty little fuck. It was something else. Something careful, even caring. And that made it easy to reply. "Do it again. she whispered. "Call me it again." For a second she even thought he might, that it excited him to hear her say it. He was very hard now, very swollen, cock swelling and jerking in her fist every 5 seconds, pre-cum now almost constantly spilling over that already slick head. So it was a shock when he spoke. "All right, that's enough," he choked out, and for just a second she froze. She thought, maybe I've got this wrong. It's not affectionate, it's not enjoyable, he's had it. But just as she did, he reached down. He got his 2 big hands right under her arms. And he heaved her up, right up, and tossed her onto the bed on her back. She made a sound. It was that sudden and strong and thrilling. Then again, once she realized what he was doing, he went for the shorts she'd fallen asleep in the moment she was sprawled there, slid them down over her still flailing legs like it was nothing at all. And before she could think about it, he'd spread them, both thighs pressed to the bed by those big hands. Everything exposed to his gaze in the lewdest possible way. It made her squirm for a second, half sure she wanted to get away. Though he knew it. "Want me to stop?" he said. And it was all she could do not to scream, not a chance. "No," she said instead. "No, God, no." "More then?" Yeah. It's okay. It's exciting me." "Yeah, I can see that. I can see how slick and swollen you are. But that doesn't mean yes. That doesn't mean you want it. Tell me you want it first. Tell me you want me to ask you for something else. And don't lie, I'll know if you do." "I want it. You make it easy to want it." "Because nothing you want is ever awful," she mentally added. But she didn't know why. It wasn't as if saying it out loud would make him change his mind. The only stuff that seemed to be in there was the sexiest word she'd ever heard. "Unbutton your top for me then. Let me see those beautiful breasts. Let me see those stiff little peaks," he said. And once she could think straight, once the bloom of pleasure it had produced died down, she raced to do it. She didn't get farther than the 3rd button, however. He pushed the rest up with his hand. He stroked over first one and then the other, squeezing gently in a way that had her arching into his touch. And he responded by doing exactly what that arch suggested. He gave her more. He just did it with his mouth. "You like someone licking you there," he said in between the softest kisses over each one. Then, when she blurted out that it might make her come, he got such a look in his eyes. A ready to see about that sort of look. At which point she sort of wanted to protest a little. "But you haven't come yet," she wanted to tell him. Then she got the slow slide of his tongue around one stiff nipple. And after that, speech was kind of beyond her. Instead, all she could do was cry out brokenly, body arching into his mouth. And he obliged. He turned that slow, easy lapping into the sweetest kiss. Then just on the end, the sort of long, gentle pull that made her gasp and shudder. And realise something. "Oh, it's happening. It's happening," she managed to blurt out, partly from shock that it was, partly because it was way more intense than she had ever imagined it being when she'd teased herself there a little, or boyfriends had done 1/10 of what he was. It ripped through her like wildfire, so fierce she almost found herself fighting against it. Her heels dug into the bed and tried to shove her back, half of her twisted, the other half stayed. And the fucking sound that came out of her. It was almost a grunt. She was red-faced in the aftermath thinking of it. Then she looked up and saw him over her, up on his knees on the bed between her legs. His own legs spread, jeans shoved to his knees, that fat cock jutting out obscenely. Because it was obscene by that point. Intensely red, almost painfully swollen, and practically drooling onto the sheets. "We're going to have to leave a nice tip for this," she thought mindlessly, deliriously. though it had a basis in fact, and not just because of him. She could feel how sticky the sheets were beneath her, more of her own cum sliding between the cheeks of her arse to join the mess. It made her want to cover her eyes, though if she had, she would have missed his reaction when he clocked it himself. His eyes roamed over her spread pussy and down, down. Then he just put his hand on himself at the sight of it. The first time she'd ever seen him do it, in fact, and something she definitely wanted to encourage. She went to touch him, to urge him on with her hands or mouth. But he just shook his head. "No, I don't think you're done yet," he said. Then suddenly his face was between her legs. And oh, it felt intense after one orgasm, but not quite in the same way as when she climaxed with a finger on her clit. This wasn't an unbearable thing that she sort of wanted to push away. It was deep and low and sweet. It swamped her whole sex, swaddled it in a kind of good ache. And especially when he rubbed his tongue against her. Not a lick, not a flicker of contact, not back and forth. He pressed the flat of it right over her swollen little bead and just worked it, stayed in contact with it until she could feel herself starting to stiffen. Her toes curled, her muscles tightened. Part of her wanted to really moan, but the sound didn't come out. It seemed stuck around the base of her throat. And it stayed there, even as she started to really feel it. Heavy pulses swelled up from her clit right the way through her. Almost too much, but not enough to push him away. Nothing could be now, she suspected, as he found her slick hole, worked a finger in as he worked her, until suddenly that sound broke. It stuttered out of her as a series of high, tight gasps. On and on and on until she started to wonder if this was just her life now. Just nothing but having this single orgasm, courtesy of his maddening mouth and his slowly fucking into her fingers. Though it didn't seem to matter if it did or not. "One more," he said in the shuddering aftermath. But she wasn't quite sure what he meant because he got his wallet out as he said it. Fished out a rubber, worked it on. "Think you'll find this is going to be a little more for you," she thought, "if you're about to put that iron bar in my pussy." Because surely, it seemed to her, he was going to come almost immediately when he did. He could hardly get himself sorted. His hands were shaking as he did it. Hell, his whole body was. Just juddering away like he could hardly stand another second of this absolute torture. It even showed all over his face the moment he was over her and easing into her. He rubbed the head through her slick folds and his eyes stuttered closed. His breath came hot and shaky. Then he started to work himself in and fuck. She had honestly never seen a man look anything like it. His head seemed to toss first one way and then the other. Like the feeling was so intense he had to almost shake it off. And sure, she could have believed it was the work he had to do to get in. He had to urge one of her legs up, hand tight underneath her thigh. Rub her there, back and forth, until her swollen into sweet tightness cunt started to open for him. But she didn't think it was any of that. It was the intensity of it, quite plainly. How close he was to coming. And yet somehow he still didn't go over. He still stuck to what he'd said, that this was one more for her. "That's like 5-0, she wanted to say to him, but the feel of that thick thing sinking in just stopped her mouth. She saw stars, came close to switching out those silly words for even sillier ones. "God, I love your cock," she thought mindlessly. And then he was fucking her and she forgot even that much. Because it had been good from behind, it had. The physical sensations had really been something. But somehow it was even better like this. More intense, with his whole body rubbing against hers. Arms bracketing around her head, almost like a heated kind of hug. And his face was so close. She could see the patterns in his beard. Grey lacing with brown, sometimes thinning out to near stubble, sometimes so lush it was almost a pelt. those dark eyes close to hooded, heavy-lidded like he was on the verge of slipping into a thick, pleasurable sort of sleep. Though it was his mouth she really saw. Those parted lips. That lower one, so sulky. It just had to be kissed. It seemed imperative that it should be. Almost a tease just there above her, close enough that she could feel his harsh, panting breaths ghosting over her own. Go on, she urged herself. Go on, it's just another part of this deliciousness. And then she did. One hand in his hair to draw him close to her, mouth catching his softly, softly as her pleasure crested in one long, sweet pulse. Though, of course, as soon as she had, she realised. They had never kissed before. Not in the woods, not in the elevator, not for any of the audiences, not ever. They had frantically fucked each other, but somehow not got around to this. And now she'd crossed that line without even knowing it was one. It just seemed natural in the moment. Then less so when he reacted. He went very still very abruptly, and his eyes definitely widened. They went enormous, in fact, as if she had done something rude somehow, so rude it almost stopped her in her tracks. She came close to pulling away, even as she shuddered through the remaining embers of her orgasm. Then she felt what was happening to him. He wasn't just still, he had gone completely rigid. His whole body was a wire drawn taut. It almost made her think of someone struck by horror in a movie about something horrible being in your room. But then she saw the way his hand reflexively made a fist in the pillow, the way he tried to shove almost all of himself inside her. And the sound that came out of him. It was almost beast-like. A guttural grunt punched out of him and into her, only not a short sort of thing. Not truncated. No, this was long and drawn out, and so utterly thrilling that she couldn't deny what it was. He was coming. Somehow she'd kissed him and made him come. Like some kind of bizarre, extremely sexual version of Sleeping Beauty. Only without the actual happy ending. Because he did not seem happy in the aftermath. Thoroughly pleasured and thoroughly fucked, but not happy. The hand that took hers was shaking, and he used it to slide hers out and away from his hair. Like that had been a bad thing too. Something forbidden. No deeply affectionate things allowed. Then, just in case she was in any doubt, he rolled off her, all the way off and to the edge of the bed, his back to her like in the tent. And he didn't return for the rest of the night. Chapter 17. She knew she had freaked him out. And not just because of his reaction the night before. There was also his reaction in the morning when he woke to find what she had done in the night. Somehow she appeared to have accidentally made him the little spoon. Her legs were practically cradling his. Her chest and most of her cheek were pressed into his enormous back, and she'd looped a whole entire arm right around his thick waist. Tightly, too. Like a seatbelt in a car he hadn't intended to get into. Though in her defence, she hadn't intended to be one either. I must have unconsciously not wanted you to crash through an emotional wall, she thought of protesting. But sadly, the emotional wall crash was happening anyway. He seemed to be quivering all over minutely. Then when she shifted a little, she could see his eyes. And they were fully open. And absolutely enormous. Really, it wasn't a surprise that he practically burst out of the hold she had on him, or that he did it so violently he came close to crashing through the nearest wall. He actually stumbled back after hurling himself into it, a little dazed, then staggered directly into the bathroom. While she watched, torn neatly between reaching out to him aghast and goggling at the other very noticeable thing about all of this. He was totally and completely naked. Just massively nude, in a way that probably shouldn't have been shocking to her in the least. After all, she'd spent the night before trying to merge with that nude body. She'd humped parts of him his own mother had probably never seen. That cock had been in her hands and her mouth and her pussy. Yet somehow the sight of him still struck her like a bolt of lightning. She had to stop her mouth from dropping open. Her own eyes suddenly felt enormous. And once the door was closed, she just sat there, tangled in the sheets, seeing nothing but the after-image of his nakedness. Those long, thick thighs, the solidness of his stomach, the curve of his back, his hips, as prominent as his genes usually suggested. But most of all, that cudgel between his legs, inexplicably hard but so heavy it could hardly get the lift. Yeah, she'd be seeing that behind her eyes until the end of forever. Not to mention thinking about why it was there. Morning wood, she told herself. Dreams based on the filth they'd perpetrated the night before. But she couldn't shake the feeling that it was something more. Something she didn't really understand. Something tied to his reaction when she'd run a hand through his hair and kissed him. He wasn't just disturbed, she found herself thinking. But she didn't get a chance to unpack all that, or even really believe in it. The bathroom door opened abruptly just as she was about to, and she could tell the man who emerged was back to all business. His face was unreasonable stone. He had somehow managed to get fully dressed, and he immediately tapped the watch he'd just finished strapping back on. "We're late. Takes 3 hours from here to get to that bookstore in Chicago, and we've got barely 4, he said. Then his gaze flicked to her. It lingered, for just a little longer than he seemed to really want it to. Skittered over her almost bared right breast, the thigh she had poking out from underneath the sheet, the messy spill of her hair. Before he muttered the rest. "And you should maybe... You haven't got any clothes on, Emmett." At which point it felt pretty clear. He was annoyed with her. And he stayed annoyed, too. She had to trot to keep up with him through the hallways of the hotel. He got himself a coffee, he didn't get her one. The radio stayed off in the car. There was no semi-pleasant conversation. He didn't seem in the mood to play nice with anyone at the bookstore. Even though it was spectacular, and everyone there was very charming. They showed them around the place while it was closed before the event, and there were so many moments when she wanted to say something to him. About the spiral staircase in the centre of the store that had books beneath the steps going all the way up, and the maze of shelves on the second floor that you could genuinely get lost in. You used to love hiding out in the library, she thought, and turned to tell him, only to find him staring at her stonily. And to such a degree it made her realise something startling. She hadn't just somehow fallen into fucking him or started tolerating his presence. She almost enjoyed it now. She had begun enjoying it, even when she'd feigned sleep rather than have awkward conversations or squabbled with him about something silly. She had come to rely on his presence somehow. Fighting with him is better than anything more supposedly normal than I've ever had with anyone else, she realised. In so jolting a rush, she stopped dead in the middle of the store. The general manager, Kate, came back to ask if she was feeling well. One of the other employees said it looked like she needed to sit down. She did, in fact, but she shook herself instead, laughed and told them everything was fine. She had to tell everyone it was fine, because anything else would probably be just ever so slightly disastrous. I'm starting to suspect that I may really like my mortal enemy, Caleb Miller, in a way he definitely doesn't like me, she imagined herself adding. And then after that, everybody screaming and crying and rending their garments. Buildings burning. The apocalypse happening. So it was all a lie? She imagined the captain of his fan club bellowing from amidst the ashes that civilization would absolutely be reduced to on learning this terrible, messy truth. After all, whoever really wanted to hear it? She didn't even want to, and she was the one currently enduring it. He's never going to be really and truly in love with you, and you don't actually want him to be. It's just all a big load of nonsense. You're sex drunk, having an actual companion over a large course of time drunk, nostalgia over things that never happened drunk. Just be a professional, she ordered herself. So she was. She shook hands with everyone, plastered a smile on her face, pretended that nothing weird was going on between her and Caleb Miller at all. She even managed a cheery text message to Beck. "I think him and me are going to be actual friends after this," she wrote. And Beck texted her back 7,000 thumbs up. She was nearly feeling like herself by the time his talk was underway. This one was just a passage from his latest and a few simple questions. No need for her to do anything that might make his current uncomfortable state worse. She just waited in the staff room for it to be over, sure that everything was fine. So when one of the coordinators flew in, all curls and cute cardigan and flushed pink cheeks, she didn't think much of it. Until she spoke in a pretty frantic rush. "I think maybe we upset him," she said, "because he kind of just stormed out." At which point the whole plan to remain professional and not worry too much about whatever weird thing was going on with him kind of fell apart. She jumped up before the second apologetic employee had even had a chance to get into the room and help the first explain. Grabbed her bag, waved off a bunch of his fans on the way out. "Tell him I love him!" someone cried after her as she darted around the seating area and flew past a bunch of book-laden tables. Even more worrying, one of the fans said that she, Daisy, was the person she loved. And so now 1,000 terrible questions were running through her head. What is going to happen if I get a little famous because of this? She found herself thinking as she flew across the street to their hotel. Because it was fine when it was just him and his ability to retreat back to his compound, away from prying eyes. But what if they notice my absence? What if they wonder why I'm toddling around London, nowhere near him to the end of time? Didn't think of that when you decided to step in for Louisa, did you? And none of the answers she came up with sounded good. They all sounded like something she should have thought about before now. But of course she knew why she hadn't. Somehow you assumed you would still see him. You assumed you still wanted to see each other, that it would be all right to just meet up every now and then, like he was supposed to with the actress. And after that came the final question. But what if he doesn't want to? Fuck, she thought, and ran faster. She didn't wait for the elevator. She took the stairs 2 at a time. Half of her sure she would get to their room and find him gone, absolutely no part of her certain that it was just the phony nonsense she was worried about. And the latter proved the most true, too, because when she saw him, she didn't think, "Thank God our ruse is okay." She thought, "Thank God he is still here with me." And that was kind of a lot to deal with after climbing 4 flights of stairs. He had to wait through about 5 minutes of her with her hands on her knees trying to get her breath back before he could say whatever furious thing he was going to. Because a furious thing was definitely coming. She could see him pacing, his face the embodiment of fury as she fought to get air into her body. He was practically crackling by the time she was done. She had to stand up straight and try to seem like someone who was not currently going through some deep emotional revelations about their relationship. Just business, she told herself. Just business. But then he said, "I am not going back there, and you cannot persuade me to, Emmett. Her questions were too personal, and she was too familiar, and then they started asking if you could come out and give me a hug, because I guess I seemed perfectly normal, actually, and then I don't know what happened. I had to go." And he did it all in a big garbled rush. His hands went into his hair. And she just couldn't be businesslike. She didn't want to say, "But you were fine with personal questions before," or, "We've hugged on stage, we could have easily done that." She wanted to reassure him. She just wanted to reassure him. Hey, easy, it's okay. It's all right. Nobody is going to force you to do anything. If you want to go, you can go. I'll make excuses. It'll be fine. Look at me. It's fine," she said, all nice and calm about it. She just didn't realize that she was touching him when she did. On his face. Her hand was on his face, like the night before. And his reaction told her that said hand had definitely been a part of the problem. He went almost rigid again. It's affection. It's being too real about all of this. That's what he's struggling with. Doesn't matter if he had a whole orgasm while it was happening. Like he said, you can be excited and still not want something, she thought. And that seemed to make sense, especially when he spoke. "What are you doing?" he asked. So now she had to make it seem normal before he started thinking she was trying to push him into something he didn't want. "Nothing. Calming you down." "Your hand is on my face." "Only a little." "The other is rubbing my body." "Right, but barely. It's just a friendly pat." "Doesn't feel like it to me. Feels like you should stop now, so..." He cut himself off before he got to the no doubt harrowing end of whatever that was. "Before I get so tense I start converting the carbon in my body into diamonds," she decided it was. Only that was when she felt his hands on her skirt, tugging it up, urgently too, really urgently, even though he'd never been that way before. Excited, sure. Tormented by weird feelings, absolutely. But not like this. Not greedy for himself like this. And it was for himself, too. He had her up against the door before she'd even had a chance to process. Cock fit to bursting in her pussy, hands tight on her ass, driving into her so fast and hard and desperate it almost made her come just from the thrill of such a thing. Caleb Miller wanting to do her hard, she thought, and rode him right back. She rutted against him, moaning high and tight, then even higher and tighter when he didn't wait for her to offer. He begged her for it. "Kiss me," he gasped out as he rocked into her body, as if he'd never reacted badly to any of it at all. Not the sex, not the orgasm, not even the affection. Or maybe he understood he had and had now worked past it. Realigned what was real and what wasn't in his head. She didn't know. Couldn't ask while he was inside her. All she could do was listen to what he needed right now. Her mouth on his as they rutted against each other like beasts. At first it did seem to do the trick. He sank into her kiss like someone starved of them. Hungry in a way he never was, tongue immediately tangling with hers. Hot, she thought. Or at least she felt like she should think so. It was everything a thrilling kiss could be, all wet and open and full of filthy gasps. At one point he moaned into her mouth and it vibrated right the way through her body and down to her cunt. She almost went over right then and there. But she knew why she held off. She wanted it for him first. Like the usual roles were reversed, he was the one it took time and care and consideration for. She was the one it didn't. She had to get him there, with all the things he liked. Telling him it felt so good, urging herself back against him as if she were the one doing the fucking. And then finally she kissed him. She insinuated her mouth against his, as tenderly as he had just done to her. Let her fingers run through his hair. And that was it right there. He started shaking almost straight away, thrusts suddenly sloppy, heated groans breaking out of his body. Because that was the thing that pushed him over the edge. Affection. A soft touch. Her whispering sweet nothings in his ear. It made him come so hard he couldn't even make a sound through it. There was just one problem. He didn't want to make a sound afterward either. Affection was the thing that gave it to him, it seemed. But also quite clearly, the thing that took away. Then, she could tell he was seething after the swimming incident. that something had shifted and she should probably brace for whatever it might be. Perhaps he would start insulting her more personally, say something like Christian had the other day about her hair or her dress. "You look so frumpy," she imagined him sneering. And she had no idea why it seemed to sting worse thinking of it coming from him than when it had actually come out of her boyfriend's mouth. "Because there are rules of engagement between you and Miller," a little voice inside her head said, "and he never crosses them." Which was probably why she was panicking now as she sat down on her side of their battleground, and he looked at her in a way that felt full of accusation. "You intruded on my private moment," those dark eyes said. And what was the penalty for that? She didn't know. She didn't want to know. "Actually, I don't have anything to read today," she piped up, before Professor Dunderson could even ask. But even that didn't work to fend him off. His voice abruptly rang out the second she'd finished speaking. "Given up on the absurd dream of some perfect love and some foolish story, huh? Finally decided to get real," he said. And when he did, she thought of Christian. She thought of the guy before him. She thought of all the guys lined up, a million of them on apps and online and everywhere, all proving exactly what he was saying all the time. He wasn't the problem, really. He wasn't the reason she was finding it harder and harder to write her silly love stories. He was just the messenger, and she knew it. But that wasn't what immediately burst out of her. If real is you, then who would want to be? So you're just going to stay an unrealistic mess forever. You think everything is a mess. You think everything is unrealistic. One bit of passion for anything from anyone and you're calling the police. Not from anyone, just from you. You and the way you get it all over everybody. Rub it in people's faces, make them have to choke it down even when they don't want it, even when they can't. He cut himself off there. Or maybe his voice just cut out on him, she couldn't tell. It was hard to, with her heart thundering in her ears the way it was. With actual tears pricking her eyes in a way she just couldn't let him see. She looked away at something else. At two people strolling across the grass hand in hand. Even they looked more restrained than she had ever been able to be. Maybe love really is this small, she thought. Maybe it is mean and cynical. Maybe I should be too. "You sound like you're going to cry, Miller. Really, it's not that deep," she said. And then she laughed. And everyone in the room did too. Chapter 18. She knew she had made all the wrong moves. Because, sure, she had worked out what was going on with him, but she had done it while making everything significantly worse. He shut himself in the bathroom afterward, like he was going to bed, at 4 p.m. And he did not come back out. She had to go down to the lobby to pee in the hotel's public restroom. People looked at her really strangely. 2 girls tried to take her picture coming out. It took everything she had not to grab their phones and throw them down the nearest well. Instead, she gritted her teeth and made her way back upstairs, determined now to have it out with him. No more worrying that he would crumble to dust if she said anything about feelings to him. No more worrying that she would crumble to dust if he realised she had any. Just cards on the table. A declaration of intent. And then she knocked and he didn't answer. She knocked again and called him an arse and still nothing. "Miller, I am going to stand here and list all the ways that the original Dawn of the Dead is inferior to the remake if you don't come out right now," she said. And even then there was nothing but silence. At which point she knew. He had died in there. He was totally dead. She would burst in and find him expired from the deadly disease of having too many feelings. Mouth in a permanent rictus grin, eyes massive and full of hearts, hand clutching a book of poetry he'd been gripped by the urge to read to her. Or maybe something sillier, something more ridiculous. Something that would stop the panic rising in her throat. Because it was. Despite how much she was trying to make herself laugh, it was. She was breathing hard when she finally tried the door. The handle slipped under her sweaty hand. And she was right to be in such a state, too. After all, he'd only actually escaped out the fucking window. 4 hours she'd spent waiting for him to come out. And he wasn't even in there at all. He'd fled. And in spectacular fashion, too. The window was the size of a letterbox. She had no clue how he'd even managed to get one of his feet through it, never mind the rest of his enormous body. Probably shaved off his own butt to do it, she told herself as she climbed onto the toilet seat to peer through. Half of her afraid she'd find him splattered all over the alley below. Half of her sure he deserved it, right at this moment in time. But all she could see was the fire escape he'd clearly levered himself onto. No sign of him. He's probably halfway to a bunker in Nebraska by now, she thought as she eased herself back down. Then took out her phone to at least try to call him. Fruitless, of course, because he thought of phones the same way most people thought of Ebola. She hadn't even known he had one until 3 days ago, when she'd heard muffled ringing and found his Nokia 360 swaddled in duct tape in the toilet tank. But she felt compelled to do something, even though all it did was teach her that a phone could still make noises after you had disassembled it and stuffed it into one of your almost girlfriend's shoes. She found the pieces and tried not to cry. Then failed, of course. And not just because she had clearly driven him away. She had also mentally used the G word. Apparently, even in her head, she was pushing him too far, turning him inside out, making him into something he wasn't. She had really made a mess of all this. And so much so that she vowed, then and there, to be super not whatever this was the next time she saw him. No touching, no kissing, no calling out his name. Then she stepped out into the hallway, hoping to track him through the city like she was Jim Gordon and he was fucking Batman, and saw him at the end of it. She saw him, and watched him turn to go back the way he had come, and just couldn't help it. "Caleb, wait, okay?" Or called out, if you will. And holy wow, was that as big a mistake as she had imagined. He stopped dead, his back still to her. Then he slowly turned around, like a badly broken revolving door, his face an absolute picture once she could see it. One of his eyebrows was somehow raised and frowning at the same time, and the eye underneath looked massive, while the other one somehow remained small. This is how horror manifests on his face, she thought. And that felt true before he even answered in a horrified voice. "Did you just call me by my first name?" he said. Because, oh yeah, she'd done that too. She hadn't gone with Miller, or Mill, or hey you. She'd said something intimate that only someone he liked having sex with got to use. Because she was pretty sure at this point that he hadn't liked having it with her. How would he put it? You can be excited and still not want something. "Yeah, I am now realizing that was a bad call too," she said. Trying not to be bitter about it. Probably failing. "So you think you've made other ones then?" "I know I have. How couldn't I have when you're acting like this? This is just how I am, Emmett. Everything else was pretend." Back to my surname, she thought. All the syllables there. And winced. "Yeah, and I get that. That's what I'm trying to say. I get it. And I just want you to know that I don't mind. I don't think you have to be another way. We can be friends no matter what you're like. Or what I'm like, or something like that." "You want to be friends?" Now both eyebrows were up. And the sight of them sort of punched her in the heart a little bit. Because sure, they were angry. but they were also just a little flabbergasted. Like she had said the silliest thing in the world. Well, I mean, of course not if you don't want to be. I didn't say that I didn't want to be. I acted like, why the fuck do you? So that's why you're incredulous, because you think I shouldn't. Of course I think you fucking shouldn't. Now explain why you do. He folded his arms across his chest, looked at her like, well, I can't wait to hear this one. But then, he had no idea how much easier what he'd just said made it. Suddenly, she wasn't as far out on a limb as she'd thought. Because I think we could be. I think we could be good ones, if I was just maybe less judgmental about how you are. If I was just more accepting, the way you've been with me, like all the ways you've tried to encourage me to be myself around you and not tell me off and just be kind, she said, confident about it until he abruptly held up both hands. All right, that's enough. Stop saying this before I lose my shit. But you said to explain. I just want to clear things up for you. I don't care what you want to do. I did not do any of those things because I was trying super hard to be less judgmental towards you. There is nothing about you that would justify judgment at all. Nothing that shouldn't be accepted by anybody even halfway decent. There is nothing wrong with you. Do you understand me? He said. The same way someone might tell another that it was poison they were trying to ingest and under no circumstances must they continue. Even though he just didn't get it. She had to somehow make him get it. I understand that you're doing it again, but the thing is, I couldn't do it for you. Not even that secret way that you did for me. I didn't make you feel better about being a little uncomfortable with affection, or good about being kind of closed off and not always talkative. I was a jerk about it. I was pushy about it. Even though there's nothing wrong with being not very passionate and emotional, she tried. But she could tell immediately that this had only made things worse. He looked completely thunderstruck by the last word. He jerked back for some of it, as if she'd just told him she'd been bitten by a zombie and was on the verge of eating his face off. His hand even came up as if to ward her off, and he couldn't seem to gather his words. He went to speak and nothing came out. Even the breath he'd taken to make the words didn't emerge. It was like he was holding it for a moment. Then he tried again, and the same thing happened. Again, and the same thing happened. But it was the trembling that really got her. The way the hand he still had out was going up and down like that. Almost imperceptibly, but almost imperceptibly didn't matter. It seemed really bad that it was happening at all. That he was so furious or so fucked up by what she'd said it was running through him like a constant low-level electric shock. Though fury wasn't what came out of him when he finally did speak. You think I want to be the way I am? He asked in a voice that swung so low and husky, all she could think of was the word haunted. Like someone had walked over the grave of his sense of self. She almost put up her own hand on hearing it to tell him to stop there. But he got there before she could even get close. Louder now. Much louder. Oh, so loud it made her heart try to burst out of her body at the sound alone. You think I think the way I am is good and normal and you're just some annoying nonsense I have to cater to? You're not the annoying nonsense, Daisy. You are the way things fucking should be. You are everything I wish I was. Everything. And God, the silence after he said it. It rang in her head. She thought of alarms blaring at the start of some zombie movie to say the apocalypse was upon everyone. Danger, 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 they said. Don't go further down this path. As if she had any choice in the matter. What are you talking about? She asked. Thin words, really, for something that felt like the world was peeling back to reveal something utterly harrowing underneath. Things I should have made very plain a long time ago, apparently. But none of it even makes sense. I'm a fucking mess, Miller. That's just another word for actually feeling things. Actually being human, fuck. Is that what you've thought all this time? That I was just indulging you, or trying to make you happy at the expense of myself? I was trying to make up for everything I did, to show you how I really feel, that it's okay, that it's not a bad thing to be passionate, to be the way you are, that I wish I was like that. God, what I wouldn't give to be like that. Like you were all those years ago, like some great and glorious sun viewed from a prison cell in fucking hell. He made a fist on the end of those words, raised like someone trying to snatch a bullet from the air before it could hit his heart. Though somehow she didn't think it was his heart he was wanting it not to hit. It was hers. It was hers. Oh dear God, she knew it was hers. She even knew where it was from. She had heard it before. It was from one of his books. That's the dedication at the start of Never Not You, she said, voice so faint it felt like letting out a breath she hadn't meant to. And as soon as it was out, she wanted to gather it all back. Do everything over, not admit that she knew. That way he could carry on pretending like he always had, but didn't want to anymore. Of course it fucking is, he snarled. Then softer, and softer yet as the realization of what he was saying seemed to sink through him. 10 years and here it was. Of course it is. Of course. And now it was her turn to not be able to speak. She just stared at him down this endlessly beige hallway, one of a series of them like all the rest, completely nothing, completely dull. We should be on a cliff face overlooking a crashing ocean while a storm rages, she thought, though the wrenching emotional understanding remained the same. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's me, she said, voice too heartbroken already. Say no, she thought at him. Say no, say no. But she already knew he had no way to. Who else could it have ever been? But you said you made her up. I lied. I'm a fucking liar. Just another one of my tons of terrible qualities. You don't have tons of terrible qualities, Caleb. Stop saying things like that. Too desperate, too loud, too angry, she chided herself. She couldn't help it, though. Her heart was being sucked into a howling void. That's what you're going to be mad at? I just told you about the bullshit I've been spinning for the last 10 years, and you're fuming that I maybe think I'm a shitty person? Wake up, Daisy, I am a shitty person, he said, while she was still flailing around from the last evil he had just done himself. She didn't know how to keep up. She was making mistakes and knew it. Just not telling me that you liked me does not make you one. Yeah, but that's not all I did, is it? I also very much did not enjoy the way I felt about you. And guess what that made me do? Come on, you can work it out. You do it for a living. Figuring out someone's problem and smoothing it over. So tell me what my problem was, Daisy. What did I need to make my life easier? Do not go with his framing, she ordered herself. But dear God, it was hard when he was so fierce. He was bulldozing her now and she knew it. Getting closer, chest heaving, fists clenched, the works. Full on trying to force her to accept something in a way he hadn't for an age. And she knew why, too. The only thing that mattered more to him than her comfort was making himself the bad guy. You tried to tell yourself that you were too awful for me, that it was a lost cause, that making yourself vulnerable with me would be a terrible mistake because of those facts, she tried. And he laughed. He actually laughed. Oh, no, don't give me an out like that. But that's what it is, that's the truth. Bullshit. I purposefully made everything you did and everything you said sound rotten, so I didn't have to suffer a single feeling for you. I crushed you to spare myself, he said. And oh, he was very close to her now. He was using his height, his shoulders near looming. And it should have worked. For a second, it almost did. She heard the words and her heart sank. Looked up at him and sort of quailed. He was, in that one heartbeat, the arsehole she had once thought of him as back in college. Then she caught that fractured light in his eyes. The way he was straining, like he had to force himself to stay where he was. A million tiny details she'd unearthed throughout the journey they'd had together. And now a million more she was remembering, seeing afresh. The door opening, the restaurants, the music, the affection, all suddenly turned on their heads. He didn't do them because he was playing a game. He did them because the game meant he could get away with them, she thought. Then answered in the rush of feeling that followed. But that isn't true, though, is it? You're lying. That's a lie. What do you mean, that's a lie? You know it isn't. I've seen it in your eyes a million times. That hurt when I dismissed everything you are. Everything you love. I mean, for fuck's sake, Emmett, I made you throw away your stories. You don't even write anymore. All you do all day, every day, is fruitlessly try to help dipshits like me. I stopped writing because I didn't believe in the things I wrote. Right. Because of me. Because I made you see how thin and mean the world really is. I made you believe that's all you could ever dream of. Just the cruel reality and never the possibilities, the hopes, the wonder of what could be. Everything else in my life did that, Miller. You were the only one who didn't try to. Because you can tell me this. You can tell me you did it to purposefully hurt me and crush me, but I can see now that you didn't. You didn't do that because you had feelings for me. You did it because you just didn't believe in it yourself. Because you don't believe in the wonder of what could be. Oh, give me a break. That's not it. He snorted, rolled his eyes. But she saw those eyes return to her right at the end. Uncertain, waiting for an explanation he clearly didn't want to hear. But maybe he did at the same time. And she had it. She had it for him. She knew now what to say. The veil had lifted and there it all was. The truth. But Miller, if it wasn't, you wouldn't have been shocked when I told you on that stage that you'd hurt me. You would have known you had, she said. And he went to say something directly after she had. She saw him do it. He took a breath. The words were almost out. Then slowly they sank back down inside him. And as they went, she saw the understanding sink through his dark gaze, through his body. It made his chest hitch. He took a step back, while her whole world spun on its axis. You didn't think anything you said mattered to me, did you? She said, and he tried to shake his head. He tried, but she could see him already failing. You thought I was sure of myself, that I was certain I was right, that romance was real and good, okay? That passionate was the right way to be. While you just dwelled in the darkness of being sure it wasn't, confused how anyone could be like me. Maybe even wishing you could be the way that I am. Trying to be. Yeah, I see it. That's what all your books are, aren't they? Striving to get to where I was, she said, almost outside herself now. Like someone who could do a magic trick, but only when it wasn't one that would help her. A million problems for everyone else solved, and she hadn't even been able to see the solution for herself when it was right in front of her face. And she was right, too. I don't, he started to say, though she could see he was too caught to pull the rest off. His gaze seemed to turn inward, like he could grasp it now. Which, of course, only made it worse. Her face crumpled before she could hold it in. and her voice wavered like fuck when she tried to explain. Oh God, I'm right. I'm actually right. I'm really right. For the first time, I've got it right. You were just drowning and I didn't get it. I thought you just hated me. I thought you hated love, and you were just looking for a way into it the whole time, she said, half of her still caught in the mindset that she must hide her emotions from him, half of her knowing she didn't have to. He didn't see the tears streaking down her cheeks and curl his lip. He seethed at himself, only ever at himself. Even if I was, I should never have made it your problem. So you're still going to beat yourself up then? Maybe I fucking deserve it. Did you ever think about that? I think you should fucking see that the only thing that stood in your way was believing you did. Like me, always so sure that you found me too much, like everybody else did. Always sure that every word had to be an insult, instead of something that you simply struggled with, that you didn't think you could be, that maybe you even told yourself you didn't long for, until it was too late. She put her face in her hands then, and only lifted them when he spoke again, faint, like all the fight had been beaten out of him. It was after you were gone from my life that I fully realized the way I felt. And then all I had was stories to tell. Stories about the way things could be, if only, she finished for him. And he nodded. He nodded. For a brief time, I could say what I longed to in them. I could be what you inspired me to be. But then you started to fade from my mind. The hope of you faded, and with it went any ability you had ever helped me to have. Because you did help me, Em. You were the example I looked to, the hope in my heart. I took from you and left you with nothing. I left you with nothing. That's not true. Life did that to me, she said. And as she did, she thought of all the things that had really burned her romance out of her. The whispers of people she thought were friends in college. Christian and his cruel obliviousness. Every indifferent, mundane man, everyone who had actually taken something from her so gladly and never thought to ask if she needed anything for herself. The miserable mundanity of the world did it, just like it did to you. And then he just seemed to crack right down the center. He couldn't even seem to stop things spilling out. Jesus, that's so accurate, I can't even see how you didn't see it before, he said. And when he did, she thought of all the ways she hadn't. And all the ways she had. Honestly, I think I did. Sometimes I did. But I always told myself it had to be something else. Not wanting me to touch you because me touching you was irritating. Looking at me as I ate because it disgusted you, instead of what it really did. Never thinking it must have looked like a steak to a starving man. Never thinking it must have seemed like so much abundance to someone without. Because I could see you. I can see how you are exactly. But I couldn't see myself through your eyes. I can never see myself through someone else's eyes. Everybody is full colour to me, a huge story filled with incredible detail, but when I imagine them seeing me, all I can imagine is a plain sheet of paper, she said, almost to herself more than anything else. Going over everything about herself that had led them here, just like he was doing, ripping the bandage off to expose the 10-year-old wound underneath. Making it bleed, she thought. But then he cut in. If that were true, I don't know how I filled 1,000 of those pieces of paper with you, he said, with so much sudden emotion in his voice it split the sentence in 2, 3, 1,000. She had to piece it back together herself with shaking fingers. 10 books, she thought. 10. While trying not to cry. Oh God, they were all about me. So you can see it now. The jumper, yes. Jessie with the ears peeking through her hair. It used to drive me out of my mind. Clara and her love of vampires. Bethany with her back seat full of books. Because I had DVDs on mine, she thought as she remembered him peering into her old Ford Pinto. Disdainful, it had seemed to her at the time. Desperate, and then caught, it looked to her now. Am I in the frame from your point of view? Chapel Roan sung in her head. While he told her she was. They were all you. It was always you, every line, every word. I gave you everything I couldn't in all the books I ever wrote. I couldn't do anything else. You were my only thought for so long. I couldn't sleep for thinking of you, he said. But all that did was open up a world of even further emotional horrors. Oh God, please tell me that's not the real reason you couldn't. I told you it wasn't torment. But that is. Oh God, that's awful. It's the worst thing I've ever heard. I'm sorry, Daisy. I shouldn't have told you. I don't know why I'm telling you all of this. You don't need to know about some obsessed asshole who made you into all his foolish hopes and dashed dreams. That's not on you, all right? Oh my God, stop blaming yourself for everything. You didn't mean anything the way I thought you did. You're a good person, okay? You're a good person, she cried out, so brokenly he went to reach for her then. Her heart actually lifted to see it, even amidst the near-sobbing breakdown she'd fallen into. But just as quickly it was gone. It was gone. And now his face hardened. You wouldn't say that if you knew what happens when I do let myself feel things passionately. When I do let myself love someone as much as I love you, he said. But before she could cut in, he shook his head. His mouth twisted up at the corner almost bitterly. You know, I didn't realize it fully, almost all the way through college. It was the night of the fight that I truly knew. The night I know you barely remember, but I do. I know every single thing that happened, right down to the last detail. The dress you were wearing, black with yellow flowers, the bracelet on your wrist with the padlock on it, the smell of your perfume. It's the same one you wear now. God, the number of times I've had to breathe it in through all this and feel that night all over again. He looked at the ceiling, despairing, and so clearly about to make some terrible point that she flinched away from him. She took a step back. She tried to reframe what he was starting to say before she even fully understood. But you were nowhere near me when it happened, she said. And now his eyes were back on her. For most of that night, sure. But then he hit you. If you're trying to say... She tried to cut in, even though she knew it was a lost cause. He was on a roll now, his gaze far away as if he were fully somewhere else, in a place where he was the person he believed he was, and not the one she was trying to tell him was real. I don't think he meant to, he said. Elbows get thrown in a fight, people get hurt, accidents happen. But I didn't react like it was one. I couldn't. I saw it happen and I wanted to kill him. I wanted to murder him. In fact, I almost did. I dragged him out into the street and beat him until my hands were bloody. And I did it while you were lying on the floor of that bar, being looked after by better people than me. Then he focused back on her, gaze flat. All the feelings for her gone, buried. Still want to tell me I'm good? He asked. Then, as he walked away, didn't think so. Chapter 19. There were a million things she wanted to say to him in the aftermath. But the trouble was, he gave her no chance to do it. He walked away while she was still reeling, and this time he did not come back. The truck was gone when she went down to the parking garage. Then in the morning there was the email from Beck. He says it's nothing to do with you, he just wants to finish the tour there. And honestly, I think it's righter than rain that he does. Sales are through the roof, we've got everything we need, and I see no reason either of you should keep at it if you'd rather not, it said. Just say the word and we'll cancel the last stop. and she came fairly close to just saying yes. Yes, halt it all. It didn't even seem to matter anymore if everybody realised it was phony or started wondering why they weren't together. Who cares? It's all just nonsense anyway, she told herself as she packed up her things for the car that was waiting for her downstairs to bring her to the plane. She wasn't sure what stopped her. She just got into the thing, and when the driver asked where to, she said, Minneapolis. And he took her too. Seemed happy about it because apparently it was on Caleb Miller's dime. I'm supposed to do whatever you want, he said. Then, of course, he wanted to know why she was crying. Tell him I love him, she thought. Tell him I'm in love with him and make him understand it better than I did. Though she had to say that seemed a little beyond a man who ate a kebab upside down in front of her and then exclaimed in horror when it all fell into his lap. It's all right, Frank. I've done the same thing before today, she told him as he did his best to apologise. In fact, she discovered burger sauce down her best shirt just before she went into the Minneapolis Centre for Business Excellence, a squat little building with a revolving door that was temporarily out of service. No wonder I'm exhausted, she thought, as her liaison there tried to help her in through a window. The fire door around back isn't real either, she said apologetically. Though everything inside was thankfully fine. The green room was actually real this time. She sat in it with a real cup of tea in an actual mug, waiting for someone to say it wasn't a good idea for her to do this. They really came to see Caleb Miller, she imagined. But nobody said anything. Instead, they almost seemed excited by the prospect. The moderator for this particular stop, a woman called Nita, all avid eyes and perfectly lined lips, had a stack of questions just for her. You never seem to say anything, but I suspected you might one day want to, she said breathlessly. Though that wasn't really what Daisy had in mind. And the sight of what was on the cards only solidified that inside her. You are British, so could you share your favourite slang? The top one said. Then Nita flicked to another one, and somehow that was even worse. Do you like blood pudding? Daisy read, and walked out onto the stage resolved. No sitting in the seat provided. No lingering on the audience, which looked way more fucking enormous than she knew how to process. Just grab the microphone and go straight into it. Whatever it was going to be. As you can probably see, Caleb Miller isn't here today. But I am, because I felt like I should tell you all what we should have done from the start. Or at least tried to explain why he said what he did in a way that doesn't hurt you all, she started. And that felt good. It felt right. Until she realised they were all listening with bated breath, waiting for her to say, everything you believed in is a lie, a big joke, a grand old hunk of nothing. And she just couldn't. She couldn't do it. Tread softly because you tread on my dreams, she thought. Then lifted the microphone again. The thing is, I know why you love romance novels. It's the same reason I do. They make you feel like everything could be okay. That all those shots you missed, they're being made in some other world. All those loves you lost, you didn't lose them there. The person you longed for loved you, and they loved you so much with all of their soul. And you know it too. In a better world than this one, you never have to doubt it. But the thing is... She stopped there. It was necessary because her voice was on the verge of breaking in a way she hadn't believed it would. She had kind of thought when she stepped on stage that something inside her had died a little bit. But somehow it didn't feel like it. There were tears in her eyes. Then she looked up to try to make them go away and saw a girl in the upper tier of the audience. Dark hair, dark eyes, and off-the-shoulder jumper. She had one of his books clutched in her hands, and for some reason there were tears in her eyes too. And she knew how to finish. I'm so sorry that it doesn't. I'm so sorry that all we have is this. I think I wanted you all to have something more than some thin and miserable thing, but I don't know how to give it to you. All I can say is, whatever you see happen between people in the dreams you imagine, don't stop hoping for something else beyond this. Hold on to love in your hearts. Never let anyone think it's silly to be passionate, to be soft, to say you adore something with everything in you, she said, those tears spilling down her cheeks now. One last thing to get out without completely breaking down. One last thing she wanted them all to know. And never forget, no matter what, that you do deserve to be loved. Even if you're not perfect. Even if you make mistakes. Even if you're too much or not enough. Don't lose things because you cannot imagine better for yourself. Reality is harsh enough without you believing that. The dream of something more is in you. All of you. Always. Chapter 20. There was a lot to deal with after Minnesota. The plane ride home, of course, which most likely would have been more hell than it was if Caleb hadn't paid for business class. A couple of people stared but couldn't really say anything to her, whereas they definitely would have if she'd been crammed into economy. She could almost imagine someone next to her poking her in her side. "Hey, aren't you that woman who cried on stage at the Minneapolis Center for Business Excellence?" she thought, and then was grateful that she got to shut the little door between her seat and everybody else's. It made everything just a little bit more bearable. Though if she were being honest, that didn't mean a lot. The journey back to her flat through drab grey London still felt draining. And of course, the internet was dissecting absolutely everything. Some thought she had been trying to explain that they were no longer together. Some thought she had been attempting to ask people to leave them alone. Others decided it had all been a ruse. Many more thought it meant nothing at all. "She just wanted to show us some love," she read on the Reddit forum dedicated to his books. And that was enough to keep everything afloat on the restoring his image front. In fact, if anything, it seemed to deepen his mystique. It added to the lore of Caleb Miller. But it didn't really feel like a victory. In fact, she almost turned Beck down when he suggested a celebratory dinner. She was running on fumes, severely jet-lagged, still in her pyjamas at 4 p.m. when he called. And he just sounded so overwhelmingly chipper. She couldn't imagine sitting through 2 hours of joy when she'd never felt further from it. It felt like throwing herself into a pit of prickly things. But her stomach was growling. And Beck was strangely persuasive. And that was how she found herself in clothes, outside, with a brave face on, instead of in pyjamas, indoors, with her eyes all puffy from crying about things she was barely letting herself think of. Half of her sure she'd made the wrong decision, until she saw Beck darting between plants and tables and fish tanks in the jauntiest way she could imagine. Bow tie enormous, hair in an impressively luxurious, almost pompadour, already beaming from ear to ear. And it somehow lifted her spirits just seeing him. And again when he bear-hugged her. If I learn anything from this, she thought as he squeezed her so tightly, it's that I shouldn't tell myself that nobody wants to be my friend. That I don't fit in, that I'm always too much. Too much is okay. Too much is this lovely, lovely man. Because, God, he really was. "Here's to you and Emmett Solutions," he said as he raised the only thing currently on the table to her, a salt pot shaped like a meatball. "A one-woman whirlwind of brilliance who single-handedly brought a whole book career back to life with a bunch of pretend love, now returned, entirely unscathed." Then he gestured with his eyes to the pepper pot, the one shaped like a swirl of spaghetti. She couldn't oblige him, however. It felt kind of wrong to lie to a man that earnest and kind. Well, maybe a little less pretend, and a little more scathed, she said, and he lowered the raised pot. "Put it down," pushed it away, deflated. "So you secretly fell in love with him then?" he asked, in a tone that suggested he had kind of known this might happen. After all, it was practically a disease between them all, spread from one to the other. A really deadly one that made your heart try to eat itself. Or at least that was how it had turned out for her. Alfie and Mabel were married. They had a baby on the way. Beck and Hazel were planning their wedding for spring. Maybe if I'd had a name ending in EL, things would have worked out better for me, she thought. Then couldn't avoid the question any longer. He was looking at her with the biggest, most anxious eyes in the world. "Worse. I was already in love with him," she said, and he sucked in a breath. "Oh, that's super bad. Oh, you should never, ever fly so close to the fake relationship sun if you're already mad for the person. Didn't they teach you that in fake relationship school?" he said. Then he clicked his fingers like, "Oh no, I missed a trick here. Shoot! Why didn't I think of fake relationship school before now? I just let you rattle on, fumbling through this, figuring that you seemed okay. Whole time I could have been giving you lessons. Great advice. Proper support. Beck, you did give me proper support. Not sure it feels like it right now. Because you're very sweet, but honestly, it could have been worse." He shook his head, folded his arms across his chest. Sort of like Caleb, but so different at the same time it was almost funny. He did it too high up his chest. He made a face as he ticked his head side to side. And the face was adorable. The very living embodiment of, "This is quite a pickle." "Phew, well, I suppose that's true. He could have been in love with you too," he said. And so oblivious to that being a possibility. It was almost devastating to have to correct him. Luckily, however, it seemed to show on her face. He almost did a double take before he settled into a wince. "I take it by your expression that this was, in fact, the case." "Yeah. I'm the woman. I'm the one. It wasn't made up at all." "So, the birthday of his life." She nodded. "Uh-huh, that's me. Without you, he dwells in darkness." Oh God, that's such a gutting one. It really is. Always used to want to give him a hug over it, truth be told. But you know how he is. Sort of like he might perish if you try, he said, gaze drifting away as if he was remembering some near miss. Beck leaning in, Caleb's face turning into a very subtle rictus of horror. Just like it had many times for her. Yeah, I felt like he was perishing constantly. And that's why it can't work out, then? Well, no, not exactly. Oh, so you just realized you're not compatible? That's not the problem, she said. But that didn't seem like enough, so she ploughed on. In fact, if anything, the whole experience said we're very alike, in more ways than I thought. Books, movies, music, making ourselves smaller over the same things to different degrees. Always imagining that people think badly of us, that they don't like us, that we're not enough. And what happened when you told him he was? She stopped the slight flailing she'd apparently been partaking in, assessed Beck and everything he was doing. But he wasn't doing anything, really. He was just sat there with an earnestly interested expression, hands folded in front of him on the table, gaze steady, steady, steady. In fact, he didn't even look away from her when the waitress came. He just ordered some champagne, said they'd split the starter platter, like she'd suggested to him on the phone. At which point she started to think he was doing something. Waiting for her to hang herself with her words, maybe. Or save herself, somehow. He didn't want to listen. I didn't know how to make him listen. I can't convince someone to be different. I don't even know if I should or if I want to, she said, while those soft eyes of Beck's held her hand, helped her work her way through it, even when she couldn't see one at all. He did something for me that he thinks is bad, but it wasn't. I don't even think it's bad in the way he imagined or wanted me to believe. He said he left me in the bar, but... And suddenly he was actually doing it. One hand over hers. "I feel like maybe you should say this to him," he said. Gentle, gentle. She almost didn't protest, it was that good. In the end, though, she had to. Maybe he could come up with a solution. "He's not returning my calls, Beck. He's not returning my messages and emails. And I can't climb his fence again. I just can't. I can't. I only managed to do it the first time because I told myself he's awful. I don't know how to force it on him when I know he's good." "You go home, then." "But I need to..." "I'll speak to him. I'll sort things." "Everything is going to be all right," he said. And instead of saying no, she turned her hand and squeezed his back. Chapter 21. The first thing she did when she got home was to do her best to take care of herself a little better. She took off her makeup instead of falling asleep with it on, made herself something to drink without caffeine so she wouldn't be up all night. Then she decided she was going to have a good long bath. She went into her bedroom to strip down, feeling not better, exactly, but maybe not as bad about everything. Maybe I could accept Beck's help or reach out to Caleb or something. Just something, she thought as she went to lift her jumper over her head. She was about a third of the way through when she heard the throat clear. From the direction of the window. That was 5 fucking stories up. Honestly, she almost threw a chair, blindly, in the direction of the vampire that simply had to have flown up her apartment building. It was actually in her hands when she realised. There was nothing toothy waiting to tear open her neck out there. It was Caleb Miller. Caleb fucking Miller, just straddling her windowsill somehow. One booted foot trying not to dirty the bedsheets just below it, the other still probably hovering over a 50-foot drop. Or maybe not 50 feet exactly. Maybe 40. Maybe 100. She had no real idea when it came to measurements. All she knew was that it was a lot. Too much. An incredibly scary amount. But even more scary than this was the fact that he had done it. A man so responsible that he paid other people's tips and checked the tyres on other people's cars and could name all the road safety signs in countries he never even wanted to go to. A man who took a tent on a road trip just in case something happened, even though nothing ever happened with him. Yeah, but it did though, didn't it? Her brain muttered. And then, of course, she was thinking of why he had panicked like that. He only does completely wild things when he's emotionally compromised somehow, she realised. Then suddenly her heart was beating hard in an entirely different way. And it got worse when she started going over everything he must have done to even get to London. It had only been a few days, after all. He had to have flown. He had to have flown and then done this. Maybe this part, at least, is because of Beck, she thought. But he wouldn't even give her that much. "So, before you ask," he said, "this was supposed to just be a reconnaissance mission to check you actually lived here. Because I forgot to bring your address with me, or even clothes, or toothpaste, or my travel insurance, and also I think maybe I've left my front door open because I don't have my keys, but anyway, long story short, I had to recall it from the memory of my contact details in a notebook I left behind. And it didn't seem right, because it's not even near a bookstore or a movie theater. Nearest one of either of them is about 17 blocks away, Daisy. What the fuck?" At which point she sort of thought she might pass out standing up. All she could think was, he left his fucking front door open. And as soon as she did, it felt like she could hear romantic music in her head. something big and operatic. Something that filled her up from her socked feet to the roots of her hair. She had to swallow the immediate "I love you" that swelled with it just to get out something sensible. "Just get in here," she said. God, he was relentless. "I can't. I'm wedged. I've been wedged for the last 30 minutes. I think I might have to live here now," he said. And just as she was about to laugh, he added, "Not so bad, really. At least I might get to see you every day." And then after he had, her face did the thing. The crumpling thing. "Oh, Christ, I thought that would go down well. See, I'm so bad at this." "You're not bad at this. It did go down well. These are happy tears." "Well, they look completely indistinguishable from the ones you were crying on that stage," he said, probably just to explain himself. Though, of course, it didn't hit like that for her. She didn't take it practically. She took it by clutching at herself. "So you saw it then?" "I saw it." "I didn't intend it as any kind of pointed message to you." "No, I know. Hey, I know." "There were just things in it. There were things you said that, well, they made me think. They made me feel some kind of way about how things are for you inside, how lonely you—" He started, obviously intending to finish on "seem" or "are." Only he couldn't. His voice cracked before he got there. He had to stop and compose himself, and then start again, like a man fumbling in deadly darkness to save something that would kill him. He knew it would, but he carried on anyway. "How lonely you sounded. How sad you sounded about the way the world is. The way people are, you know?" Then on the end, he met her eyes. And they were so full of worry for her she could hardly get out the words she wanted. The ones she needed to, so he wouldn't keep doing this to himself. Forcing himself to say things that were hurting him. "It's all right, I'm okay." "But you're not, Daisy." "Even if I wasn't, you don't have to do anything." "I do, though. I need to tell you that I don't want things to be that way for you. I want you to have the other world, the one where things work out and it turns out you aren't too much, and you're loved, very loved, and you know. Even though I'm not the one good enough for you to love me back, I want to try and—" he said. And this time the crack down the middle of his sentence was bad. Oh, it was really bad. He couldn't compose himself this time. Instead, he made a sound of pain. He had to press his lips together, and it was obvious why. She could see the tears standing out in his eyes. It was too much. It was too much. She took a step forward. But he stopped her with one wavering, held-up hand. "No," he said. "Let me feel it. I want to feel it. I want to know myself. I want to know you. And honestly, just be there for you. If you reach out for a lifeline, I don't want you to come up empty. If you're not waving but drowning, I want to see it from the shore. I want my hand to be ready for you to grab. You were too far out all your life. Enough. Enough." And all she could think once he had finished was poetry. The same poem, in fact, that he'd refused to read out in class. "Did you read it in secret and keep it close to your heart?" she thought. "Did you think of me when you read it?" she thought, and knew she was just silently shedding tears now. They were streaming down her face. They had wet her collar. Though part of her understood it wasn't because he had thought of her. It was because he had most likely thought of himself. You were too far out all your life, she thought, then swiped her face with the back of her hand, steeled herself. All right, she said, but you too. What do you mean, me too? You have to accept the lifeline I throw out. You have to accept that you're not waving but drowning. You have to come with me, okay? I can't just leave you. I can't, no matter how much you think everybody should. Daisy, you have to understand that I'm right to think. She shook her head, drew a line through the air with a hand. I don't understand anything of the kind. You're being ridiculous. I tell you that I beat a man half to death out of some kind of deranged sense of ownership over a woman who doesn't even like me, and all you've got to say is that I'm being ridiculous? Think we're gonna need a recount on that one. The numbers are off. Check the tapes, he said. He didn't sell it, though. Not like the poem. Not like any of this. I'll check your tapes, you massive prawn. That doesn't refute anything I said. It's just silliness. Because silly is exactly what you are. Jesus Christ, Caleb, did you really come all this way to give me everything in the world while still thinking you deserve nothing? Still thinking that I would believe that? And based on something so flimsy, my God. You know how good I am at this, and you honestly think I don't know how heavily you've edited events in favor of whatever this is. I didn't edit a goddamn thing. Oh, I think you'll find you very fucking did. Acting like it was an accident. That got him. He jerked back so hard his shoulder cracked the drawn-up window above him. She almost screamed and jumped onto the bed to grab him before she remembered he was wedged. And that she had just thrown him. For a second he looked so busted she thought she had won. Then he got it back together. Even if it wasn't, it doesn't matter. Are you shitting me right now? Of course it does. You saw someone hit a woman from across a bar on purpose, while being the kind of person who doesn't even like a man interrupting one. She shook her head, marveling. Pretending I should be horrified that you punched him. I wouldn't have been horrified if you'd produced a sniper rifle out of your arse and taken the top of his head off. I would never keep a sniper rifle in my ass. It's damp in there. Oh my God, that's not the point. None of this is the point. Then what is? What is? That you did something so good and you think it's rotten. Possessive, even, when it's the opposite. You don't even expect gratitude for all the things you do and want to do for me. You knew I had no idea why you did half the things on that trip, and you did them anyway, just for the joy of doing them, she said. Yet somehow even that didn't sway him. He just blew out a frustrated breath. You don't get it, Daisy. When I love things, I make a mess. I always make a mess. It burns too hot and bright in me. I can't afford to indulge it. It makes me half mad, it makes me wild. I can't just do it like you and be so free and passionate and not fuck up. It's part of why I used to be mad sometimes when you would just do something and it seemed so reckless. I would think about how it would end for me. A fight with my father because I love my sister too much to let him say the things he did to her. A lost job my family needed, stealing something sweet from the store because I was so ravenous for it. And I would be frightened for you. But you always knew how to handle it. To switch it on and off, to indulge in a way that wasn't so dangerous, so unpleasant. He looked away once he had finished, and she could see why. He was thinking about everything he had just described, clearly, going over it all in a way he probably had all his life. If I let myself love something, I'll make another kiss on my fist in a fight I shouldn't have, she imagined him saying to himself about that scar on his hand. Over and over until it was screwed tight inside him. But it wasn't inside her. She could see it as it really was. She saw it all the way back at the beginning, in the stairwell, him talking to someone about the girl. His sister, of course. His sister who it seemed he had wanted to keep safe, just as he had wanted for her. Caleb, I would do all of those same things. If I had been so denied, I would have done the same. I am you, if you hadn't had to learn the lesson so harshly, so early.
Smaller measures of the same poison, that's the thing. That's it, that's all it is, she said, and in answer he looked at her haunted. Wanting to accept it, she thought, but still unable to. I don't even see her now. I'm too afraid to, he whispered. So she climbed onto the bed within reaching distance of him. You don't have to be. I'm with you. It'll be all right. Don't you even care that I thought first with my fists? That I left you? Not when I know that's just something you're telling yourself, something you're using to try and convince me. Because I remember now. I remember you kneeling next to me. I remember you saying my name, she said, half sure it was just a thing to say, half feeling it flooding back. She'd thought it was Christian who had been there. But behind her eyes the image was shifting. Still, it stole her breath when he didn't deny it. You were completely out. I had to try something. And then you lifted me into your arms. The ambulance was taking too long. They wanted to put you in a cab. You carried me out to your truck, laid me in the passenger seat, she said, and the memory was strong now, rich with sensation. She drifted into it all as if on a wave. I knew that smell, you know. That warm cedar smell that is still in it now, the shipping forecast on the radio, the stars going by outside the window. I think you said something to me. I think your voice broke in the middle when you did. I was scared. It was just your lip, but it seemed like so much blood. It was all down my dress, like an apron. He swallowed thickly. Yes. Yes. And your words were... she started. Then listened to him finish in a voice made high and wavery by the strain. Please don't leave me alone in this hell, he said. He confessed. Because that was what it felt like, a confession of his guilt, instead of her own. But I did leave you alone anyway, didn't I? Don't say it like it was your fault. You can't leave someone you don't love. But that's the thing, darling, I do. I love you, Caleb, I always have. I did from the first moment I saw you. I loved you through every moment since. It's why it crushed me. Not because you were so awful, you weren't. I just longed for you so much that everything that said you didn't love me back was like a knife in my heart, she said. All of her knowing she had him. She had him. His expression was so open, so suddenly struck by wonder, by hope. All she had to do was finish the thought. All the terrible messes he thought he had made with his love, making something more lovely than anything she had ever known. Feels so strange to know it's no longer there. I've lived with it so long I'm used to the ache. I don't know how to be with it healed. I don't even know how to be hearing that it is. Hearing that you love me. Hopefully happy. You deserve to be happy, my dearest one. My Jim, turning himself and everything he knows upside down just to save me. Just to save his Selena. She reached forward then, touched his face gently and watched his eyes drift closed. Because you're wrong, you know. Your love isn't out of control and cruel. It's a thing people have forgotten. Fierce in the face of injustice, ready to fight if the fight is for something good. You love the way I wish everyone did. The way I wished you would when I didn't know. What if I lose my way again? We'll find you together. We'll always find our true selves together, she said. Then watched him not even hesitate. He reached down and drew her into his arms. And he kissed her with everything in him. All the love lost, all the love found. Everything forgotten and not.
Each regret, each passion he'd forced himself not to indulge, she felt it all. She gave it to him right back. Epilogue. On Wednesdays, after they had met their word count on the book they were writing together, or had his sister over for lunch, and the love he should have known was always still there, they went out. Not to the diner, although secretly she was starting to love it more than he did, and not for a walk in the woods that usually wound up with them doing some very inadvisable things while surrounded by poison ivy. No, they went to the theatre in the centre of town. The one that was not 17 blocks away. She could walk it from their house, no problems at all. But it was better on Wednesdays when they went together. Like in college, only without the 3 rows between them. Hell, sometimes they didn't even let the armrests stay between them. It really depended on how bad the film was, and how much better they could make it by making out. Though it had kind of taken them a while to get to that point. The first time they had decided to go see a zombie double bill, he had sat beside her, and that had seemed like enough. A bold step, somehow, in a way that all the frantic fucking wasn't. I can see now why he could do one and not the other, she had thought as they sat in the darkness, the tension slowly rising, until the air around them felt hot, everything electric. When she had finally broken it with a hand over his, half telling herself that this was weird and silly, he had moaned her name. And he had done it more heatedly than he had during their last fuck. The one that morning when she had woken to the realization that he was jerking off next to her. Then she had ridden him so hard it had shoved him into orgasm without any of the usual things that really got him. Sometimes it was a hand in his hair. Sometimes it was a kiss. Sometimes she whispered, "I love you," in his ear, and he came so copiously it was all over her thighs when she stood. But it had still not been anything like that first touch in the theatre. And she kind of understood why. All that time they had spent in that dark little space, never getting so much as near to touching. But deep down, always wanting to. Always wondering what it would be like in some dark, half-hidden part of themselves. We made it almost forbidden, she thought that first time. But truthfully, it was even more than that. "I've never done this before," he had said the first time she'd gone to kiss him through the darkness. And she'd realised he didn't just mean that. He meant ever, with anyone in a movie theatre. Never any making out in the back row with his sweetheart. He had never had a sweetheart to do it with. Just her, pressing her lips against his. Tentatively for the full effect. The exact sense of some new girlfriend trying out a kiss for the first time. Nervous about it, but eager. Oh, she knew he felt how eager she was. Knew he could feel her trembling, trying to hold it back a little. She still remembered the shock of arousal that had gone through her when she had first felt the flicker of his tongue. No longer really a new thing to her at all, but in there it had been. In the dark of the movie theatre it was. They rewound the clock and got to have all the things they hadn't and knew. And it wasn't just that place. It wasn't just that day. On Fridays they drove up to the bluff, ate picnic food, listened to music, got to second base during the chorus of something sexy. "It's not as exciting for you, though," he had said when she'd asked him to slip a hand inside her top. Then she'd had to explain that sure she had parked up someplace with someone, but they had never made her feel good the way he did. Never made her feel loved the way he did. "I've done some of these things," she'd said, "but none of them were any more than the kind of sex you had before me. They were perfunctory things, just going through the motions." Then she had shown him how little it could ever feel like that with him, when every single thing about being there with her thrilled him. He got hard over her snuggling into the crook of his arm, over a kiss on his cheek, over her saying, "Oh, is this for me?" and then rubbing him between his legs. Though that was not the very best. No, the very best was the food. He started out very cautious, of course, because the thing was he hadn't just denied himself good food. He had grown used to the denial, reliant upon it in some ways. It was stability, a reminder to him that he was in full control and never tempted by anything, not even food. But after the third night of watching her sucking popsicles and licking sauce off herself and spilling things over her almost bare breasts, she could see he was starting to relent. First by shoving the table between them aside and licking all the mess off her, then by starting to make a mess himself. He split a plum and licked into the slit. And after she was done shoving the table aside and licking all the mess off him, he seemed to get bolder. Next a peach, then a mango, and finally and most blessedly, a passion fruit. Oh, she had loved watching him make love to a passion fruit with his mouth. Mostly because it was hot, but also because of the way he'd started to smile when he did things like that. Just a curl of amusement around the corners of his mouth, like he knew exactly what he was doing to her and was glad it was being done. It usually meant frantic sex on the table. Though after a while, it led elsewhere. A month into their relationship, she found him down in the pantry at 4 a.m, eating canned peaches with his fingers, syrup all round his mouth. "I'd forgotten they were so good," he had explained. And a lot of things had been like that with him after that. They were like that now in the theatre once more. She fed him buttered popcorn until her fingers were glossy. Then he licked each one long and languorously. Kissed her, tasting of something salty and something sweet. Finally free to love the way he wanted to, she thought, as he pulled her close, closer, closest. Finally free to be. Thank you for listening to this audio production of While You Were Seething by Charlotte Stein, read by Imogen Wild. Text copyright Charlotte Stein 2026. Recording copyright Macmillan Audio 2026. Published by Pan, an imprint of Pan Macmillan, a division of Macmillan Publishers International Limited. The right of Charlotte Stein to be identified as the author of this work has been asserted in accordance with the Copyright Design and Patents Act 1988. The publisher does not authorize the use or reproduction of any part of this book, recording, or voices for the purpose of training artificial intelligence technologies or systems. The publisher expressly reserves this book from the text and data mining